January 1660, 1667. January 1st. Lay long being a bitter, cold, frosty day, the frost being now grown old, and the Thames covered with ice. Up and to the office where all the morning busy. At noon to the Change a little, where Mr. James Howblon and I walked a good while speaking of our ill condition in not being able to set out a fleet, we doubt, this year, and the certain ill effect that must bring, which is lamentable. Home to dinner, where the best powdered goose that ever I eat. Then to the office again, and to Sir W. Batten, to examine the commission going down to Portsmouth to examine witnesses about our prizes, of which God give a good issue. And then to the office again, where late and so home my eyes sore. To supper and to bed. Second, up I and walk to Whitehall to attend the Duke of York as usual. My wife up, and with Mrs. Penn to walk in the fields to frostbite themselves. I find the court full of great apprehensions of the French, who have certainly shipped landsmen, great numbers, at Brest, and most of our people here guess his design for Ireland. We have orders to send all the ships we can possible to the Downs. God have mercy on us. For we can send forth no ships without men, nor will men go without money, every day bringing us news of new mutinies among the seamen, so that our condition is like to be very miserable. Thence to Westminster Hall, and there met all the Howblons, who do laugh at this discourse of the French, and say they are verily of opinion it is nothing but to send to their plantation in the West Indies, and that we at court do blow up a design of invading us, only to make the Parliament make more haste in the money matters, and perhaps it may be so, but I do not believe we have any such plot in our heads. After them I with several people, among others Mr. George Montagu, whom I have not seen long, he mighty kind. He tells me all is like to go ill, the King displeasing the House of Commons by evading their bill for examining accounts, and putting it into a commission, though therein he hath left out Coventry and I, and named all the rest the Parliament named, and all country lords, not one courtier. This do not please them. He tells me he finds the enmity almost over for my Lord Sandwich, and that now all is upon the Vice-Chamberlain, who bears up well and stands upon his vindication, which he seems to like well, and the others do construe well also. Thence up to the Painted Chamber, and there heard a conference between the House of Lords and Commons about the wine patent, which I was exceeding glad to be at, because of my hearing exceeding good discourses, but especially from the Commons. Among others, Mr. Swinfen and a young man, one Sir Thomas Mears, and do outdo the lords infinitely. So down to the Hall and to the Rose Tavern, while Daw Lane come to me, and we did biber a good deal de vino, et G did give L12 soldes para comprar L some gans for a new anno's gift. Thence to the Hall again, and with Sir W. Penn by coach to the Temple, and there light and eat a bit at an ordinary buy, and then alone to the King's house, and there saw the custom of the country, the second time of its being acted, wherein Nip does the widow well. But of all the plays that ever I did see, the worst having neither plot, language, nor anything in the earth that is acceptable, only Nip sings a little song admirably. But fully the worst play that ever I saw or I believe shall see. So away home, much displeased for the loss of so much time, and disobliging my wife by being there without her. So by link walked home, it being mighty cold but dry, yet bad walking because very slippery with the frost and treading. Home and to my chamber to set down my journal, and then to thinking upon establishing my vows against the next year, and so to supper and to bed. Third, up and to the office, where we sat all the morning. At noon by invitation to dinner to Sir W. Penn's, where my Lord Brunker, Sir W. Batten and his lady, myself and wife, Sir J. Minns, and Mr. Turner and his wife. Indifferent merry, to which I contributed the most, but a mean dinner and in a mean manner. In the evening a little to the office, and then to them, where I found them at cards, myself very ill with a cold, the frost continuing hard. So eat but little at supper, but very merry, and late home to bed, not much pleased with the manner of our entertainment, though to myself more civil than to any. This day, I hear, hath been a conference between the two houses about the bill for examining accounts, where in the House of Lords their proceedings in petitioning the King for doing it by commission is, in great heat, voted by the Commons, after the conference, unparliamentary. The issue whereof, God knows. Fourth, up and seeing things put in order for a dinner at my house today, I to the office a while, and about noon home, and there saw all things in good order. Anon comes our company, my Lord Brunker, Sir W. Penn, his lady and Peg, and her servant, Mr. Lowther, my Lady Batten, Sir W. Batten being forced to dine at Sir K. Ford's, being invited, Mr. Turner and his wife. Here I had good room for 10, and no more would my table have held well, had Sir J. Minns, who was fallen lame, and his sister, and niece, and Sir W. Batten come, which was a great content to me to be without them. I did make them all gaze to see themselves served so nobly in plate, and a neat dinner indeed, though but of 7 dishes. Mighty merry I was, and made them all, and they mightily pleased. My Lord Brunker went away after dinner to the ticket office. The rest stayed, only my Lady Batten home, her ague fit coming on her at table. The rest merry, and to cards, and then to sing and talk, and at night to sup, and then to cards, and, last of all, to have a flagon of ale and apples, drunk out of a wood cup. A mazer or drinking bowl turned out of some kind of wood, by preference of maple, and especially the spotted or speckled variety called bird's eye maple. C.W.H. St. John Hope's paper, on the English medieval drinking bowls called mazers. Archaeologia, Volume 50, pp. 12,993. As a Christmas draught made all merry, and they full of admiration at my plate, particularly my flagons, which indeed are noble, and so late home, all with great mirth and satisfaction to them, as I thought, and to myself to see all I have and do so much outdo for neatness and plenty anything done by any of them. They gone, I to bed, much pleased, and do observe Mr. Lowther to be a pretty gentleman, and I think too good for Peg. And, by the way, Peg Penn seems mightily to be kind to me, and I believe by her father's advice, who is also himself so, but I believe not a little troubled to see my plenty, and was much troubled to hear the song I sung. The new droll, it touching him home. So to bed. 5th. At the office all the morning, thinking at noon to have been taken home, and my wife, according to appointment yesterday, by my Lord Brunker, to dinner and then to a play, but he had forgot it, at which I was glad, being glad of avoiding the occasion of inviting him again, and being forced to invite his doxy, Mrs. Williams. So home and took a small snap of victuals, and away, with my wife, to the Duke's house, and there saw Mustapha, a most excellent play for words and design as ever I did see. I had seen it before but forgot it, so it was wholly new to me, which is the pleasure of my not committing these things to my memory. Home and a little to the office, and then to bed, where I lay with much pain in my head most of the night, and very unquiet, partly by my drinking before I went out too great a draught of sack, and partly my eyes being still very sore. 6th, Lord's Day. Up pretty well in the morning, and then to church, where a dull doctor, a stranger, made a dull sermon. Then home, and Betty Mitchell and her husband come by invitation to dine with us, and she I find the same as ever, which I was afraid of the contrary. Here come also Mr. Howe to dine with me, and we had a good dinner and good merry discourse with much pleasure, I enjoying myself mightily to have friends at my table. After dinner young Mitchell and I, it being an excellent frosty day to walk, did walk out, he showing me the baker's house in Pudding Lane, where the late great fire begun, and thence all along Thames Street, where I did view several places, and so up by London Wall by Blackfriars to Ludgate, and thence to Bridewell, which I find to have been heretofore an extraordinary good house, and a fine coming to it before the house by the bridge was built. And so to look about St. Bride's Church and my father's house, and so walked home, and there supped together, and then Mitchell and Betty home, and I to my closet, there to read and agree upon my vows for next year, and so to bed and slept mighty well. 7th, lay long in bed, then up and to the office, where busy all the morning. At noon, my wife being gone to Westminster, I with my Lord Brunker by coach as far as the Temple, in the way he telling me that my Lady Denham is at last dead. Some suspect her poisoned, but it will be best known when her body is opened, which will be today, she dying yesterday morning. The Duke of York is troubled for her, but hath declared he will never have another public mistress again, which I shall be glad of, and would the king would do the like. He tells me how the Parliament is grown so jealous of the king's being unfair to them in the business of the bill for examining accounts, Irish bill, and the business of the papists, that they will not pass the business for money till they see themselves secure that those bills will pass, which they do observe the court to keep off till all the bills come together, that the king may accept what he pleases, and what he pleases to reject, which will undo all our business and the kingdom too. he tells me how Mr. Henry Howard of Norfolk hath given our Royal Society all his grandfather's library, which noble gift they value at L1000, and gives them accommodation to meet in at his house, Arundel House, they being now disturbed at Gresham College. Thence, lighting at the temple to the ordinary hard by and eat a bit of meat, and then by coach to fetch my wife from her brother S., and thence to the Duke's house and saw Macbeth, which, though I saw it lately, yet appears a most excellent play in all respects, but especially in divertisement, though it be a deep tragedy, which is a strange perfection in a tragedy, it being most proper here and suitable. So home, it being the last play now I am to see till a fortnight hence, I being from the last night entered into my vows for the year coming on. Here I met with the good news of Hoggs bringing in 2 prizes more to Plymouth, which if they prove but any part of them, I hope, at least, we shall be no losers by them. So home from the office, to write over fair my vows for this year, and then to supper and to bed. In great peace of mind having now done it, and brought myself into order again and a resolution of keeping it, and having entered my journal to this night, so to bed, my eyes failing me with writing. 8th, up and to the office where we sat all the morning. At noon home to dinner, where my uncle Thomas with me to receive his quarterage. He tells me his son Thomas is set up in Smithfield, where he hath a shop I suppose, a booth. Presently after dinner to the office, and there set close to my business and did a great deal before night, and am resolved to stand to it, having been a truant too long. At night to Sir W. Batten, S. to consider some things about our prizes, and then to other talk, and among other things he tells me that he hears for certain that Sir W. Coventry hath resigned to the King his place of Commissioner of the Navy, the thing he bath often told me that he had a mind to do. But I am surprised to think that he hath done it, and am full of thoughts all this evening after I heard it what may be the consequences of it to me. So home and to supper, and then saw the catalogue of my books, which my brother had wrote out, now perfectly alphabetical, and so to bed. Sir Richard Ford did this evening at Sir W. Batten's tell us that upon opening the body of my Lady Denham, it is said that they found a vessel about her matrix which had never been broke by her husband, that caused all pains in her body, which if true is excellent invention to clear both the Duchess from poison or the Duke from lying with her. 9th, up, and with Sir W. Batten and Sir W. Penn in a hackney coach to Whitehall, the way being most horribly bad upon the breaking up of the frost, so as not to be passed almost. There did our usual with the Duke of York, and here I do hear, by my Lord Brunker, that for certain Sir W. Coventry hath resigned his place of Commissioner, which I believe he hath done upon good grounds of security to himself, from all the blame which must attend our office this next year. But I fear the King will suffer by it. Thence to Westminster Hall, and there to the conference of the Houses about the word nuisance. In the bill against importing cattle from Ireland and other parts beyond the seas, the Lords proposed to insert detriment and mischief in place of nuisance, but the Commons stood to their word and gained their way. The Lords finally consented that nuisance should stand in the bill, which the Commons would have, and the Lords will not in the Irish bill. The Commons do it professedly to prevent the King's dispensing with it, which Sir Robert Howard and others did expressly repeat often, viz., the King nor any king ever could do anything which was hurtful to their people. Now the Lords did argue that it was an ill precedent, and that which will ever hereafter be used as a way of preventing the King's dispensation with acts, and therefore rather advised to pass the bill without that word, and let it go, accompanied with a petition to the King that he will not dispense with it, this being a more civil way to the King. They answered well, that this do imply that the King should pass their bill, and yet with design to dispense with it, which is to suppose the King guilty of abusing them. And more, they produce precedents for it, namely, that against new buildings and about leather, wherein the word nuisance is used to the purpose. And further, that they do not rob the King of any right he ever had, for he never had a power to do hurt to his people, nor would exercise it. And therefore there is no danger in the passing this bill of imposing on his prerogative. And concluded that they think they ought to do this, so as the people may really have the benefit of it when it is passed, for never any people could expect so reasonably to be indulged something from a king, they having already given him so much money, and are likely to give more. Thus they broke up, both adhering to their opinions, but the Commons seemed much more full of judgment and reason than the Lords. Then the Commons made their report to the Lords of their vote that their lordships' proceedings in the bill for examining accounts were unparliamentary. They having, while a bill was sent up to them from the Commons about the business, petitioned His Majesty that he would do the same thing by his commission. They did give their reasons, viz., that it had no precedent, that the king ought not to be informed of anything passing in the houses till it comes to a bill, that it will wholly break off all correspondence between the two houses, and in the issue wholly infringe the very use and being of parliaments. Having left their arguments with the Lords, they all broke up, and I by coach to the ordinary by the Temple, and there dined alone on a rabbit, and read a book one brought home from Mrs. Mitchell's, of the proceedings of the Parliament in the 3rd and 4th year of the late king, a very good book for speeches and for arguments of law. Thence to Faithorn, and bought a head or two. One of them my Lord of Ormond's, the best I ever saw, and then to Arundel House, where first the Royal Society meet, by the favour of Mr. Harry Howard, who is there, and has given us his grandfather's library, a noble gift and a noble favour, and undertaking it is for him to make his house the seat for this college. Here was an experiment shown about improving the use of powder for creating a force in winding up of springs and other uses of great worth. And here was a great meeting of worthy noble persons. But my Lord Brunker, who pretended to make a congratulatory speech upon their coming hither, and in thanks to Mr. Howard, do it in the worst manner in the world, being the worst speaker. So as I do wonder at his parts and the unhappiness of his speaking. Thence home by coach and to the office, and then home to supper, Mercer and her sister there, and to cards, and then to bed. Mr. Cowling did this day in the house lobby tell me of the many complaints among people against Mr. Townsend and the wardrobe, and advises me to think of my Lord Sandwich's concernment there under his care. He did also tell me upon my demanding it, that he do believe there are some things on foot for a peace between France and us, but that we shall be foiled in it. 10th, up, and at the office all the morning. At noon home, and there being business to do in the afternoon, took my Lord Brunker home with me, who dined with me. His discourse and mine about the bad performances of the controllers' and surveyors' places by the hands they are now in, and the shame to the service and loss the king suffers by it. Then after dinner to the office, where we and some of the chief of the Trinity House met to examine the occasion of the loss of the Prince Royal, the master and mates being examined, which I took and keep, and so broke up, and I to my letters by the post, and so home and to supper with my mind at pretty good ease, being entered upon minding my business, and so to bed. This noon Mrs. Burrows come to me about business, whom I did baser. 11th, up being troubled at my being found abed a days by all sorts of people, I having got a trick of sitting up later than I need, never supping, or very seldom, before 12 at night. Then to the office, they're busy all the morning, and among other things comes Sir W. Warren and walked with me a while, whose discourse I love, he being a very wise man and full of good counsel, and his own practices for wisdom much to be observed. And among other things he tells me how he is fallen in with my Lord Brunker, who has promised him most particular inward friendship, and yet not to appear at the board to do so. And he tells me how my Lord Brunker should take notice of the 2 flagons he saw at my house at dinner, at my late feast, and merrily, yet I know enviously, said, I could not come honestly by them. This I am glad to hear, though vexed to see his ignoble soul, but I shall beware of him, and yet it is fit he should see I am no mean fellow, but can live in the world and have something. At noon home to dinner, and then to the office with my people and very busy, and did dispatch to my great satisfaction abundance of business, and do resolve, by the grace of God, to stick to it till I have cleared my heart of most things wherein I am in arrear in public and private matters. At night, home to supper and to bed. This day ill news of my father's being very ill of his old grief the rupture, which troubles me. 12th, up still lying long in bed, then to the office where sat very long. Then home to dinner, and so to the office again, mighty busy, and did to the joy of my soul dispatch much business, which do make my heart light, and will enable me to recover all the ground I have lost, if I have by my late minding my pleasures lost any, and assert myself. So home to supper, and then to read a little in Moore's Antidote against Atheismy, a pretty book, and so to bed. 13th, Lord's Day. Up, and to church, where young Lothair come to church with Sir W. Penn and his lady and daughter, and my wife tells me that either they are married or the match is quite perfected, which I am apt to believe, because all the people's eyes in the church were much fixed upon them. At noon sent for Mercer, who dined with us and very merry, and so I, after dinner, walked to the Old Swan, thinking to have got a boat to Whitehall, but could not, nor was there anybody at home at Mitchell's, where I thought to have sat with her. So home, to church, a dull sermon, and then home at my chamber all the evening. So to supper and to bed. 14th. Up and to the office, where busy getting beforehand with my business as fast as I can. At noon home to dinner, and presently afterward at my office again. I understand my father is pretty well again, blessed be God, and would have my Br. John come down to him for a little while. Busy till night, pleasing myself mightily to see what a deal of business goes off of a man's hands when he stays by it. And then, at night, before it was late, yet much business done, home to supper, discourse with my wife, and to bed. Sir W. Batten tells me the Lords do agree at last with the Commons about the word nuisance in the Irish Bill, and do desire a good correspondence between the two houses, and that the King do intend to prorogue them the last of this month. 15th. Up and to the office, where busy all the morning. Here my Lord Brunker would have made me promise to go with him to a play this afternoon, where Nip acts Mrs. Weaver's great part in The Indian Emperor, and he says is coming on to be a great actor. But I am so fell to my business, that I, though against my inclination, will not go. At noon, dined with my wife and were pleasant, and then to the office, where I got Mrs. Burrows, sola cum ego, and did touch her says mammals. She gone, I to my business and did much. And among other things tonight we were all mightily troubled how to prevent the sale of a great deal of hemp, and timber deals, and other good goods tomorrow at the Candle by the prize office, where it will be sold for little. And we shall be found to want the same goods and buy at extraordinary prices, and perhaps the very same goods now sold, which is a most horrid evil and a shame. At night home to supper, and to bed with my mind, mighty light to see the fruits of my diligence, in having my business go off my hand so merrily. 16th. Up, and by coach to Whitehall, and there to the Duke of York as usual. Here Sir W. Coventry come to me aside in the Duke's chamber, to tell that he had not answered part of a late letter of mine, because litera scripta manet. About his leaving the office, he tells me, it is because he finds that his business at court will not permit him to attend it, and then he confesses that he seldom of late could come from it with satisfaction, and therefore would not take the king's money for nothing. I professed my sorrow for it, and prayed the continuance of his favor, which he promised. I do believe he hath like a very wise man in reference to himself, but I doubt it will prove ill for the king, and for the office. Prince Rupert, I hear today, is very ill, yesterday given over, but better today. This day, before the Duke of York, the business of the muster-masters was reported, and Balti found the best of the whole number. So as the Duke inquired who he was, and whether he was a stranger by his two names, both strange, and offered that he and one more who hath done next best should have not only their own, but part of the other's salary, but that I having said he was my brother-in-law, he did stop. But they too are ordered their pay, which I am glad of, and some of the rest will lose their pay. And others be laid by the heels. I was very glad of this being ended so well. I did also, this morning, move in a business wherein Mr. Hayter hath concerned me, about getting a ship, laden with salt from France, permitted to unload, coming in after the king's declaration was out, which I have hopes by some dexterity to get done. Then with the Duke of York to the king, to receive his commands for stopping the sale this day of some prize goods at the prize office, goods fit for the navy, and received the king's commands and carried them to the Lord's house, to my Lord Ashley, who was angry much thereat, and I am sorry it fell to me to carry the order, but I cannot help it. So, against his will, he signed a note I writ to the commissioners of prizes, which I carried and delivered to Kingdon at their new office in Aldersgate Street. Thence a little to the Exchange, where it was hot that the prince was dead, but I did rectify it. So home to dinner and found Balti, told him the good news, and then after dinner away, I presently to Whitehall, and did give the Duke of York a memorial of the salt business against the council, and did wait all the council for answer, walking a good while with Sir Stephen Fox, who, among other things, told me his whole mystery in the business of the interest he pays as treasurer for the army. They give him 12d per pound quite through the army, with condition to be paid weekly. This he undertakes upon his own private credit, and to be paid by the king at the end of every 4 months. If the king pay him not at the end of the 4 months, then, for all the time he stays longer, my lord treasurer, by agreement, allows him 8% per annum for the forbearance, so that, in fine, he hath about 12% from the king and the army for 15 or 16 months' interest, out of which he gains soundly, his expense being about L130000 per annum, and hath no trouble in it, compared, as I told him, to the trouble I must have to bring in an account of interest. I was, however, glad of being thus enlightened, and so away to the other council door, and there got in and hear a piece of a cause, heard before the king, about a ship deserted by her fellows, who were bound mutually to defend each other, in their way to Virginie and taken by the enemy, but it was but meanly pleaded. Then all withdrew, and by the council rose, and I spoke with the Duke of York, and he told me my business was done, which I found accordingly in Sir Edward Walker's books. And so away, mightily satisfied, to Arundel House, and there heard a little good discourse, and so home, and there to Sir W. Batten, where I heard the examinations in 2 of our prizes, which do make but little for us, so that I do begin to doubt their proving prize, which troubled me. So home to supper with my wife, and after supper my wife told me how she had moved to W. Hewer the business of my sister for a wife to him, which he received with mighty acknowledgments, as she says, above anything, but says he hath no intention to alter his condition, so that I am in some measure sorry she ever moved it, but I hope he will think it only come from her. So after supper a little to the office, to enter my journal, and then home to bed. Talk there is of a letter to come from Holland, desiring a place of treaty, but I do doubt it. This day I observe still in many places the smoking remains of the late fire, the ways mighty bad and dirty. This night Sir R. Ford told me how this day, at Christ Church Hospital, they have given a living over L200 per annum to Mr. Sanchy, my old acquaintance, which I wonder at, he commending him mightily, but am glad of it. He tells me, too, how the famous Stillingfleet was a bluecoat boy. The children at this day are provided for in the country by the house, which I am glad also to hear. 17th. Up and to the office, where all the morning sitting. At noon home to dinner, and then to the office busy also till very late, my heart joyed with the effects of my following my business, by easing my head of cares, and so home to supper and to bed. 18th. Up, and most of the morning finishing my entry of my journal during the late fire out of loose papers into this book, which did please me mightily when done, I, writing till my eyes were almost blind therewith to make an end of it. Then all the rest of the morning, and, after a mouthful of dinner, all the afternoon in my closet till night, sorting all my papers, which have lain unsorted for all the time we were at Greenwich during the plague, which did please me also, I drawing on to put my office into a good posture, though much is behind. This morning come Captain Cock to me, and tells me that the king comes to the house this day to pass the Pole Bill and the Irish Bill. He tells me too that, though the faction is very froward in the house, yet all will end well there. But he says that one had got a bill ready to present in the house against Sir W. Coventry, for selling of places, and says he is certain of it, and how he was withheld from doing it. He says that the Vice-Chamberlain is now one of the greatest men in England again, and was he that did prevail with the king to let the Irish Bill go with the word nuisance. He told me that Sir G. Carteret's declaration of giving double to any man that will prove that any of his people have demanded or taken anything for forwarding the payment of the wages of any man, of which he sent us a copy yesterday, which we approved of, is set up, among other places, upon the House of Lords' door. I do not know how wisely this is done. This morning, also, there come to the office a letter from the Duke of York, commanding our payment of no wages to any of the muster-masters of the fleet the last year, but only 2, my brother Balty, taking notice that he had taken pains therein, and one ward who, though he had not taken so much as the other, yet had done more than the rest. This I was exceeding glad of for my own sake and his. At night I, by appointment home, where W. Batelier and his sister Mary, and the 2 mercers, to play at cards and sup, and did cut our great cake lately given us by Russell, a very good one. Here very merry late. Sir W. Penn told me this night how the king did make them a very sharp speech in the House of Lords today, saying that he did expect to have had more bills. On this day, an act for raising money by a poll and otherwise towards the maintenance of the present war. and an act prohibiting the importation of cattle from Ireland and other parts beyond the sea, and fish taken by foreigners, were passed. The king complained of the insufficient supply and said, "'Tis high time for you to make good your promises, and 'tis high time for you to be in the country." Journals of the House of Lords, Vol. Roman 12, p. 81. That he purposes to prorogue them on Monday come sennight. That whereas they have unjustly conceived some jealousies of his making a peace, he declares he knows of no such thing or treaty, and so left them. But with so little effect, that as soon as he come into the house, Sir W. Coventry moved, that now the king hath declared his intention of proroguing them, it would be loss of time to go on with the thing they were upon, when they were called to the king, which was the calling over the defaults of members appearing in the house. For that, before any person could now come or be brought to town, the house would be up. Yet the faction did desire to delay time and contend so as to come to a division of the house, where, however, it was carried, by a few voices, that the debate should be laid by. But this shows that they are not pleased, or that they have not any awe over them from the king's displeasure. The company being gone to bed. 19th, up and at the office all the morning. Sir W. Batten tells me to my wonder that at his coming to my Lord Ashley, yesterday morning, to tell him what prize goods he would have saved for the navy, and not sold, according to the king's order on the 17th, he fell quite out with him in high terms. And he says, too, that they did go on to the sale yesterday, even of the very hemp, and other things, at which I am astonished, and will never wonder at the ruin of the king's affairs, if this be suffered. At noon dined, and Mr. Pierce come to see me, he newly come from keeping his Christmas in the country. So to the office, where very busy, but with great pleasure till late at night, and then home to supper and to bed. 20th, Lord's Day. Up betimes and down to the Old Swan, there called on Mitchell and his wife, which in her night linen appeared as pretty almost as ever to my thinking I saw woman. Here I drank some burnt brandy. They showed me their house, which, poor people, they have built, and is very pretty. I invited them to dine with me, and so away to Whitehall to Sir W. Coventry, with whom I have not been alone a good while, and very kind he is, and tells me how the business is now ordered by order of council for my Lord Brunker to assist Sir J. Minns in all matters of accounts relating to the treasurer, and Sir W. Penn in all matters relating to the victuallers' and pursers' accounts, which I am very glad of, and the more for that I think it will not do me any hurt at all. Other discourse, much especially about the heat the House was in yesterday about the ill management of the Navy, which I was sorry to hear, though I think they were well answered, both by Sir G. Carteret and W. Coventry, as he informs me the substance of their speeches. Having done with him, home mightily satisfied with my being with him, and coming home I to church, and there, beyond expectation, find our seat and all the church crammed by twice as many people as used to be. And to my great joy find Mr. Frampton in the pulpit. So to my great joy I hear him preach, and I think the best sermon, for goodness and oratory, without affectation or study, that ever I heard in my life. The truth is, he preaches the most like an apostle that ever I heard man, and it was much the best time that ever I spent in my life at church. His text, Ecclesiastes, verse 8, the words, "But if a man live many years and rejoice in them all, yet let him remember the days of darkness, for they shall be many. All that cometh is vanity." He done, I home, and there Mitchell and his wife, and we dined and mighty merry, I mightily taken more and more with her. After dinner I with my brother away by water to Whitehall, and there walked in the park, and a little to my Lord Chancellor's, where the King and Cabinet met, and there met Mr. Brisband, with whom good discourse to Whitehall towards night, and there he did lend me the third advice to a painter, a bitter satire upon the service of the Duke of Albemarle the last year. I took it home with me, and will copy it, having the former being also mightily pleased with it. So after reading it, I to Sir W. Penn to discourse a little with him about the business of our prizes, and so home to supper and to bed. 21st, up betimes and with Sir W. Batten, W. Penn, R. Ford by coach to the Swede's residence in the Piazza to discourse with him about two of our prizes, wherein he puts in his concernment as for his countrymen. We had no satisfaction, nor did give him any, but I find him a cunning fellow. He lives in one of the great houses there, but ill-furnished, and come to us out of bed in his furred mittens and furred cap. Thence to Exeter House to the Doctor's Commons, and there with our proctors to Dr. Walker, who was not very well but, however, did hear our matters, and after a dull-seeming hearing of them read, did discourse most understandingly of them, as well as ever I heard man, telling us all our grounds of pretence to the prize would do no good, and made it appear but thus, and thus it may be, but yet did give us but little reason to expect it would prove, which troubled us. But I was mightily taken to hear his manner of discourse. Thence with them to Westminster Hall, they setting me down at Whitehall, where I missed of finding Sir G. Carteret, up to the Lord's house, and there come mighty seasonably to hear the solicitor about my Lord Buckingham's pretence to the title of Lord Ross. Mr. Attorney Montagu is also a good man, and so is old Sir P. Ball, but the solicitor and Scroggs after him are excellent men. Here spoke with my Lord Bellasses about getting some money for Tangier, which he doubts we shall not be able to do out of the poll bill, it being so strictly tied for the Navy. He tells me the Lords have passed the bill for the accounts with some little amendments. So down to the Hall, and thence with our company to Exeter House, and then did the business I have said before, we doing nothing the first time of going, it being too early. At home find Lovett, to whom I did give my Lady Castlemaine's head to do. He is talking of going into Spain to get money by his art, but I doubt he will do no good, he being a man of an unsettled head. Thence by water down to Diptford, the first time I have been by water a great while, and there did some little business and walked home, and there come into my company 3 drunken seamen, but one especially, who told me such stories, calling me captain, as made me mighty merry, and they would leap and skip, and kiss what maids they met all the way. I did at first give them money to drink, lest they should know who I was and so become troublesome to me. Parted at Redriff, and there home and to the office, where did much business, and then to Sir W. Batten S., where W. Penn R. Ford, and I to hear a proposition R. Ford was to acquaint us with from the Swedes' ambassador in manner of saying, that for money he might be got to our side, and relinquish the trouble he may give us. Sir W. Penn did make a long simple declaration of his resolution, to give nothing to deceive any poor man of what was his right by law, but ended in doing whatever any body else would, and we did commission Sir R. Ford to give promise of not beyond L. 350 to him and his secretary, in case they did not oppose us in the Phoenix, the net profits of which, as R. Ford cast up before us, the admiral's tenths and ship's thirds, and other charges all cleared, will amount to L. 3000, and that we did gain her. R. Ford did pray for a curse upon his family, if he was privy to anything more than he told us, which I believe he is a knave in, yet we all concluded him the most fit man for it and very honest, and so left it wholly to him to manage as he pleased. Thence to the office a little while longer, and so home, where W. Hewer's mother was, and Mrs. Turner our neighbor, and supped with us. His mother a well-favored old little woman, and a good woman, I believe. After we had supped and merry, we parted late, Mrs. Turner having stayed behind to talk a little about her lodgings, which now my Lord brunker upon Sir W. Coventry's surrendering due claim, but I cannot think he will come to live in them so as to need to put them out. She gone, we to bed all. This night at supper comes from Sir W. Coventry the order of council for my Lord brunker to do all the controller's part relating to the treasurer's accounts, and Sir W. Penn all relating to the victuallers, and Sir J. Minns to do the rest. This, I hope, will do much better for the king than now, and I think will give neither of them ground to overtop me, as I feared they would, which pleases me mightily. This evening, Mr. Wren and Captain Cock called upon me at the office, and there told me how the house was in better temper today, and hath passed the bill for the remainder of the money, but not to be passed finally till they have done some other things which they will have passed with it. Wherein they are very open, what their meaning is, which was but doubted before, for they do in all respects doubt the king's pleasing them. 22nd. Up and there come to me Darnell the fiddler, one of the Duke's house, and brought me a set of lessons, all 3 parts. I heard them play to the Duke of York after Christmas at his lodgings, and bid him get me them. I did give him a crown for them, and did inquire after the musique of the Siege of Rhodes, which, he tells me, he can get me, which I am mighty glad of. So to the office, where among other things I read the council's order about my Lord brunker and Sir W. Penn to be assistants to the controller, which quietly went down with Sir J. Minns, poor man, seeming a little as if he would be thought to have desired it, but yet apparently to his discontent. And, I fear, as the order runs, it will hardly do much good. At noon to dinner, and there comes a letter from Mrs. Pierce, telling me she will come and dine with us on Thursday next, with some of the players, Nip and C, which I was glad of, but my wife vexed, which vexed me. But I seemed merry, but know not how to order the matter, whether they shall come or no. After dinner to the office, and their late doing much business, and so home to supper and to bed. 23rd. Up, and with Sir W. Batten and Sir W. Penn to Whitehall, and there to the Duke of York, and did our usual business. Having done there, I to St. James's, to see the organ Mrs. Turner told me of the other night, of my late Lord Albany S., and I took my Lord Brunker with me, he being acquainted with my present Lord Almoner, Mr. Howard, brother to the Duke of Norfolk. So he and I thither and did see the organ, but I do not like it, it being but a bauble with a virginal joining to it, so I shall not meddle with it. Here we sat and talked with him a good while, and he seems a good-natured gentleman. Here I observed the desk which he hath to remove, and is fastened to one of the arms of his chair. I do also observe the counterfeit windows there was, in the form of doors with looking-glasses instead of windows, which makes the room seem both bigger and lighter, I think, and I have some thoughts to have the like in one of my rooms. He discoursed much of the goodness of the musique in Rome, but could not tell me how long musique had been in any perfection in that church, which I would be glad to know. He speaks much of the great buildings that this Pope, Fabio Chigi of Siena, succeeded Innocent X in 1655 as Alexander Roman VII. He died May 1667 and was succeeded by Clement Roman IX, whom in mirth to us he calls Antichrist, hath done in his time. Having done with the discourse, we away, and my lord and I walking into the park back again, I did observe the new buildings. And my lord, seeing I had a desire to see them, they being the place for the priests and friars, he took me back to my Lord Almoner. And he took us quite through the whole house and chapel, and the new monastery, showing me most excellent pieces in waxwork. A crucifix given by a pope to Mary Queen of Scots, where a piece of the cross is. Pieces of the cross were formerly held in such veneration, and were so common that it has been often said enough existed to build a ship. Most readers will remember the distinction which Sir W. Scott represents Louisi, with great appreciation of that monarch's character, as drawing between an oath taken on a false piece and one taken on a piece of the true cross. Sir Thomas More, a very devout believer in relics, says, Works, p. 119, that Luther wished in a sermon of his that he had in his hand all the pieces of the Holy Cross, and said that if he so had, he would throw them there as never sun should shine on them. And for what worshipful reason would the wretch do such villainy to the cross of Christ? Because, as he saith, that there is so much gold now bestowed about the garnishing of the pieces of the cross, that there is none left for poor folk. Is not this a high reason? As though all the gold that is now bestowed about the pieces of the Holy Cross would not have failed to have been given to poor men, if they had not been bestowed about the garnishing of the cross. And as though there were nothing lost, but what is bestowed about Christ's cross. Walsey, says Cavendish on his fall, gave to Norris, who brought him a ring of gold as a token of goodwill from Henry, a little chain of gold, made like a bottle chain with a cross of gold, wherein was a piece of the Holy Cross, which he continually wore about his neck next his body, and said, furthermore, Master Norris, I assure you, when I was in prosperity, although it seemed but small in value, yet I would not gladly have departed with the same for £1,000. Life, ed. 1852, p. 167. Evelyn mentions, Diary, November 17, 1664, that he saw in one of the chapels in St. Peter's a crucifix with a piece of the true cross in it. Amongst the jewels of Mary Queen of Scots was a cross of gold, which had been pledged to Hume of Blackadder for L. 1000 Chalmers's Life, Volume I, p. 31b. 2 bits set in the manner of a cross in the foot of the crucifix, several fine pictures, but especially very good prints of holy pictures. I saw the dortoir and the cells of the priests, and we went into one, a very pretty little room, very clean, hung with pictures, set with books. The priest was in his cell, with his hair clothes to his skin, bare-legged, with a sandal only on, and his little bed without sheets and no feather bed, but yet, I thought, soft enough. His cord about his middle, but in so good company, living with ease, I thought it a very good life. A pretty library they have, and I was in the refectoire, where every man his napkin, knife, cup of earth, and basin of the same, and a place for one to sit and read while the rest are at meals. And into the kitchen I went, where a good neck of mutton at the fire, and other victuals boiling. I do not think they fared very hard. Their windows all looking into a fine garden and the park, and mighty pretty rooms all. I wished myself one of the Capuchins. Having seen what we could hear, and all with mighty pleasure, so away with the almoner in his coach, talking merrily about the difference in our religions, to Whitehall, and there we left him. I in my Lord Brunker's coach, he carried me to the Savoy, and there we parted. I to the Castle Tavern, where was and did come all our company, Sir W. Batten, W. Penn, R. Ford, and our counsel Sir Ellis Layton, Walt Walker, Dr. Budd, Mr. Holder, and several others, and here we had a bad dinner of our preparing, and did discourse something of our business of our prizes, which was the work of the day. I stayed till dinner was over, and there being no use of me I away after dinner without taking leave, and to the New Exchange, there to take up my wife and Mercer, and to Temple Bar to the ordinary, and had a dish of meat for them, they having not dined, and thence to the King's house, and there saw the numerous lieutenant. A silly play, I think. Only the spirit in it that grows very tall, and then sinks again to nothing, having two heads breeding upon one, and the nips singing, did please us. Here, in a box above, we spied Mrs. Pierce, and going out they called us, and so we stayed for them. And Nip took us all in and brought to us Nellie, a most pretty woman who acted the great part of Celia today very fine, and did it pretty well. I kissed her, and so did my wife, and a mighty pretty soul she is. We also saw Mrs. Halls, which is my little Roman nose black girl, that is mighty pretty. She is usually called Betty. Nip made us stay in a box and see the dancing preparatory to tomorrow for the goblins, a play of Suckling, not acted these 25 years, which was pretty, and so away thence, pleased with this sight also, and specially kissing of Nell. We away, Mr. Pierce and I, on foot to his house, the women by coach. In our way we find the guards of horse in the street, and hear the occasion to be news that the seamen are in a mutiny, which put me into a great fright. So away with my wife and Mercer home preparing against tomorrow night to have Mrs. Pierce and Nip and a great deal more company to dance. And when I come home, hear of no disturbance there of the seamen, but that one of them being arrested today, others do go and rescue him. So to the office a little, and then home to supper, and to my chamber a while, and then to bed. 24th, up and to the office, full of thoughts how to order the business of our merry meeting tonight. So to the office, where busy all the morning. While we were sitting in the morning at the office, we were frighted with news of fire at Sir W. Batten, by a chimney taking fire, and it put me into much fear and trouble, but with a great many hands and pains it was soon stopped. At noon home to dinner, and presently to the office to dispatch my business. And also we sat all the afternoon to examine the loss of the Bredog, which was done by as plain negligence as ever ship was. We being rose, I entering my letters and getting the office swept, and a good fire made and abundance of candles lighted, I home, where most of my company come of this end of the town Mercer and her sister, Mr. Baitlier and Pembleton, my Lady Penn and Peg and Mr. Lowther, but did not stay long, and I believe it was by Sir W. Penn's order, for they had a great mind to have stayed, and also Captain Rolt. And anon, at about 7 or 8 o'clock, comes Mr. Harris of the Duke's Playhouse and brings Mrs. Pierce with him, and also one dressed like a country maid with a straw hat on, which, at first, I could not tell who it was, though I expected Nip. But it was she coming off the stage just as she acted this day in The Goblins, a merry jade. Now my house is full, and 4 fiddlers that play well. Harris I first took to my closet, and I find him a very curious and understanding person in all pictures and other things, and a man of fine conversation, and so is Rolt. So away with all my company down to the office, and there fell to dancing, and continued at it an hour or two, there coming Mrs. Ann Jones, a merchant's daughter hard by, who dances well and all in mighty good humor, and danced with great pleasure. And then sung and then danced, and then sung many things of 3 voices, both Harris and Rolt singing their parts excellently. Among other things, Harris sung his Irish song the strangest in itself, and the prettiest sung by him that ever I heard. Then to supper in the office, a cold, good supper and wondrous merry. Here was Mrs. Turner also, but the poor woman sad about her lodgings, and Mrs. Markham. After supper to dancing again and singing, and so continued till almost 3 in the morning, and then, with extraordinary pleasure, broke up only towards morning. Nip fell a little ill, and so my wife home with her to put her to bed, and we continued dancing and singing. And among other things, our Mercer unexpectedly did happen to sing an Italian song I know not, of which they 2 sung the other 2 parts to, that did almost ravish me, and made me in love with her more than ever with her singing. As late as it was, yet Rolton Harris would go home tonight, and walked it, though I had a bed for them, and it proved dark and a misly night and very windy. The company being all gone to their homes, I up with Mrs. Pierce to nip, who was in bed. And we waked her, and there I handled her breasts and did baser law and sing a song, lying by her on the bed, and then left my wife to see Mrs. Pierce in bed to her, in our best chamber, and so to bed myself, my mind mightily satisfied with all this evening's work, and thinking it to be one of the merriest enjoyment I must look for in the world, and did content myself therefore with the thoughts of it, and so to bed. Only the musique did not please me, they not being contented with less than 30s. 25th. Lay pretty long, then to the office, where Lord Brunker and Sir J. Minns and I did meet, and sat private all the morning about dividing the controller's work according to the late order of council, between them two and Sir W. Penn, and it troubled me to see the poor honest man, Sir J. Minns, troubled at it, and yet the king's work cannot be done without it. It was at last friendlily ended, and so up and home to dinner with my wife. This afternoon I saw the poll bill, now printed, wherein I do fear I shall be very deeply concerned, being to be taxed for all my offices, and then for my money that I have, and my title as well as my head. It is a very great tax, but yet I do think it is so perplexed, it will hardly ever be collected duly. The late invention of Sir G. Downing, S. is continued of bringing all the money into the exchequer, and Sir G. Carteret's 3d is turned for all the money of this act into but a penny per pound, which I am sorry for. After dinner to the office again, where Lord Brunker, W., Batten, and W. Penn and I met to talk again about the controller's office, and there W. Penn would have a piece of the great office cut out to make an office for him, which I opposed to the making him very angry, but I think I shall carry it against him, and then I care not. So a little troubled at this fray, I away by coach with my wife, and left her at the New Exchange, and I to my Lord Chancellor, S., and then back, taking up my wife to my Lord Bellas's, and there spoke with Mr. Moon, who tells me that the peace between us and Spain is, as he hears, concluded on, which I should be glad of, and so home, and after a little at my office, home to finish my journal for yesterday and today, and then a little supper and to bed. This day the House hath passed the bill for the assessment, which I am glad of, and also our little bill, for giving any one of us in the office the power of justice of peace, is done as I would have it. 26th. Up and at the office. Sat all the morning, where among other things I did the first unkind that ever I did design to Sir W. Warren, but I did it now to some purpose, to make him sensible how little any man's friendship shall avail him if he wants money. I perceive he do nowadays court much my Lord Brunker's favour, who never did any man much courtesy at the board, nor ever will be able, at least so much as myself. Besides, my lord would do him a kindness in concurrence with me, but he would have the danger of the thing to be done lie upon me, if there be any danger in it, in drawing up a letter to Sir W. Warren's advantage, which I do not like, nor will endure. I was, I confess, very angry, and will venture the loss of Sir W. Warren's kindnesses rather than he shall have any man's friendship in greater esteem than mine. At noon home to dinner, and after dinner to the office again, and there all the afternoon, and at night poor Mrs. Turner come and walked in the garden for my advice about her husband and her relating to my Lord Brunker's late proceedings with them. I do give her the best I can, but yet can lay aside some ends of my own in what advice I do give her. So she being gone I to make an end of my letters, and so home to supper and to bed, Balty lodging here with my brother, he being newly returned from mustering in the river. 27th, Lord's Day. Up betimes, and leaving my wife to go by coach to hear Mr. Frampton preach, which I had a mighty desire she should, I down to the Old Swan, and there to Mitchell and stayed while he and she dressed themselves, and here had a baser or two of her, whom I love mightily. And then took them in a sculler, being by some means or other disappointed of my own boat, to Whitehall, and so with them to Westminster, Sir W. Coventry, Brunker and I all the morning together discoursing of the office business, and glad of the controller's business being likely to be put into better order than formerly, and did discourse of many good things, but especially of having something done to bringing the surveyor's matters into order also. Thence I up to the king's closet, and there heard a good anthem, and discoursed with several people here about business, among others with Lord Bellas's. And so from one to another after sermon till the king had almost dined, and then home with Sir G. Carteret and dined with him, being mightily ashamed of my not having seen my Lady Jemima so long, and my wife not at all yet since she come, but she shall soon do it. I thence to Sir Philip Warwick, by appointment, to meet Lord Bellas's and up to his chamber, but find him unwilling to discourse of business on Sundays. So did not enlarge, but took leave, and went down and sat in a low room, reading Erasmus de Scribendis Epistales. A very good book, especially one letter of advice to a courtier most true and good, which made me once resolve to tear out the 2 leaves that it was writ in, but I forbore it. By and by comes Lord Bellas's, and then he and I up again to Sir P. Warwick, and had much discourse of our Tangier business, but no hopes of getting any money. Thence I through the garden into the park, and there met with Roger Pepys, and he and I to walk in the Pall-Mall. I find by him that the House of Parliament continues full of ill humours, and he seems to dislike those that are troublesome more than needs, and do say how, in their late poll bill, which cost so much time, the yeomanry, and indeed 2/3 of the nation, are left out to be taxed, that there is not effectual provision enough made for collecting of the money. And then, that after a man his goods are distrained and sold, and the overplus returned, I am to have 10 days to make my complaints of being overrated if there be cause, when my goods are sold, and that is too late. These things they are resolved to look into again, and mend them before they rise, which they expect at furthest on Thursday next. Here we met with Mr. May, and he and we to talk of several things of building and such like matters, and so walked to Whitehall, and their eyes skewed my cousin Roger the Duchess of York sitting in state, while her own mother stands by her. He had a desire, and I showed him my Lady Castlemaine, whom he approves to be very handsome, and wonders that she cannot be as good within as she is fair without. Her little black boy came by him, and a dog being in his way, the little boy called to the dog, "Pox of this dog! Now," says he, blessing himself, "would I whip this child till the blood come, if it were my child?" And I believe he would. But he do by no means like the liberty of the court, and did come with expectation of finding them playing at cards tonight, though Sunday, for such stories he is told, but how true I know not. There is little reason to doubt that it was such as Evelyn describes it at a later time. I can never forget the inexpressible luxury and proffiness, gaming, and all dissoluteness, and, as it were, total forgetfulness of God, it being Sunday evening, which this day sennight I was witness of. The king sitting and toying with his concubines, Portsmouth, Cleveland, Mazarin, and C.A. French, boy singing love songs in that glorious gallery, whilst about 20 of the great courtiers and other dissolute persons were at basset round a large table, a bank of at least L2000 in gold before them, upon which 2 gentlemen who were with me made reflections with astonishment. 6 days after was all in the dust. Diary, February, 1685 B. After walking up and down the court with him, it being now dark and past 6 at night, I walked to the Swan in the palace yard, and there with much ado did get a waterman, and so I sent for the Mitchells, and they come, and their father Howlet and his wife with them, and there we drank, and so into the boat, poor Betty's head aching. We home by water a fine moonshine and warm night, it having been also a very summer's day for warmth. I did get her hand to me under my cloak. So there we parted at their house, and he walked almost home with me, and then I home and to supper, and to read a little and to bed. My wife tells me Mr. Frampton is gone to sea, and so she lost her labor today in thinking to hear him preach, which I am sorry for. 28th, up and down to the Old Swan, and there drank at Mitchell's and saw Betty, and so took boat and to the Temple, and thence to my tailor's and other places about business in my way to Westminster, where I spent the morning at the Lord's house door, to hear the conference between the 2 houses about my Lord Mordaunt, of which there was great expectation, many hundreds of people coming to hear it. But when they come, the lords did insist upon my Lord Mordaunt's having leave to sit upon a stool uncovered within their burgh, and that he should have counsel, which the Commons would not suffer, but desired leave to report their lordships, resolution to the House of Commons, and so parted for this day, which troubled me, I having by this means lost the whole day. Here I hear from Mr. Hayes that Prince Rupert is very bad still, and so bad that he do now yield to be trepanned. It seems, as Dr. Clerk also tells me, it is a clap of the pox which he got about 12 years ago, and hath eaten to his head and come through his skull, so his skull must be opened, and there is great fear of him. Much work I find there is to do in the two houses in a little time, and much difference there is between the two houses in many things to be reconciled, as in the bill for examining our accounts, Lord Mordaunt's bill for building the city, and several others. A little before noon I went to the Swan and eat a bit of meat, thinking I should have had occasion to have stayed long at the house, but I did not, but so home by coach, calling at Broad Street and taking the goldsmith home with me, and paid him L15 for my silver standish. He tells me gold holds up its price still, and did desire me to let him have what old 20s pieces I have, and he would give me 3s, 2d, change for each. He gone, I to the office, where business all the afternoon, and at night comes Mr. Gauden at my desire to me, and tomorrow I shall pay him some money, and shall see what present he will make me, the hopes of which do make me to part with my money out of my chest, which I should not otherwise do. But lest this alteration in the Controller's office should occasion my losing my concernment in the victualling, and so he have no more need of me. He gone, I to the office again, having come thence home with him to talk, and so after a little more business I to supper. I then sent for Mercer, and began to teach her it is decreed, which will please me well, and so after supper and reading a little, and my wife's cutting off my hair short, which is grown too long upon my crown of my head, I to bed. I met this day in Westminster Hall Sir W. Batten and W. Penn, and the latter since our falling out the other day do look mighty reservedly upon me, and still he shall do so for me, for I will be hanged before I seek to him, unless I see I need it. 29th. Up to the office all the morning, where Sir W. Penn and I look much askew one upon another, though afterward business made us speak friendly enough, but yet we hate one another. At noon home to dinner, and then to the office, where all the afternoon expecting Mr. Gauden to come for some money I am to pay him, but he comes not, which makes me think he is considering whether it be necessary to make the present he hath promised, it being possible this alteration in the Controller's duty may make my place in the victualling unnecessary, so that I am a little troubled at it. Busy till late at night at the office, and Sir W. Batten come to me, and tells me that there is news upon the exchange today, that my Lord Sandwich's coach and the French ambassadors at Madrid, meeting and contending for the way, they shot my lord's postilion and another man dead, and that we have killed 25 of theirs, and that my lord is well. How true this is I cannot tell, there being no news of it at all at court, as I am told late by one come thence, so that I hope it is not so. By and by comes Mrs. Turner to me, to make her complaint of her sad usage she receives from my Lord Brunker, that he thinks much she hath not already got another house, though he himself hath employed her night and day ever since his first mention of the matter, to make part of her house ready for him, as he ordered, and promised she should stay till she had fitted herself. By which and what discourse I do remember he had of the business before Sir W. Coventry on Sunday, last I perceive, he is a rotten-hearted, false man as any else I know, even as Sir W. Penn himself, and therefore I must beware of him accordingly, and I hope I shall. I did pity the woman with all my heart, and gave her the best counsel I could. And so, falling to other discourse, I made her laugh and merry, as sad as she came to me, so that I perceive no passion in a woman can be lasting long, and so parted and I home, and there teaching my girl Barker part of my song, it is decreed, which she will sing prettily, and so after supper to bed. 30th, fast day for the king's death. I all the morning at my chamber making up my month's accounts, which I did before dinner to my thorough content, and find myself but a small gainer this month, having no manner of profits, but just my salary, but blessed be God, that I am able to save out of that, living as I do. So to dinner, then to my chamber all the afternoon, and in the evening my wife and I and Mercer and Barker to Little Mitchell's, walked, with some neats, tongues and cake and wine, and there sat with the little couple with great pleasure, and talked and eat and drank, and saw their little house, which is very pretty. And I much pleased therewith, and so walked home, about 8 at night, it being a little moonshine and fair weather, and so into the garden, and with Mercer, sang till my wife put me in mind of its being a fast day. And so I was sorry for it, and stopped, and home to cards a while, and had opportunity, para Baser, Mercer several times, and so to bed. 31st. Up, and to the office, where we met and sat all the morning. At noon home to dinner, and by Mr. Osborne comes from Mr. Godden, and takes money and notes for L 4,000, and leaves me acknowledgement for L 4,000 and odd, implying as if D. Godden would give the L 800 between Povey and myself, but how he will divide it I know not, till I speak with him, so that my content is not yet full in the business. In the evening stepped out to Sir Robert Viner's to get the money ready upon my notes to D. Godden, and there hear that Mr. Temple is very ill. I met on the change with Captain Cock, who tells me that he hears new certainty of the business of Madrid, how our ambassador and the French met, and says that 2 or 3 of my lord's men and 21 of the French men are killed, but nothing at court of it. He fears the next year's service through the badness of our councils at Whitehall, but that if they were wise and the king would mind his business, he might do what he would yet. The Parliament is not yet up, being finishing some bills. So home and to the office, and late home to supper, and to talk with my wife, with pleasure, and to bed. I met this evening at Sir R. Viner's our Mr. Turner, who I find in a melancholy condition about his being removed out of his house, but I find him so silly and so false that I dare not tell how to trust any advice to him, and therefore did speak only generally to him, but I doubt his condition is very miserable, and do pity his family. Thus the month ends, myself in very good health and content of mind in my family. All our heads full in the office at this dividing of the controller's duty, so that I am in some doubt how it may prove to entrench upon my benefits, but it cannot be much. The Parliament, upon breaking up, having given the king money with much ado and great heats, and neither side pleased, neither king nor them. The imperfection of the poll bill, which must be mended before they rise, there being several horrible oversights to the prejudice of the king, is a certain sign of the care anybody hath of the king's business. Prince Rupert very ill, and to be trepanned on Saturday next. Nobody knows who commands the fleet next year, or, indeed, whether we shall have a fleet or no. Great preparations in Holland and France, and the French have lately taken Antigua. Antigua, one of the West India Islands, Leeward Islands, discovered by Columbus in 1493, who is said to have named it after a church at Seville called Santa Maria la Antigua. It was first settled by a few English families in 1632, and in 1663 another settlement was made under Lord Willoughby, to whom the entire island was granted by Charles Roman II. In 1666 it was invaded by a French force, which laid waste all the settlement. It was reconquered by the English, and formally restored to them by the Treaty of Breda. From us, which vexes us. I am in a little care through my at last putting a great deal of money out of my hands again into the king, upon tallies for tangier, but the interest which I wholly lost while in my trunk is a temptation while things look safe, as they do in some measure for 6 months, I think, and I would venture but little longer. February 1660, 1667. February 1st. Up and to the office, where I was all the morning doing business, at noon home to dinner, and after dinner down by water, though it was a thick misty and rainy day, and walked to Diptford from Redriff, and there to Bagwell's by appointment, where the mulier etit within expecting me venir. By and by Sue Marito come in, and there without any notice taken by him we discoursed of our business of getting him the new ship building by Mr. Dean, which I shall do for him. Thence by and by after a little talk I to the yard, and spoke with some of the officers, but stayed but little, and the new clerk of the checker, Founds, did walk to Raydrift back with me. I perceive he is a very child, and is led by the nose by Cowley and his kinsman that was his clerk, but I did make him understand his duty, and put both understanding and spirit into him, so that I hope he will do well. Much surprised to hear this day at Deptford that Mrs. Batters is going already to be married to him, that is now the captain of her husband's ship. She seemed the most passionate mourner in the world. But I believe it cannot be true. The passage between brackets is written in the margin of the MS. Thence by water to Billingsgate, thence to the Old Swan, and there took boat, it being now night, to Westminster Hall, there to the Hall, and find Dall Lane, and Con-el I went to the Bell Tavern, and I by G did do what I would Con-el as well as I could she, sedendo sober thus far and making some little resistance, but all with much content, and G tenai much pleasure cum ista. There parted, and I by coach home, and to the office, where pretty late doing business, and then home and merry with my wife, and to supper. My brother and I did play with the bass, and I upon my violin, which I have not seen out of the case now I think these 3 years or more, having lost the key and now forced to find an expedient to open it, then to bed. Second, up and to the office. This day I hear that Prince Rupert is to be trepanned. God give good issue to it. Sir W. Penn looks upon me, and I on him, and speak about business together at the table well enough, but no friendship or intimacy since our late difference about his closet, nor do I desire to have any. At noon dined well, and my brother and I to write over once more with my own hand my catalogue of books, while he reads to me. After something of that done and dined, I to the office, where all the afternoon till night busy. At night, having done all my office matters, I home and my brother and I to go on with my catalogue and so to supper. Mrs. Turner come to me this night again to condole her condition and the ill usage she receives from my Lord Brunker, which I could never have expected from him, and shall be a good caution to me while I live. She gone, I to supper, and then to read a little, and to bed. This night comes home my new silver snuff-dish, which I do give myself for my closet, which is all I purpose to bestow in plate of myself, or shall need many a day if I can keep what I have. So to bed. I am very well pleased this night with reading a poem I brought home with me last night from Westminster Hall of Dryden S. upon the present war, a very good poem. Third, Lord's Day. Up, and with Sir W. Batten and W. Penn to Whitehall, and there to Sir W. Coventry's chamber, and there stayed till he was ready, talking, and among other things of the prince's being trepanned, which was in doing just as we passed through the stone gallery, we asking at the door of his lodgings, and were told so. We are all full of wishes for the good success, though I dare say but few do really concern ourselves for him in our hearts. Up to the Duke of York, and with him did our business we come about, and among other things resolve upon a meeting at the office tomorrow morning, Sir W. Coventry to be there to determine of all things necessary for the setting of Sir W. Penn to work in his victualling business. This did awake in me some thoughts of what might in discourse fall out touching my employment, and did give me some apprehension of trouble. Having done here, and after our laying our necessities for money open to the Duke of York, but nothing obtained concerning it, we parted, and I with others into the house, and there hear that the work is done to the prince in a few minutes without any pain at all to him, he not knowing when it was done. It was performed by Moulins. Having cut the outward table, as they call corrupted, so as it come out without any force, and their fear is that the whole inside of his head is corrupted like that, which do yet make them afeard of him. But no ill accident appeared in the doing of the thing, but all with all imaginable success, as Sir Alexander Frazier did tell me himself, I asking him, who is very kind to me. I to the chapel a little, but hearing nothing did take a turn into the park, and then back to chapel and heard a very good anthem to my heart's delight, and then to Sir G. Carteret's to dinner, and before dinner did walk with him alone a good while, and from him hear our case likely for all these acts to be bad for money, which troubles me, the year speeding so fast, and he tells me that he believes the Duke of York will go to sea with the fleet, which I am sorry for in respect to his person. But yet there is no person in condition to command the fleet, now the captains are grown so great, but him, it being impossible for anybody else, but him to command any order or discipline among them. He tells me there is nothing at all in the late discourse about my Lord Sandwich and the French ambassador meeting and contending for the way, which I wonder at, to see the confidence of report without any ground. By and by to dinner, were very good company. Among other discourse, we talked much of Nostradamus. Michael Nostradamus, a physician and astrologer born in the Diocese of Avignon, 1503. Amongst other predictions, one was interpreted as foreshowing the singular death of Hen, Roman II, of France, by which his reputation was increased. His prophecy of these times, and the burning of the city of London, some of whose verses are put into Booker's Almanac this year. And Sir G. Carteret did tell a story, how at his death he did make the town swear that he should never be dug up, or his tomb opened after he was buried. But they did after 60 years do it, and upon his breast they found a plate of brass, saying what a wicked and unfaithful people the people of that place were, who after so many vows should disturb and open him such a day and year and hour. Which, if true, is very strange. Then we fell to talking of the burning of the city, and my Lady Carteret herself did tell us how abundance of pieces of burnt papers were cast by the wind as far as Cranbourne, and among others she took up one, or had one brought her to see, which was a little bit of paper that had been printed, whereon there remained no more nor less than these words: "Time is, it is done." After dinner I went and took a turn into the park, and then took boat and away home, and there to my chamber and to read, but did receive some letters from Sir W. Coventry, touching the want of victuals to Kempthorne's fleet going to the Straits and now in the Downs, which did trouble me, he saying that this disappointment might prove fatal, and the more, because Sir W. Coventry do intend to come to the office upon business tomorrow morning, and I shall not know what answer to give him. This did mightily trouble my mind. However, I fell to read a little in Haquel's Apology, and did satisfy myself mighty fair in the truth of the saying that the world do not grow old at all, but is in as good condition in all respects as ever it was as to nature. I continued reading this book with great pleasure till supper, and then to bed sooner than ordinary, for rising betimes in the morning tomorrow. So after reading my usual vows to bed, my mind full of trouble against tomorrow, and did not sleep any good time of the night for thoughts of tomorrow morning's trouble. Fourth, I up, with my head troubled to think of the issue of this morning, so made ready and to the office, where Mr. Gauden comes, and he and I discourse the business well, and thinks I shall get off well enough. But I do by Sir W. Coventry's silence conclude that he is not satisfied in my management of my place, and the charge it puts the king to, which I confess I am not in present condition through my late laziness to give any good answer to. But here do D. Gauden give me a good cordial this morning, by telling me that he do give me 5 of the £800 on his account remaining in my hands to myself, for the service I do him in my victualling business, and L100 for my particular share of the profits of my 10-year employment as treasurer. This do begin to make my heart glad, and I did dissemble it the better, so when Sir W. Coventry did come, and the rest met, I did appear unconcerned, and did give him answer pretty satisfactory what he asked me. So that I did get off this meeting without any ground lost, but rather a great deal gained by interposing that which did belong to my duty to do, and neither W. Coventry nor Sir W. Yen did oppose anything thereunto, which did make my heart very glad. All the morning at this work, Sir W. Penn making a great deal of do for the fitting him in his setting out in his employment, and I do yield to any trouble that he gives me without any contradiction. Sir W. Coventry being gone, we at noon to dinner to Sir W. Penn's, he inviting me and my wife, and there a pretty good dinner, intended indeed for Sir W. Coventry, but he would not stay. So here I was mighty merry, and all our differences seemingly blown over, though he knows, if he be not a fool, that I love him not, and I do the like that he hates me. Soon as dined, my wife and I out to the Duke's playhouse, and there saw Heraclius, an excellent play, to my extraordinary content, and the more from the house being very full and great company. Among others, Mrs. Stewart, very fine, with her locks done up with puffs, as my wife calls them, and several other great ladies had their hair so, though I do not like it. But my wife do mightily, but it is only because she sees it is the fashion. Here I saw my Lord Rochester and his lady, Mrs. Mallet, who hath after all this ado married him, and as I hear some say in the pit, it is a great act of charity, for he hath no estate. But it was pleasant to see how every body rose up when my Lord John Butler, the Duke of Ormond's son, come into the pit towards the end of the play, who was a servant to Mrs. Mallet, and now smiled upon her, and she on him. I had sitting next to me a woman, the likest my Lady Castlemaine that ever I saw anybody like another. But she is a whore, I believe, for she is acquainted with every fine fellow, and called them by their name, Jacky and Tom, and before the end of the play frisked to another place. Mightily pleased with the play, we home by coach, and there a little to the office, and then to my chamber. And there finished my catalogue of my books with my own hand, and so to supper and to bed, and had a good night's rest, the last nights being troublesome, but now my heart light and full of resolution of standing close to my business. 5th, up and to the office, where all the morning doing business, and then home to dinner. Heard this morning that the prince is much better, and hath good rest. All the talk is that my Lord Sandwich hath perfected the peace with Spain, which is very good if true. Sir H. Comely was with me this morning, and told me of my Lord Bellices's base dealings with him, by getting him to give him great gratuities to near L2,000 for his friendship in the business of the mole, and hath been lately underhand endeavouring to bring another man into his place as governor, so as to receive his money of Sir H. Comely for nothing. Dined at home, and after dinner come Mrs. Daniel and her sister and stayed and talked a little, and then I to the office, and after setting my things in order at the office I abroad with my wife and little Betty Mitchell, and took them against my vows, but I will make good my forfeit to the king's house to show them a play. The chances. A good play I find it, and the actors most good in it, and pretty to hear Nip sing in the play very properly. All night I weep, and sung it admirably. The whole play pleases me well, and most of all the sight of many fine ladies, among others my Lady Castlemaine and Mrs. Middleton. The latter of the two hath also a very excellent face and body, I think. Thence by coach to the New Exchange, and there laid out money, and I did give Betty Mitchell 2 pair of gloves and a dressing-box, and so home in the dark, over the ruins, with a link. I was troubled with my pain, having got a bruise on my right testicle, I know not how. But this I did make good use of to make my wife shift sides with me, and I did come to sit avec Betty Mitchell, and there had her main, which L did give me very frankly now, and did hazer whatever I vowdrise avec law, which did placier me grandment, and so set her at home with my mind mighty glad of what I have prevailed for so far, and so home and to the office and did my business there, and then home to supper, and after to set some things right in my chamber, and so to bed. This morning, before I went to the office, there come to me Mr. Young and Whistler, flag makers, and with mighty earnestness did present me with, and press me to take a box, wherein I could not guess there was less than L100 in gold. But I do wholly refuse it, and did not at last take it. The truth is, not thinking them safe men to receive such a gratuity from, nor knowing any considerable courtesy that ever I did do them, but desirous to keep myself free from their reports, and to have it in my power to say I had refused their offer. 6th, up, lying a little long in bed, and by water to Whitehall, and there find the Duke of York gone out, he being in haste to go to the Parliament, and so all my brethren were gone to the office too. So I to Sir P.H. Warwick s about my Tangier business, and then to Westminster Hall and walked up and down, and hear that the prince do still rest well by day and night, and out of pain. So as great hopes are conceived of him, though I did meet Dr. Clerk and Mr. Pierce, and they do say they believe he will not recover it, they supposing that his whole head within is eaten by this corruption, which appeared in this piece of the inner table. Up to the Parliament door, and there discoursed with Roger Pepys, who goes out of town this week, the Parliament rising this week also. So down to the hall, and there spied Betty Mitchell, and so I sent for burnt wine to Mrs. Mitchell's, and there did drink with the 2 mothers, and by that means with Betty, poor girl, whom I love with all my heart. And God forgive me, it did make me stay longer and hover all the morning up and down the hall to busker occasions para ambulare con elle. But ego ni pouvoir. So home by water and to dinner, and then to the office, where we sat upon Denny's Godden's accounts, and before night I rose and by water to Whitehall to attend the council, but they sat not today. So to Sir W. Coventry's chamber, and find him within, and with a letter from the Downs in his hands, telling the loss of the St. Patrick coming from Harwich in her way to Portsmouth, and would needs chase 2 ships, she having the Malago fireship in company, which from English colours put up Dutch, and he would clap on board the vice-admiral. And after long dispute the admiral comes on the other side of him, and both together took him. Our fire ships, Sealy, not coming in to fire all three, but come away, leaving her in their possession and carried away by them. A ship built at Bristol the last year, of 50 guns and upwards, and a most excellent good ship. This made him very melancholy. I to talk of our wants of money, but I do find that he is not pleased with that discourse, but grieves to hear it, and do seem to think that Sir G. Carteret do not mind the getting of money with the same good cheer that he did heretofore, nor do I think he hath the same reason. Thence to Westminster Hall, thinking to see Betty Mitchell, she staying there all night, and had hopes to get her out alone, but missed, and so away by coach home, and to Sir W. Batten, S. to tell him my bad news, and then to the office, and home to supper, where Mrs. Hewer was, and after supper and she gone, W. Hewer talking with me very late of the ill manner of Sir G. Carteret's accounts being kept, and in what a sad condition he would be if either fen or waith should break or die. And am resolved to take some time to tell Sir G. Carteret or my lady of it. I do love them so well and their family. So to bed, my pain pretty well gone. 7th. Lay long with pleasure with my wife, and then up into the office, where all the morning, and then home to dinner, and before dinner I went into my green dining room, and there talking with my brother upon matters relating to his journey to Brampton tomorrow, and giving him good counsel about spending the time when he shall stay in the country with my father. I looking another way heard him fall down, and turned my head, and he was fallen down all along upon the ground dead, which did put me into a great fright. And to see my brotherly love, I did presently lift him up from the ground, he being as pale as death, and being upon his legs, he did presently come to himself, and said he had something come into his stomach very hot. He knew not what it was, nor ever had such a fit before. I never was so frighted but once, when my wife was ill at Ware upon the road, and I did continue trembling a good while and ready to weep to see him, he continuing mighty pale all dinner and melancholy, that I was loth to let him take his journey tomorrow. But he began to be pretty well, and after dinner my wife and Barker fell to singing, which pleased me pretty well, my wife taking mighty pains and proud that she shall come to trill, and indeed I think she will. So to the office, and there all the afternoon late doing business, and then home and find my brother pretty well. So to write a letter to my Lady Sandwich for him to carry, I having not writ to her a great while. Then to supper and so to bed. I did this night give him 20s for books and as much for his pocket and 15s, to carry him down and so to bed. Poor fellow. He is so melancholy, and withal my wife says, harmless, that I begin to love him, and would be loth he should not do well. 8th, this morning my brother John come up to my bedside, and took his leave of us, going this day to Brampton. My wife loves him mightily as one that is pretty harmless, and I do begin to fancy him from yesterday's accident, it troubling me to think I should be left without a brother or sister, which is the first time that ever I had thoughts of that kind in my life. He gone, I up, and to the office, where we sat upon the victuallers, accounts all the morning. At noon Lord Brunker, Sir W. Batten, W. Penn, and myself to the Swan in Leadenhall Street to dinner, where an exceedingly good dinner and good discourse. Sir W. Batten come this morning from the House, where the King hath prorogued this Parliament to October next. I am glad they are up. The bill for accounts was not offered, the party being willing to let it fall, but the King did tell them he expected it. They are parted with great heartburnings, one party against the other. Pray God bring them hereafter together in better temper. It is said that the King do intend himself in this interval to take away Lord Mordaunt's government, so as to do something to appease the House against they come together, and let them see he will do that of his own accord which is fit, without their forcing him, and that he will have his commission for accounts go on which will be good things. At dinner we talked much of Cromwell, all saying he was a brave fellow, and ditto his crown he got to himself as much as any man that ever got one. Thence to the office, and there begun the account which Sir W. Penn by his late employment hath examined, but begun to examine it in the old manner. A clerk to read the petty warrants, my Lord Brunker upon very good ground did accept against it, and would not suffer him to go on. This being Sir W. Penn's clerk he took it in snuff, and so hot they grew upon it that my Lord Brunker left the office. He gone, Sir W. Penn ranted like a devil, saying that nothing but ignorance could do this. I was pleased at heart all this while. At last moved to have Lord Brunker desired to return, which he did, and I read the petty warrants all the day till late at night, that I was very weary, and troubled to have my private business of my office stop to attend this, but mightily pleased at this falling out, and the truth is W. Pen do make so much noise in this business of his, and do it so little and so ill, that I think the king will be little the better by changing the hand. So up into my office a little, but being at it all day I could not do much there. So home and to supper, to teach Barker to sing another piece of my song, and then to bed. 9th, to the office where we sat all the morning busy. At noon home to dinner, and then to my office again, where also busy, very busy late, and then went home and read a piece of a play, every man in his humor, wherein is the greatest propriety of speech that ever I read in my life, and so to bed. This noon come my wife's watchmaker, and received L12 of me for her watch, but Captain Rolt coming to speak with me about a little business, he did judge of the work to be very good work, and so I am well contented, and he hath made very good, that I knew, to Sir W. Penn and Lady Bat. 10th Lord's Day, up and with my wife to church, where Mr. Mills made an unnecessary sermon upon original sin, neither understood by himself nor the people. Home, where Mitchell and his wife, and also there come Mr. Carter, my old acquaintance of Magdalene College, who hath not been here of many years. He hath spent his time in the north with the Bishop of Carlisle much. He is grown a very comely person, and of good discourse, and one that I like very much. We had much talk of our old acquaintance of the college, concerning their various fortunes, wherein, to my joy, I met not with any that have sped better than myself. After dinner he went away, and a while after them Mitchell and his wife, whom I love mightily, and then I to my chamber there to my 10-year accounts, which I had let run a little behindhand, but did settle them very well to my satisfaction, but it cost me sitting up till 2 in the morning, and the longer by reason that our neighbor, Mrs. Turner, poor woman, did come to take her leave of us, she being to quit her house tomorrow to my Lord Brunker, who hath used her very unhandsomely. She is going to lodgings, and do tell me very odd stories how Mrs. Williams do receive the applications of people, and hath presents, and she is the hand that receives all, while my Lord Brunker do the business, which will shortly come to be loud talk if she continues here, I do foresee, and bring my lord no great credit. So having done all my business, to bed. 11th, up and by water to the Temple, and thence to Sir P.H. Warwick's about my 10-year warrant for tallies, and there met my Lord Bellas's and Creed, and discoursed about our business of money, but we are defeated as to any hopes of getting thing upon the poll bill, which I seem but not much troubled at, it not concerning me much. Thence with Creed to Westminster Hall, and there up and down, and heard that Prince Rupert is still better and better, and that he did tell Dr. Troutbeck expressly that my Lord Sandwich is ordered home. I hear, too, that Prince Rupert hath begged the having of all the stolen prize goods which he can find, and that he is looking out anew after them, which at first troubled me, but I do see it cannot come to anything, but is done by Hayes, or some of his little people about him. Here, among other news, I bought the king's speech at proroguing the House the other day, wherein are some words which cannot but import some prospect of a peace, which God send us. After walking a good while in the hall, it being term time, I home by water, calling at Mitchell's, and giving him a fair occasion to send his wife to the New Exchange to meet my wife and me this afternoon. So home to dinner, and after dinner by coach to Lord Bellas's, and with him to Povy's house, whom we find with Auditor Beale and Vernaddy about their account still, which is never likely to have end. Our business was to speak with Vernaddy, who is certainly a most cunning knave as ever was born. Having done what we had to do there, my lord carried me and set me down at the New Exchange, where I stayed at Pottle's shop till Betty Mitchell come, which she did about 5 o'clock, and was surprised not to truver my mooger I there. But I did make an excuse good enough, and so I took L down and over the water to the cabinet maker, S, and there bought a dressing box for her for 20s, but would require an hour's time to make fit. This I was glad of, thinking to have got L to enter to a Casa de Biber, but L would not. So I did not much press it, but suffered L to enter a la casa de uno de sus hermanos, and so I passed my time walking up and down, and among other places to one Drumbleby, a maker of flageolets, the best in town. He not within, my design to bespeak a pair of flageolets of the same tune, ordered him to come to me in a day or two, and so I back to the cabinet makers and there stayed. And by Betty comes, and here we stayed in the shop and above seeing the workmen work, which was pretty and some exceeding good work, and very pleasant to see them do it, till it was late quite dark. And the mistress of the shop took us into the kitchen and there talked and used us very prettily, and took her for my wife, which I owned and her big belly, and there very merry, till my thing done, and then took coach and home. But now comes our trouble. I did begin to fear that su marido might go to my house to enquire por él, and there, truvant my muger wife in Spanish. At home would not only think himself, but give my femme occasion to think strange things. This did trouble me mightily, so though L would not seem to have me trouble myself about it, yet did agree to the stopping the coach at the street's end, and G. Alwacan L. home, and there presently hear by him that he had newly sent su maid to my house to see for her mistress. This do much perplex me, and I did go presently home Betty whispering me behind the turgo to her Mary, that if I would say that we did come home by water, L could make up la cose well sutties. And there in a sweat did walk in the entry ante my door, thinking what I should say a my femme, and as God would have it, while I was in this case, the worst in reference a my femme, that ever I was in my life, a little woman comes stumbling to the entry steps in the dark. Whom asking who she was, she inquired for my house. So knowing her voice and telling her Sue Donna is come home she went away. But Lord, in what a trouble was I when she was gone to recollect whether this was not the second time of her coming, but at last concluding that she had not been here before, I did bless myself in my good fortune in getting home before her, and do verily believe she had loitered some time by the way, which was my great good fortune, and so I in a doors and there find all well. So my heart full of joy, I to the office a while, and then home, and after supper and doing a little business in my chamber I to bed, after teaching Barker a little of my song. 12th, up and to the office where we sat all the morning, with several things, among others, discoursed relating to our two new assistant controllers, but especially Sir W. Penn, who is mighty troublesome in it. At noon home to dinner, and then to the office again, and there did much business, and by comes Mr. Moore, who in discourse did almost convince me that it is necessary for my Lord Sandwich to come home and take his command at sea this year, for that a peace is like to be. Many considerations he did give me hereupon, which were very good both in reference to the public and his private condition. By and by with Lord Brunker by coach to his house, there to hear some Italian musique, and here we met Tom Killigrew, Sir Robert Murray, and the Italian Signor Baptista, who hath composed a play in Italian for the opera, which T. Killigrew do intend to have up, and here he did sing one of the acts. He himself is the poet as well as the musician, which is very much, and did sing the whole from the words without any musique pricked, and played all along upon a harpsichon most admirably, and the composition most excellent. The words I did not understand, and so know not how they are fitted, but believe very well, and all in the recitativo very fine. But I perceive there is a proper accent in every country's discourse, and that do reach in their setting of notes to words, which therefore cannot be natural to any body else but them. So that I am not so much smitten with it as, it may be, I should be if I were acquainted with their accent. But the whole composition is certainly most excellent, and the poetry, T. Killigrew and Sir R. Murray, who understood the words, did say was excellent. I confess I was mightily pleased with the musique. He pretends not to voice, though it be good, but not excellent. This done, T. Killigrew and I to talk, and he tells me how the audience at his house is not above half so much as it used to be before the late fire. That nip is like to make the best actor that ever come upon the stage, she understanding so well, that they are going to give her L30 a year more. That the stage is now by his pains 1,000 times better and more glorious than ever heretofore. Now wax scandals and many of them, then, not above 3 pounds. Of tallow, now all things civil no rudeness anywhere, then, as in a bare garden then, 2 or 3 fiddlers, now 9 or 10 of the best then, nothing but rushes upon the ground and everything else mean, and now all otherwise. Then, the queen seldom and the king never would come, now not the king only for state, but all civil people do think they may come as well as any. He tells me that he hath gone several times, 8 or 10 times, he tells me, hence to Rome to hear good musique, so much he loves it, though he never did sing or play a note. That he hath ever endeavored in the late king's time, and in this, to introduce good musique, but he never could do it, there never having been any musique here better than ballads. Nay, says, hermit poor and chevy cheese. Like hermit poor in pensive place obscure is found in the phoenix nest, 1593, and in Harl, MS, number 6910, written soon after. It was set to music by Alfonso Farabosco and published in his Airs, 1609. The song was a favorite with Isaac Walton and is alluded to in Hudibras, Part 1, Canto 2, line 1169. See Rimbaud's Little Book of Songs and Ballads, 1851, p. 98. Both versions of the famous ballad of Chevy Chase are printed in Percy's Reliques. Was all the musique we had, and yet no ordinary fiddlers get so much money as ours do here, which speaks our rudeness still. That he hath gathered our Italians from several courts in Christendom, to come to make a concert for the king, which he do give 200 a year apiece to, but badly paid, and do come in the room of keeping 4 ridiculous gondolas. The gondolas mentioned before, as sent by the Doge of Venice. See September 12, 1661. He having got the king to put them away and lay out money this way, and indeed I do commend him for it, for I think it is a very noble undertaking. He do intend to have some times of the year these operas to be performed at the 2 present theaters, since he is defeated in what he intended in Moorfields on purpose for it, and he tells me plainly that the city audience was as good as the court, but now they are most gone. Baptista tells me that Giacomo Carissimi is still alive at Rome, who was master to Vinicodio, who is one of the Italians that the king hath here, and the chief composer of them. My great wonder is, how this man do to keep in memory so perfectly the musique of the whole act, both for the voice and the instrument too. I confess I do admire it, but in recitativo the sense much helps him, for there is but one proper way of discoursing and giving the accents. Having done our discourse, we all took coaches, my lords and tea killigrews, and to Mrs. Nipp's chamber, where this Italian is to teach her to sing her part. And so we all thither, and there she did sing an Italian song or 2 very fine, while he played the bass upon a harpsichon there, and exceedingly taken I am with her singing, and believe that she will do miracles at that and acting. Her little girl is mighty pretty and witty. After being there an hour, and I mightily pleased with this evening's work, we all parted, and I took coach and home, where late at my office, and then home to enter my last 3 days' journal. And so to supper and to bed, troubled at nothing, but that these pleasures do hinder me in my business, and the more by reason of our being to dine abroad tomorrow. And then Saturday next is appointed to meet again at my Lord Brunker's lodgings, and there to have the whole choir of Italians. But then I do consider that this is all the pleasure I live for in the world, and the greatest I can ever expect in the best of my life, and one thing more, that by hearing this man tonight, and I think Captain Cook tomorrow, and the choir of Italians on Saturday, I shall be truly able to distinguish which of them pleases me truly best, which I do much desire to know and have good reason and fresh occasion of judging. 13th. Up and by water to Whitehall, where to the Duke of York, and there did our usual business. But troubled to see that, at this time, after our declaring a debt to the Parliament of L9000000 and nothing paid since, but the debt increased, and now the fleet to set out. To hear that the king hath ordered, but L35000 for the setting out of the fleet, out of the poll bill, to buy all provisions, when 5 times as much had been little enough to have done anything to purpose. They have, indeed, ordered more for paying off of seamen and the yards to some time, but not enough for that neither. Another thing is, the acquainting the Duke of York with the case of Mr. Lanyon, our agent at Plymouth, who has trusted us to L8,000 out of purse. We are not in condition, after so many promises, to obtain him a farthing, nor though a message was carried by Sir G. Carteret and Sir W. Coventry to the commissioners for prizes, that he might have L3,000 out of L20000 worth of prizes to be shortly sold there, that he might buy at the candle and pay for the goods out of bills, and all would do anything, but that money must go all another way, while the king's service is undone, and those that trust him perish. These things grieve me to the heart. The prince, I hear, is every day better and better. So away by water home, stopping at Mitchell's, where Mrs. Martin was, and either drank with them and whispered with Betty, who tells me all is well, but was prevented in something she would have said, her marito venant, just then, a news which did trouble me, and so drank and parted in home, and there took up my wife by coach, and to Mrs. Pierce, there to take her up, and with them to Dr. Clerk, by invitation, where we have not been a great while, nor had any mind to go now. But that the doctor, whom I love, would have us choose a day. Here was his wife, painted, and her sister Worship, a widow now and mighty pretty in her mourning. Here was also Mr. Pierce and Mr. Floyd, secretary to the Lords Commissioners of Prizes, and Captain Cook, to dinner, an ill and little mean one, with foul cloth and dishes, and everything poor. Discoursed most about plays and the opera, where, among other vanities, Captain Cook had the arrogance to say that he was fain to direct Sir W. Davenant in the breaking of his verses into such and such lengths, according as would be fit for music, and how he used to swear at Davenant, and command him that way, when W. Davenant would be angry, and find fault with this or that note, but a vain coxcomb I perceive he is, though he sings and composes so well. But what I wondered at, Dr. Clerk did say that Sir W. Davenant is no good judge of a dramatic poem, finding fault with his choice of Henry V, and others for the stage, when I do think, and he confesses, the Siege of Rhodes as good as ever was writ. After dinner Captain Cook and 2 of his boys to sing, but it was indeed both in performance and composition most plainly below what I heard last night, which I could not have believed. Besides overlooking the words which he sung, I find them not at all humored as they ought to be, and as I believed he had done all he had set. Though he himself do indeed sing in a manner, as to voice and manner the best I ever heard yet, and a strange mastery he hath in making of extraordinary surprising closes, that are mighty pretty, but his bragging that he do understand tones and sounds as well as any man in the world, and better than Sir W. Davenant or anybody else, I do not like by no means, but was sick of it and of him for it. He gone, Dr. Clerk fell to reading a new play, newly writ, of a friend S. of his, but by his discourse and confession afterwards it was his own. Some things, but very few, moderately good, but infinitely far from the conceit, wit, design, and language of very many plays that I know, so that, but for compliment, I was quite tired with hearing it. It being done, and commending the play, but against my judgment, only the prologue magnifying the happiness of our former poets, when such sorry things did please the world as was then acted, was very good. So set Mrs. Pierce at home, and away ourselves home, and there to my office, and then my chamber till my eyes were sore at writing and making ready my letter and accounts for the commissioners of Tangier tomorrow, which being done, to bed, hearing that there was a very great disorder this day at the ticket office, to the beating and bruising of the face of Carcass very much. A foul evening this was tonight, and I mightily troubled to get a coach home, and, which is now my common practice, going over the ruins in the night, I rid with my sword drawn in the coach. 14th, up into the office, where Carcass comes with his plaistered face, and called himself Sir W. Batten's martyr, which made W. Batten mad almost, and mighty quarreling there was. We spent the morning almost wholly upon considering some way of keeping the peace at the ticket office, but it is plain that the care of that office is nobody's work, and that is it that makes it stand in the ill condition it do. At noon home to dinner, and after dinner by coach to my Lord Chancellor, S. and there a meeting, the Duke of York, Duke of Albemarle, and several other lords of the Commission of Tangier. And there I did present a state of my accounts, and managed them well, and my Lord Chancellor did say, though he was, in other things, in an ill humour, that no man in England was of more method, nor made himself better understood than myself. But going, after the business of money was over, to other businesses, of settling the garrison, he did fling out, and so did the Duke of York, 2 or 3 severe words touching my Lord Bellas's, that he would have no governor come away from thence in less than 3 years, no, though his lady were with child. And, says the Duke of York, there should be no governor continue so, longer than 3 years. Nor, says Lord Arlington, when our rules are once set, and upon good judgment declared, no governor should offer to alter them. We must correct the many things that are amiss there, for, says the Lord Chancellor, you must think we do hear of more things amiss than we are willing to speak before our friends' faces. My Lord Bellas's would not take notice of their reflecting on him, and did wisely, but there were also many reflections on him. Thence away by coach to Sir H. Comely and Fitzgerald and Creed, setting down the 2 latter at the New Exchange. And Sir H. Comely and I to the Temple, and there walked in the dark in the walks talking of news. And he surprises me with the certain news that the king did last night in council declare his being in treaty with the Dutch, that they had sent him a very civil letter, declaring that, if nobody but themselves were concerned, they would not dispute the place of treaty, but leave it to his choice. but that, being obliged to satisfy therein a prince of equal quality with himself, they must accept any place in England or Spain. And so the king hath chosen the Hague, and thither hath chose my Lord Hollies and Harry Coventry to go embassadors to treat. Which is so mean a thing, as all the world will believe, that we do go to beg a peace of them, whatever we pretend. And it seems all our court are mightily for a peace, taking this to be the time to make one, while the king hath money, that he may save something of what the Parliament hath given him to put him out of debt, so as he may need the help of no more parliaments as to the point of money. But our debt is so great, and expense daily so increased, that I believe little of the money will be saved between this and the making of the peace up. But that which troubles me most is that we have chosen a son of Secretary Morris, a boy never used to any business, to go embassador to the embassy, which shows how little we are sensible of the weight of the business upon us. God therefore give a good end to it, for I doubt it, and yet do much more doubt the issue of our continuing the war, for we are in no wise fit for it, and yet it troubles me to think what Sir H. Comely says, that he believes they will not give us any reparation for what we have suffered by the war, nor put us into any better condition than what we were in before the war, for that will be shameful for us. Thence parted with him and home through the dark over the ruins by coach, with my sword drawn, to the office, where dispatch some business, and so home to my chamber and to supper and to bed. This morning come up to my wife's bedside, I being up dressing myself, little Will Mercer to be her Valentine, and brought her name writ upon blue paper in gold letters, done by himself, very pretty, and we were both well pleased with it. But I am also this year my wife's Valentine, and it will cost me L5, but that I must have laid out if we had not been Valentines. So to bed. 15th, up and with Sir W. Batten and J. Minns by coach to Whitehall, where we attended upon the Duke of York to complain of the disorders the other day among the seamen at the pay at the ticket office, and that it arises from lack of money, and that we desire, unless better provided for with money, to have nothing more to do with the payment of tickets, it being not our duty, and the Duke of York and W. Coventry did agree to it, so that I hope we shall be rid of that trouble. This done, I moved for allowance for a house for Mr. Turner, and got it granted. Then away to Westminster Hall, and there to the Exchequer about my tallies, and so back to Whitehall, and so with Lord Bellas's to the Excise Office, where met by Sir H. Comely to consider about our business of money there, and that done, home and to dinner, where I hear Peg Pen is married this day privately. No friends, but 2 or 3 relations on his side and hers. Borrowed many things of my kitchen for dressing their dinner. So after dinner to the office, and there busy and did much business, and late at it. Mrs. Turner come to me to hear how matters went. I told her of our getting rent for a house for her. She did give me account of this wedding today, its being private being imputed to its being just before Lent, and so in vain to make new clothes till Easter, that they might see the fashions as they are like to be this summer, which is reason good enough. Mrs. Turner tells me she hears gives L 4,500 or 4,000 with her. They are gone to bed, so I wish them much sport, and home to supper and to bed. They own the treaty for a peace publicly at court, and the commissioners providing themselves to go over as soon as a pass comes for them. 16th, up, and to the office, where all the morning. Among other things great heat we were all in on one side or other in the examining witnesses against Mr. Carcass about his buying of tickets, and a cunning knave I do believe he is, and will appear, though I have thought otherwise heretofore. At noon home to dinner, and there find Mr. Andrews and Pierce and Hollyard, and they dined with us and Mary. But we did rise soon for saving of my wife seeing a new play this afternoon, and so away by coach, and left her at Mrs. Pierce's, myself to the Excise Office about business, and thence to the Temple to walk a little only, and then to Westminster to pass away time till anon, and here I went to Mrs. Martin's to thank her for her oysters. Thence away to my Lord Brunker's, and there was Sir Robert Murray, whom I never understood so well as now by this opportunity of discourse with him, a most excellent man of reason and learning, and understands the doctrine of musique, and everything else I could discourse of, very finely. Here come Mr. Hooke, Sir George Ent, Dr. Wren, and many others, and by the musique, that is to say, Signor Vincentio, who is the master composer, and 6 more, whereof 2 eunuchs, so tall that Sir T. Harvey said well that he believes they do grow large by being gelt as our oxen do, and one woman very well dressed and handsome enough, but would not be kissed, as Mr. Killigrew, who brought the company in, did acquaint us. They sent 2 harpsichons before, and by, after tuning them, they begun, and I confess very good musique they made, that is, the composition exceeding good, but yet not at all more pleasing to me than what I have heard in English by Mrs. Knipp, Captain Cook, and others. Nor do I dote on the eunuchs. They sing, indeed, pretty high, and have a mellow kind of sound, but yet I have been as well satisfied with several women's voices and men also, as Crisp of the wardrobe. The women sung well, but that which distinguishes all is this, that in singing, the words are to be considered, and how they are fitted with notes, and then the common accent of the country is to be known and understood by the hearer, or he will never be a good judge of the vocal musique of another country. So that I was not taken with this at all, neither understanding the first, nor by practice reconciled to the latter, so that their motions, and risings and fallings, though it may be pleasing to an Italian, or one that understands the tongue, yet to me it did not, but do from my heart believe that I could set words in English, and make musique of them more agreeable to any Englishman's ear, the most judicious, than any Italian musique set for the voice, and performed before the same man, unless he be acquainted with the Italian accent of speech. The composition, as to the musique part, was exceeding good, and their justness in keeping time by practice much before any that we have, unless it be a good band of practiced fiddlers. So away, here being Captain Cock, who is stole away, leaving them at it in his coach, and to Mrs. Pierce's, where I took up my wife, and there I find Mrs. Pierce's little girl is my Valentine, she having drawn me, which I was not sorry for, it easing me of something more that I must have given to others. But here I do first observe the fashion of drawing of mottos as well as names, so that Pierce, who drew my wife, did draw also a motto, and this girl drew another for me. What mine was I have forgot, but my wife's was, most virtuous and most fair, which, as it may be used, or an anagram made upon each name, might be very pretty. Thence with Cock and my wife, set him at home, and then we home. To the office, and there did a little business, troubled that I have so much been hindered by matters of pleasure from my business, but I shall recover it I hope in a little time. So home and to supper, not at all smitten with the musique tonight, which I did expect should have been so extraordinary, Tom Killigrew crying it up, and so all the world above all things in the world, and so to bed. One wonder I observed today, that there was no musique in the morning to call up our new married people, which is very mean, methinks, and is as if they had married like dog and bitch. 17th Lord's Day. Up, and called at Mitchell S., and took him and his wife and carried them to Westminster, I landing at Whitehall, and having no pleasure in the way con L. And so to the Duke S., where we all met and had a hot encounter before the Duke of York about the business of our payments at the ticket office, where we urged that we had nothing to do to be troubled with the pay, having examined the tickets. Besides, we are neglected, having not money sent us in time. But to see the baseness of my brethren, not a man almost put in a word but Sir W. Coventry, though at the office like very devils in this point. But I did plainly declare that, without money, no fleet could be expected, and desired the Duke of York to take notice of it, and notice was taken of it, but I doubt will do no good. But I desire to remember it as a most prodigious thing, that to this day my Lord Treasurer hath not consulted counsel, which Sir W. Coventry and I and others do think is necessary, about the late Poll Act, enough to put the same into such order as that any body dare lend money upon it, though we have from this office under our hands related the necessity thereof to the Duke of York, nor is like to be determined in, for aught I see. A good while had not Sir W. Coventry plainly said that he did believe it would be a better work for the king than going to church this morning, to send for the Attorney General to meet at the Lord Treasurer's this afternoon, and to bring the thing to an issue, saying that himself, were he going to the sacrament, would not think he should offend God to leave it and go to the ending this work, so much it is of moment to the king and kingdom. Hereupon the Duke of York said he would presently speak to the king, and cause it to be done this afternoon. Having done here we broke up, having done nothing almost though for all this, and by I met Sir G. Carteret, and he is stark mad at what has passed this morning, and I believe is heartily vexed with me. I said little, but I am sure the king will suffer if some better care be not taken than he takes to look after this business of money. So parted, and I by water home and to dinner, W. Hewer with us, a good dinner and very merry, my wife and I, and after dinner to my chamber to fit some things against. The council anon, and that being done away to Whitehall by water, and thence to my Lord Chancellor's, where I met with, and had much pretty discourse with, one of the progerses that knows me. And it was pretty to hear him tell me, of his own accord, as a matter of no shame, that in Spain he had a pretty woman, his mistress, whom, when money grew scarce with him, he was forced to leave, and afterwards heard how she and her husband lived well, she being kept by an old friar who used her as his whore. But this, says he, is better than as our ministers do, who have wives that lay up their estates, and do no good nor relieve any poor, not our greatest prelates, and I think he is in the right for my part. Stayed till the council was up, and attended the King and Duke of York round the park, and was asked several questions by both. But I was in pain lest they should ask me what I could not answer. As the Duke of York did the value of the hull of the St. Patrick lately lost, which I told him I could not presently answer, though I might have easily furnished myself to answer all those questions. They stood a good while to see the ganders and geese tread one another in the water, the goose being all the while kept for a great while, quite under water, which was new to me, but they did make mighty sport of it, saying, as the king did often, now you shall see a marriage between this and that, which did not please me. They gone, by coach to my Lord Treasurer's, as the Duke of York told me, to settle the business of money for the navy. I walked into the court to and again till night, and there met Colonel Reames, and he and I walked together a great while complaining of the ill management of things, whereof he is as full as I am. We ran over many persons and things, and see nothing done like men like to do well while the king minds his pleasure so much. We did bemoan it that nobody would or had authority enough with the king to tell him how all things go to rack and will be lost. Then he and I parted, and I to Westminster to the Swan, and there stayed till Mitchell and his wife come. Old Mitchell and his wife come to see me, and there we drank and laughed a little, and then the young ones and I took boat, it being fine moonshine. I did to my trouble see all the way that Elle did get as close a su marido as Elle could, and turn her mains away Quanji did endeavor to take one. So that I had no pleasure at all con Elsie night. When we landed I did take occasion to send him back of the bateau while I did get a baser or two, and would have taken law by law hand, but Elle did turn away, and quand I said shall I not touch her to answered ego, no love touching, in a slight mood. I seemed not to take notice of it, but parted kindly. Su marido did alter with me almost my case, and there we parted, and so I home troubled at this, but I think I shall make good use of it and mind my business more. At home, by appointment, comes Captain Cock to me to talk of state matters and about the peace, who told me that the whole business is managed between Kevet, burgomaster of Amsterdam, and my Lord Arlington, who hath, by the interest of his wife there, some interest. We have proposed the Hague, but know not yet whether the Dutch will like it, or, if they do, whether the French will. We think we shall have the help of the information of their affairs and state, and the helps of the Prince of Orange his faction. But above all, that De Witt, who hath all this while said he cannot get peace, his mouth will now be stopped, so that he will be forced to offer fit terms for fear of the people. And lastly, if France or Spain do not please us, we are in a way presently to clap up a peace with the Dutch and secure them. But we are also in treaty with France, as he says. But it must be to the excluding our alliance with the King of Spain or House of Austria, which we do not know presently what will be determined in. He tells me the Vice-Chamberlain is so great with the King, that, let the Duke of York and Sir W. Coventry, and this office, do or say what they will, while the King lives, Sir G. Carteret will do what he will, and advises me to be often with him, and eat and drink with him. And tells me that he doubts he is jealous of me, and was mighty mad today at our discourse to him before the Duke of York. But I did give him my reasons that the office is concerned to declare that, without money, the King's work cannot go on. From that discourse we ran to others, and among the others he assures me that Henry Brunker is one of the shrewdest fellows for parts in England, and a dangerous man. That if ever the Parliament comes again Sir W. Coventry cannot stand, but in this I believe him not. That, while we want money so much in the Navy, the officers of the Ordnance have at this day L300000 good in tallies, which they can command money upon, got by their overestimating their charge in getting it reckoned as a fifth part of the expense of the Navy. That Harry Coventry, who is to go upon this treaty with Lord Hollies, who he confesses to be a very wise man, into Holland, is a mighty quick, ready man, but not so weighty as he should be. He knowing him so well in his drink as he do. That, unless the king do something against my Lord Mordaunt and the patent for the Canary Company, before the Parliament next meets, he do believe there will be a civil war before there will be any more money given, unless it may be at their perfect disposal. And that all things are now ordered to the provoking of the Parliament against they come next, and the spending the king's money, so as to put him into a necessity of having it at the time it is prorogued for or sooner. Having discoursed all this and much more, he away, and I to supper and to read my vows, and to bed. My mind troubled about Betty Mitchell, poor saw carriage, this night in Versmoy, but do hope it will put me upon doing my business. This evening, going to the Queen's side to see the ladies, I did find the Queen, the Duchess of York, and another or two at cards, with the room full of great ladies and men, which I was amazed at to see on a Sunday, having not believed it, but contrarily, flatly denied the same a little while since to my cousin Roger Pepys. I did this day, going by water, read the answer to the Apology for Papists, which did like me mightily, it being a thing as well writ as I think most things that ever I read in my life, and glad I am that I read it. 18th. Up, and to my bookbinder, S., and they're mightily pleased to see some papers of the account we did give the Parliament of the expense of the navy sewed together, which I could not have conceived before how prettily it was done. Then by coach to the Exchequer about some tallies, and thence back again home, by the way meeting Mr. Weaver, of Huntingdon, and did discourse our business of law together, which did ease my mind, for I was afeard I have omitted doing what I in prudence ought to have done. So home and to dinner, and after dinner to the office, where G had Mrs. Burrows all solo in my closet, and did there, Baser and Toucher says May Mells. Thence away, and with my wife by coach to the Duke of York's playhouse, expecting a new play, and so stayed not no more than other people, but to the King's house, to the Maid's Tragedy. But vexed all the while with two talking ladies and Sir Charles Sedley, yet pleased to hear their discourse, he being a stranger. And one of the ladies would, and did sit with her mask on all the play, and being exceeding witty as ever I heard woman, did talk most pleasantly with him, but was, I believe, a virtuous woman and of quality. He would fain know who she was, but she would not tell, yet did give him many pleasant hints of her knowledge of him, by that means setting his brains at work to find out who she was, and did give him leave to use all means to find out who she was, but pulling off her mask. He was mighty witty, and she also making sport with him very inoffensively, that a more pleasant rencontre I never heard. But by that means lost the pleasure of the play wholly, to which now and then Sir Charles Sedley's exceptions against both words and pronouncing were very pretty. So home and to the office, did much business, then home, to supper, and to bed. 19th. Up and to the office, where all the morning doing little business, our want of money being so infinite great. At noon home, and there find old Mr. Mitchell and Howlett come to desire mine and my wife's company to dinner to their son, S., and so away by coach with them, it being Betty's wedding day a year, as also Shrove Tuesday. Here I made myself mighty merry, the two old women being there also, and a mighty pretty dinner we had in this little house, to my exceeding great content, and my wife S., and my heart pleased to see Betty. But I have not been so merry a very great while as with them, everything pleasing me there as much as among so mean company I could be pleased. After dinner, I fell to read the acts about the building of the city again. Burnet wrote History of His Own Time, Book 2. An act passed in this session for rebuilding the city of London, which gave Lord Chief Justice Hale a great reputation, for it was drawn with so true a judgment, and so great foresight, that the whole city was raised out of its ashes without any suits of law. And indeed the laws seem to be very good, and I pray God I may live to see it built in that manner. Anon with much content home, walking with my wife and her woman, and there to my office, where late doing much business, and then home to supper and to bed. This morning I hear that our discourse of peace is all in the dirt, for the Dutch will not like of the place, or at least the French will not agree to it, so that I do wonder what we shall do, for carry on the war we cannot. I long to hear the truth of it tomorrow at court. 20th. Up, with Sir W. Batten and Sir W. Penn by coach to Whitehall, by the way observing Sir W. Penn's carrying a favour to Sir W. Coventry, for his daughter's wedding, and saying that there was others for us, when we will fetch them, which vexed me, and I am resolved not to wear it when he orders me one. His wedding hath been so poorly kept, that I am ashamed of it, for a fellow that makes such a flutter as he do. When we come to the Duke of York here, I heard discourse how Harris of his playhouse is sick, and everybody commends him, and, above all things, for acting the cardinal. Here they talk also how the king's violin, Bannister, is mad that the king hath a Frenchman come to be chief of some part of the king's musique, at which the Duke of York made great mirth. Then withdrew to his closet, all our business, lack of money and prospect of the effects of it, such as made Sir W. Coventry say publicly before us all, that he do heartily wish that his Royal Highness had nothing to do in the navy, whatever become of him. So much dishonor, he says, is likely to fall under the management of it. The Duke of York was angry, as much as he could be, or ever I saw him, with Sir G. Carteret, for not paying the masters of some ships on Monday last, according to his promise, and I do think Sir G. Carteret will make himself unhappy by not taking some course either to borrow more money or wholly lay aside his pretence to the charge of raising money, when he hath nothing to do to trouble himself with. Thence to the Exchequer, and there find the people in readiness to dispatch my tallies today, though Ash Wednesday. So I back by coach to London to Sir Robert Viner, S. and there got L100, and come away with it and pay my fees round, and so away with the checker men to the leg in King Street, and there had wine for them. And here was one in company with them, that was the man that got the vessel to carry over the king from Bredhamson, who hath a pension of 200 per annum, but ill paid, and the man is looking after getting of a prize ship to live by. But the trouble is, that this poor man, who hath received no part of his money these 4 years, and is ready to starve almost, must yet pay to the poll bill for this pension. He told me several particulars of the king's coming thither, which was mighty pleasant, and shows how mean a thing a king is, how subject to fall, and how like other men he is in his afflictions. Thence with my tallies home, and a little dinner, and then with my wife by coach to Lincoln's Inn Fields, sent her to her brother S., and I with Lord Bellas's to the Lord Chancellor's. Lord Bellas's tells me how the King of France hath caused the stop to be made to our proposition of treating in the Hague, that he being greater than they, we may better come and treat at Paris, so that God knows what will become of the peace. He tells me, too, as a grand secret, that he do believe the peace offensive and defensive between Spain and us is quite finished, but must not be known, to prevent the King of France's present falling upon Flanders. He do believe the Duke of York will be made general of the Spanish armies there, and governor of Flanders, if the French should come against it, and we assist the Spaniard. That we have done the Spaniard abundance of mischief in the West Indies, by our privateers at Jamaica, which they lament mightily, and I am sorry for it to have it done at this time. By and by, come to my Lord Chancellor, who heard mighty quietly my complaints for lack of money, and spoke mighty kind to me, but little hopes of help therein, only his good word. He do prettily cry upon Povy's account with sometimes seeming friendship and pity, and this day quite the contrary. He do confess our straits here and everywhere else arise from our outspending our revenue. I mean that the king do so. Thence away took up my wife, who tells me her brother hath laid out much money upon himself and wife for clothes, which I am sorry to hear, it requiring great expense. So home and to the office a while, and then home to supper, where Mrs. Turner come to us, and sat and talked. Poor woman, I pity her, but she is very cunning. She concurs with me in the falseness of Sir W. Penn's friendship, and she tells pretty storms of my Lord Brunker since he come to our end of the town, of people's applications to Mrs. Williams. So, she gone, I back to my accounts of Tangier, which I am settling, having my new tallies from the Exchequer this day, and having set all right as I could wish, then to bed. 21st. Up and to the office, where sat all the morning, and there a most furious conflict between Sir W. Penn and I, in few words, and on a sudden occasion, of no great moment, but very bitter, and stared on one another, and so broke off. And to our business, my heart as full of spite as it could hold, for which God forgive me and him. At the end of the day come witnesses on behalf of Mr. Carcass, but instead of clearing him, I find they were brought to recriminate Sir W. Batten, and did it by oath very highly, that made the old man mad, and, I confess, me ashamed, so that I caused all but ourselves to withdraw, being sorry to have such things declared in the open office, before 100 people. But it was done home, and I do believe true, though Sir W. Batten denies all but is cruel mad and swore one of them, he or Carcass should not continue in the office, which is said like a fool. He gone, for he would not stay, and W. Penn gone a good while before Lord Brunker, Sir T. Harvey and I stayed and examined the witnesses, though amounting to little more than a reproaching of Sir W. Batten. I home, my head and mind vexed about the conflict between Sir W. Penn and I, though I have got, nor lost any ground by it. At home was Mr. Daniel and wife and sister, and dined with us, and I disturbed at dinner, Colonel Fitzgerald coming to me about tallies, which I did go and give him. And then to the office, where did much business and walked an hour or two with Lord Brunker, who is mightily concerned in this business for Carcass and against Sir W. Batten, and I do hope it will come to a good height, for I think it will be good for the king as well as for me, that they two do not agree, though I do. For aught I see yet, think that my lord is for the most part in the right. He gone, I to the office again to dispatch business, and late at night comes in Sir W. Batten, W. Penn, and J. Minns to the office, and what was it but to examine one Jones, a young merchant, who was said to have spoke the worst against Sir W. Batten, but he do deny it wholly, yet I do believe Carcass will go near to prove all that was sworn in the morning, and so it be true I wish it may. That done, I to end my letters, and then home to supper, and set right some accounts of Tangier, and then to bed. 22nd. Up and to the office, where I a while, and then home with Sir H. Comely to give him some tallies upon the business of the mole at Tangier, and then out with him by coach to the excise office, there to enter them, and so back again with him to the exchange, and there I took another coach, and home to the office, and to my business till dinner, the rest of our officers having been this morning upon the victualler's accounts. At dinner all of us, that is to say, Lord Brunker, J. Minns, W. Batten, T. Harvey, and myself to Sir W. Penn's house, where some other company. It is instead of a wedding dinner for his daughter, whom I saw in palterly clothes, nothing new but a bracelet that her servant had given her, and ugly she is as heart can wish. A sorry dinner, not anything handsome or clean but some silver plates they borrowed of me. My wife was here too. So a great deal of talk, and I seemingly merry, but took no pleasure at all. We had favors given us all, and we put them in our hats, I against my will, but that my lord and the rest did, I being displeased that he did carry Sir W. Coventry's himself several days ago, and the people up and down the town long since, and we must have them but today. After dinner to talk a little, and then I away to my office, to draw up a letter of the state of the office and navy for the Duke of York against Sunday next, and at it late, and then home to supper and to bed, talking with my wife of the poorness and meanness of all that Sir W. Penn and the people about us do, compared with what we do. 23rd. This day I am, by the blessing of God, 34 years old, in very good health and mind's content, and in condition of a state much beyond whatever my friends could expect of a child of theirs, this day 34 years. The Lord's name be praised, and may I be ever thankful for it. Up betimes to the office, in order to my letter to the Duke of York tomorrow, and then the office met and spent the greatest part about this letter. At noon home to dinner, and then to the office again very close at it all the day till midnight, making an end and writing fair this great letter and other things to my full content, it abundantly providing for the vindication of this office, whatever the success be of our wants of money. This evening Sir W. Batten come to me to the office on purpose, out of spleen, of which he is full to Carcass, to tell me that he is now informed of many double tickets now found of Carcass's making which quite overthrows him. It is strange to see how, though I do believe this fellow to be a rogue, and could be contented to have him removed, yet to see him persecuted by Sir W. Batten, who is as bad himself, and that with so much rancor, I am almost the fellow's friend. But this good I shall have from it, that the differences between Sir W. Batten and my Lord Brunker will do me no hurt. 24th, Lord's Day. Up, and with W. Batten by coach, he set me down at my Lord Brunker's, his feud there not suffering him to light himself, and I with my lord by and by when ready to Whitehall, and by up to the Duke of York, and there presented our great letter and other papers, and among the rest my report of the victualling, which is good, I think, and will continue my pretence to the place, which I am still afeard Sir W. Coventry's employment may extinguish. We have discharged ourselves in this letter fully from blame in the bad success of the navy, if money do not come soon to us, and so my heart is at pretty good rest in this point. Having done here, Sir W. Batten and I home by coach, and though the sermon at our church was begun, yet he would like to go home and eat a slice of roast beef off the spit, and did, and then he and I to church in the middle of the sermon. My Lady Pen there saluted me with great content to tell me that her daughter and husband are still in bed, as if the silly woman thought it a great matter of honor, and did, going out of the church, ask me whether we did not make a great show at court today, with all our favors in our hats. After sermon home, and alone with my wife dined. Among other things, my wife told me how ill a report our mercer hath got by her keeping of company, so that she will not send for her to dine with us or be with us as heretofore, and, what is more strange, tells me that little Mies Tooker hath got a clap as young as she is, being brought up loosely by her mother. In the afternoon away to Whitehall by water, and took a turn or two in the park, and then back to Whitehall, and there meeting my Lord Arlington, he, by I know not what kindness, offered to carry me along with him to my Lord Treasurer's, whither I told him I was going. I believe he had a mind to discourse of some navy businesses, but Sir Thomas Clifford coming into the coach to us, we were prevented, which I was sorry for I had a mind to begin an acquaintance with him. He speaks well, and hath pretty slight superficial parts, I believe. He, in our going, talked much of the plain habit of the Spaniards, how the king and lords themselves wear but a cloak of Colchester baize, and the ladies' mantles, in cold weather, of white flannel, and that the endeavors frequently of setting up the manufacture of making these stuffs there have only been prevented by the Inquisition. The English and Dutchmen that have been sent for to work, being taken with a psalm book or testament, and so clapped up, and the house pulled down by the inquisitors. And the greatest lord in Spain dare not say a word against it, if the word Inquisition be but mentioned. At my Lord Treasurer's, light and parted with them, they going into council, and I walked with Captain Cock, who takes mighty notice of the differences growing in our office between Lord Brunker and W. Batten, and among others also, and I fear it may do us hurt, but I will keep out of them. By and by come Sir S. Fox, and he and I walked and talked together on many things, but chiefly want of money, and the straits the king brings himself and affairs into for want of it. Captain Cock did tell me what I must not forget, that the answer of the Dutch, refusing the Hague for a place of treaty, and proposing the Boyce, Breda, Bergen op Zoom, or Maastricht, was seemingly stopped by the Swedes' ambassador, though he did show it to the king, but the king would take no notice of it, nor does not from being delivered to the king, and he hath wrote to desire them to consider better of it. So that, though we know their refusal of the place, yet they know not that we know it, nor is the king obliged to show his sense of the affront. That the Dutch are in very great straits, so as to be said to be not able to set out their fleet this year. By and by comes Sir Robert Viner and my Lord Mayor to ask the king's directions about measuring out the streets according to the new act for building of the city, wherein the king is to be pleased. See Sir Christopher Wren's proposals for rebuilding the city of London after the Great Fire, with an engraved plan of the principal streets and public buildings. In Elm's Memoirs of Sir Christopher Wren, Appendix P. 61. The originals are in All Souls, College Library, Oxford.B. But he says that the way proposed in Parliament by Colonel Birch would have been the best, to have chosen some persons in trust and sold the whole ground and let it be sold again by them with preference to the old owner, which would have certainly caused the city to be built where these trustees pleased. Whereas now great differences will be, and the streets built by fits, and not entire till all differences be decided. This, as he tells it, I think would have been the best way. I inquired about the Frenchmen. One Hubert, a French papist, was seized in Essex, as he was getting out of the way in great confusion. He confessed he had begun the fire, and persisted in his confession to his death, for he was hanged upon no other evidence but that of his own confession. It is true he gave so broken an account of the whole matter that he was thought mad. Yet he was blindfolded and carried to several places of the city, and then his eyes being opened, he was asked if that was the place, and he being carried to wrong places, after he looked round about for some time, he said that was not the place. But when he was brought to the place where it first broke out, he affirmed that was the true place. Burnet's own time, Book 2, Archbishop Tillotson, according to Burnet, believed that London was burnt by design. That was said to fire the city, and was hanged for it by his own confession, that he was hired for it by a Frenchman of Rhone, and that he did with a stick reach and a fireball in at a window of the house, whereas the master of the house, who is the king's baker and his son and daughter, do all swear there was no such window, and that the fire did not begin thereabouts. Yet the fellow, who, though a mopish besotted fellow, did not speak like a madman, did swear that he did fire it. And did not this like a madman? For, being tried on purpose and landed with his keeper at the Tower Wharf, he could carry the keeper to the very house. Asking Sir Arviner what he thought was the cause of the fire, he tells me that the baker, son, and his daughter did all swear again and again that their oven was drawn by 10 o'clock at night. That, having occasion to light a candle about 12, there was not so much fire in the bakehouse as to light a match for a candle, so that they were fain to go into another place to light it. That about 2 in the morning they felt themselves almost choked with smoke, and rising, did find the fire coming upstairs. So they rose to save themselves, but that, at that time, the bavins were not on fire in the yard. So that they are, as they swear, in absolute ignorance how this fire should come, which is a strange thing, that so horrid an effect should have so mean and uncertain a beginning. By and by called in to the king and cabinet, and there had a few insipid words about money for Tangier, but to no purpose. Thence away walked to my boat at Whitehall, and so home and to supper, and then to talk with W. Hewer about business of the differences at present among the people of our office, and so to my journal and to bed. This night going through bridge by water, my waterman told me how the mistress of the Bear Tavern at the bridge foot did lately fling herself into the Thames and drowned herself, which did trouble me the more, when they tell me it was she that did live at the White Horse Tavern in Lombard Street, which was a most beautiful woman, as most I have seen. It seems she hath had long melancholy upon her, and hath endeavored to make away with herself often. 25th. Lay long in bed, talking with pleasure with my poor wife, how she used to make coal fires and wash my foul clothes with her own hand for me, poor wretch. In our little room at my Lord Sandwich S., for which I ought for ever to love and admire her, and do, and persuade myself she would do the same thing again, if God should reduce us to it. So up and by coach abroad to the Duke of Albemarle's about sending soldiers down to some ships, and so home, calling at a beltmaker's to mend my belt, and so home and to dinner, where pleasant with my wife, and then to the office, where mighty busy all the day, saving going forth to the change to pay for some things, and on other occasions, and at my goldsmith's did observe the king's new medal, where in little there is Mrs. Steward's face as well done as ever I saw anything in my whole life, I think. And a pretty thing it is, that he should choose her face to represent Britannia by. So at the office late, very busy and much business with great joy dispatched, and so home to supper and to bed. 26th. Up, and to the office, where all the morning. And here did receive another reference from Sir W. Coventry about the business of some of the muster masters, concerning whom I had returned their small performances, which do give me a little more trouble for fear W. Coventry should think I had a design to favour my brother Balty, and to that end to disparage all the rest. But I shall clear all very well, only it do exercise my thoughts more than I am at leisure for. At home find Balty and his wife very fine, which I did not like, for fear he do spend too much of his money that way, and lay up anything. After dinner to the office again, where by and by Lord Brunker W. Batten J. Minns and I met about receiving Carcass's answers to the depositions against him. Wherein I did see so much favour from my lord to him, that I do again begin to see that my lord is not right at the bottom, and did make me the more earnest against him, though said little. My lord rising, declaring his judgment in his behalf, and going away, I did hinder our arguing it by ourselves, and so broke up the meeting, and myself went full of trouble to my office, there to write over the deposition and his answers side by side, and then home to supper and to bed with some trouble of mind to think of the issue of this, how it will breed ill blood among us here. 27th. Up by candlelight about 6 o'clock, it being bitter cold weather again, after all our warm weather, and by water down to Woolwich Rope Yard, I being this day at a leisure. The King and Duke of York being gone down to Sheerness this morning to lay out the design for a fortification there to the river Medway. And so we do not attend the Duke of York as we should otherwise have done, and there to the dockyard to inquire of the state of things, and went into Mr. Pett S. And there, beyond expectation, he did present me with a Japan cane with a silver head, and his wife sent me by him a ring with a Woolwich stone. Woolwich stones, still collected in that locality, are simply water-worn pebbles of flint, which, when broken with a hammer, exhibit on the smooth surface some resemblance to the human face, and their possessors are thus enabled to trace likenesses of friends or eminent public characters. The late Mr. Tennant, the geologist of the Strand, had a collection of such stones. In the British Museum is a nodule of globular or Egyptian jasper, which, in its fracture, bears a striking resemblance to the well-known portrait of Chaucer. It is engraved in rimsticks, Museum Britannicum, tab, Roman 28. A flint, showing Mr. Pitt's face, used once to be exhibited at the meetings of the Pitt Club B. Now much in request, which I accepted, the values not being great, and knowing that I had done them courtesies which he did own in very high terms, and then, at my asking, did give me an old draft of an ancient-built ship, given him by his father, of the Bear, in Queen Elizabeth's time. This did much please me, it being a thing I much desired to have, to show the difference in the build of ships now and heretofore. Being much taken with this kindness, I away to Blackwall and dipped Ford, to satisfy myself there about the king's business, and then walked to Raydriff, and so home about noon. There find Mr. Hunt, newly come out of the country, who tells me the country is much impoverished by the greatness of taxes. The farmers do break every day almost, and L 1,000 a year become not worth L 500. He dined with us, and we had good discourse of the general ill state of things, and by the way he told me some ridiculous pieces of thrift of Sir G. Downing, S., who is his countryman, in inviting some poor people at Christmas last to charm the country people's mouths, but did give them nothing but beef, porridge, pudding, and pork, and nothing said all dinner, but only his mother would say, "It's good broth, son." He would answer, "Yes, it is good broth." Then says his lady, confirm all, and say, "Yes, very good broth." By and by she would begin and say, "Good pork." "Yes," says the mother, "good pork." Then he cries, "Yes, very good pork." And so they said of all things, to which nobody made any answer, they going there not out of love or esteem of them, but to eat his victuals, knowing him to be a niggardly fellow, and with this he is jeered now all over the country. This day just before dinner comes Captain Story, of Cambridge, to me to the office, about a bill for pressed money. Money paid to men who enlist into the public service. Press money, so called because those who receive it are to be pressed or ready when called on, encyclopedic dictionary. For men sent out of the country, and the countries about him to the fleet the last year, but Lord, to see the natures of men, how this man, hearing of my name, did ask me of my country, and told me of my cozen Roger, that he was not so wise a man as his father. For that he do not agree in Parliament with his fellow burgesses and knights of the shire, whereas I know very well the reason. For he is not so high a flyer as Mr. Chichley and others, but loves the king better than any of them, and to better purpose. But yet, he says that he is a very honest gentleman, and thence runs into 100 stories of his own services to the king, and how he at this day brings in the taxes before anybody here thinks they are collected. Discourse very absurd to entertain a stranger with. He being gone, and I glad of it, I home then to dinner. After dinner with my wife by coach abroad, Anne set Mr. Hunt down at the Temple and her at her brother S., and I to Whitehall to meet W. Coventry, but found him not, but met Mr. Cooling, who tells me of my Lord Duke of Buckingham's being sent for last night, by a serjeant-at-arms to the Tower for treasonable practices, and that the king is infinitely angry with him, and declared him no longer one of his council. I know not the reason of it or occasion. To Westminster Hall, and there paid what I owed for books, and so by coach, took up my wife to the Exchange, and there bought things for Mrs. Pierce's little daughter, my Valentine, and so to their house, where we find Nip, who also challengeth me for her Valentine. She looks well, sang well, and very merry we were for half an hour. Tells me Harris is well again, having been very ill, and so we home and I to the office. Then, at night, to Sir W. Penn, S., and sat with my lady and the young couple, Sir William out of town, talking merrily, but they make a very sorry couple, methinks, though rich. So late home and to bed. 28th, up, and there comes to me Drumbleby with a flageolet, made to suit with my former, and brings me one greeting, a master to teach my wife. I agree by the whole with him to teach her to take out any lesson of herself for L4. She was not ready to begin today, but due tomorrow. So I to the office, where my Lord Brunker and I only all the morning, and did business. At noon to the Exchange and to Sir Rob Viner's about settling my accounts there. So back home and to dinner, where Mr. Holliard dined with us, and pleasant company he is. I love his company, and he secures me against ever having the stone again. He gives it me as his opinion that the city will never be built again together, as is expected, while any restraint is laid upon them. He hath been a great loser, and would be a builder again, but, he says, he knows not what restrictions there will be, so as it is unsafe for him to begin. He gone, I to the office, and there busy till night doing much business. Then home and to my accounts, wherein, beyond expectation, I succeeded so well as to settle them very clear and plain, though by borrowing of moneys this month to pay D. Godden, and chopping and changing with my Tangier money, they were become somewhat intricate, and blessed be God, upon the evening my accounts, I do appear L 6,800 creditor. This done, I to supper about 12 at night, and so to bed. The weather for 3 or 4 days being come to be exceeding cold again as any time this year. I did within these 6 days see smoke still remaining of the late fire in the city, and it is strange to think how, to this very day, I cannot sleep at night without great terrors of fire, and this very night I could not sleep till almost 2 in the morning through thoughts of fire. Thus this month is ended with great content of mind to me, thriving in my estate, and the affairs in my offices going pretty well as to myself. This afternoon Mr. Godden was with me, and tells me more than I knew before that he hath orders to get all the victuals he can to Plymouth, and the western ports, and other outports, and some to Scotland, so that we do intend to keep but a flying fleet this year, which, it may be, may preserve us a year longer, but the end of it must be ruin. Sir J. Minns this night tells me that he hears for certain that ballads are made of us in Holland for begging of a peace, which I expected, but am vexed at. So ends this month with nothing of weight upon my mind, but for my father and mother, who are both very ill, and have been so for some weeks. Whom God help. But I do fear my poor father will hardly be ever thoroughly well again. March 1660, 1667. March 1st. Up, it being very cold weather again after a good deal of warm summer weather, and to the office, where I settled to do much business today. By and by sent for to Sir G. Carteret to discourse of the business of the Navy, and our wants, and the best way of bestowing the little money we have, which is about L 30000, but God knows we have need of 10 times as much, which do make my life uncomfortable. I confess, on the king's behalf, though it is well enough as to my own particular, but the king's service is undone by it. Having done with him, back again to the office, and in the streets in Mark Lane, I do observe, it being St. David's Day, the picture of a man dressed like a Welshman, hanging by the neck upon one of the poles that stand out at the top of one of the merchants' houses, in full proportion, and very handsomely done. Which is one of the oddest sights I have seen a good while, for it was so like a man that one would have thought it was indeed a man. From Poor Robin's Almanac, for 1757 it appears that in former times in England, a Welshman was burnt in effigy on this anniversary. Mr. W. C. Hazlitt, in his edition of Brand's Popular Antiquities, adds the practice to which Pepys refers, was very common at one time, until very lately bakers made gingerbread Welshmen, called taffies on St. David's Day, which were made to represent a man skewered, volume IPP. 6061. Being returned home, I find greeting, the flageolet master, come and teaching my wife, and I do think my wife will take pleasure in it, and it will be easy for her and pleasant. So as I am well content with the charge it will occasion me. So to the office till dinner time, and then home to dinner, and before dinner making my wife to sing. Poor wretch. Her ear is so bad that it made me angry, till the poor wretch cried to see me so vexed at her, that I think I shall not discourage her so much again, but will endeavor to make her understand sounds, and do her good that way. For she hath a great mind to learn, only to please me. And therefore I am mighty unjust to her in discouraging her so much, but we were good friends, and to dinner, and had she not been ill with those, and that it were not Friday, on which in Lent there are no plays, I had carried her to a play, but she not being fit to go abroad, I to the office, where all the afternoon close examining the collection of my papers of the accounts of the Navy, since this war to my great content, and so at night home to talk and sing with my wife, and then to supper and so to bed with great pleasure. But I cannot but remember that just before dinner one of my people come up to me, and told me a man come from Huntingdon would speak with me, how my heart come into my mouth doubting that my father, who has been long sick, was dead. It put me into a trembling, but, blessed be, it was no such thing, but a countryman come about ordinary business to me, to receive L50 paid to my father in the country for the Perkins for their legacy, upon the death of their mother, by my uncle's will. So though I get nothing at present, at least by the estate, I am fain to pay this money rather than rob my father, and much good may it do them, that I may have no more further trouble from them. I hear today that Tom Woodall, the known chirurgeon, is killed at Somerset House by a Frenchman, but the occasion Sir W. Batten could not tell me. Second, up, and to the office, where sitting all the morning, and among other things did agree upon a distribution of L30000 and odd, which is the only sum we hear of like to come out of all the poll bill for the use of this office for buying of goods. I did herein some few courtesies for particular friends I wished well to, and for the king's service also, and was therefore well pleased with what was done. Sir W. Penn this day did bring an order from the Duke of York for our receiving from him a small vessel for a fireship, and taking away a better of the king's for it, it being expressed for his great service to the king. This I am glad of, not for his sake, but that it will give me a better ground, I believe, to ask something for myself of this kind, which I was fearful to begin. This do make Sir W. Penn the most kind to me that can be. I suppose it is this, lest it should find any opposition from me, but I will not oppose but promote it. After dinner with my wife to the king's house to see The Maiden Queen, a new play of Dryden S., mightily commended for the regularity of it, and the strain and wit, and, the truth is, there is a comical part done by Nell. Her skill increasing with her years, other poets sought to obtain recommendations of her wit and beauty to the success of their writings. I have said that Dryden was one of the principal supporters of the king's house, and ere long in one of his new plays, a principal character was set apart for the popular comedian. The drama was a tragicomedy called Secret Love or The Maiden Queen, and an additional interest was attached to its production from the king having suggested the plot to its author, and calling it his play. Cunningham's Story of Nell Gwynn, ed. 1892, pp. 3839. Which is florimel, that I never can hope ever to see the like done again, by man or woman. The King and Duke of York were at the play, but so great performance of a comical part was never, I believe, in the world before as Nell do this, both as a mad girl, then most and best of all when she comes in like a young gallant, and hath the notions and carriage of a spark the most that ever I saw any man have. It makes me, I confess, admire her. Thence home and to the office, where busy a while, and then home to read the lives of Henry V and VI, very fine, in speed, and to bed. This day I did pay a bill of L50 from my father, being so much out of my own purse gone to pay my Uncle Robert's legacy to my Aunt Perkins' child. Third Lord's Day. Lay long, merrily talking with my wife, and then up and to church, where a dull sermon of Mr. Mill's touching original sin, and then home, and there find little Mitchell and his wife, whom I love mightily. Mightily contented I was in their company, for I love her much. And so after dinner I left them and by water from the Old Swan to Whitehall, where, walking in the galleries, I in the first place met Mr. Pierce, who tells me the story of Tom Woodall, the surgeon, killed in a drunken quarrel, and how the Duke of York hath a mind to get him one of his places in St. Thomas's Hospital. Then comes Mr. Hayward, the Duke of York's servant, and tells us that the Swedes' ambassador hath been here today with news that it is believed that the Dutch will yield to have the treaty at London or Dover, neither of which will get our king any credit, we having already consented to have it at the Hague, which, it seems, De Witt opposed, as a thing wherein the King of England must needs have some profound design, which in my conscience he hath not. They do also tell me that news is this day come to the king, that the King of France is come with his army to the frontiers of Flanders, demanding leave to pass through their country towards Poland, but is denied, and thereupon that he is gone into the country. How true this is I dare not believe till I hear more. From them I walked into the park, it being a fine but very cold day, and there took 2 or 3 turns the length of the Pall-Mall, and there I met Sergeant Bearcroft, who was sent for the Duke of Buckingham to have brought him prisoner to the Tower. He come to town this day, and brings word that, being overtaken and outrid by the Duchess of Buckingham within a few miles of the Duke's house of Westhorpe, he believes she got thither about a quarter of an hour before him, and so had time to consider, so that, when he come, the doors were kept shut against him. The next day, coming with officers of the neighbor market town to force open the doors, they were open for him, but the Duke gone. So he took horse presently, and heard upon the road that the Duke of Buckingham was gone before him for London, so that he believes he is this day also come to town before him, but no news is yet heard of him. This is all he brings. Thence to my Lord Chancellor S., and there, meeting Sir H. Comely, he and I walked in my lord's garden and talked, among other things, of the treaty. And he says there will certainly be a peace, but I cannot believe it. He tells me that the Duke of Buckingham his crimes, as far as he knows, are his being of a cabal with some discontented persons of the late House of Commons, and opposing the desires of the king in all his matters in that house, and endeavoring to become popular, and advising how the Commons' house should proceed, and how he would order the House of Lords. And that he hath been endeavoring to have the king's nativity calculated, which was done, and the fellow now in the Tower about it, which itself hath heretofore, as he says, been held treason, and people died for it. But by the statute of treasons, in Queen Mary's times and since, it hath been left out. He tells me that this silly lord hath provoked, by his ill carriage, the Duke of York, my Lord Chancellor, and all the great persons, and therefore most likely will die. He tells me, too, many practices of treachery against this king, as betraying him in Scotland, and giving Oliver an account of the king's private counsels, which the king knows very well, and hath yet pardoned him. 2 of our greatest poets have drawn the character of the Duke of Buckingham in brilliant verse, and both have condemned him to infamy. There is enough in Pepys's reports to corroborate the main features of Dryden's magnificent portrait of Zimri in Absalom and Achitophel. In the first rank of these did Zimri stand, a man so various that he seemed to be not one, but all mankind's epitome, stiff in opinions, always in the wrong, was everything by starts and nothing long. But in the course of one revolving moon was chimist, fiddler, statesman, and buffoon, then all for women, painting, rhyming, drinking, besides 10,000 freaks that died in thinking. He laughed himself from court, then sought relief by forming parties, but could ne'er be chief. Pope's facts are not correct, and hence the effect of his picture is impaired. In spite of the Duke's constant visits to the Tower, Charles Roman II still continued his friend, but on the death of the king, expecting little from James, he retired to his estate at Helmsley, in Yorkshire, to nurse his property and to restore his constitution. He died on April 16, 1687, at Kirkby Moorside, after a few days' illness, caused by sitting on the damp grass when heated from a fox chase. The scene of his death was the house of a tenant, not the Worston's worst room, Moral Essays, Epist, Roman 3. He was buried in Westminster Abbey. Here I passed away a little time more talking with him and Creed, whom I met there, and so away, Creed walking with me to Whitehall, and there I took water and stayed at Mitchell's to drink. I home, and there to read very good things in Fuller's Church History, and Worthy's, and so to supper, and after supper had much good discourse with W. Hewer, who supped with us, about the ticket office and the knaveries and extortions every day used there, and particularly of the business of Mr. Carcass, whom I fear I shall find a very rogue. So parted with him, and then to bed. 4th. Up and with Sir J. Minns and W. Batten by barge to Diptford by 8 in the morning, where to the King's Yard a little to look after business there, and then to a private storehouse to look upon some cordage of Sir W. Batten S., and there being a hole formerly made for a drain for tar to run into, wherein the barrel stood still, full of stinking water, Sir W. Batten did fall with one leg into it, which might have been very bad to him by breaking a leg or other hurt, but, thanks be to God, he only sprained his foot a little. So after his shifting his stockings at a strong water shop close by, we took barge again, and so to Woolwich, where our business was chiefly to look upon the ballast wharf there, which is offered us for the King's use to hire, but we do not think it worth the laying out much money upon, unless we could buy the fee simple of it, which cannot be sold us, so we wholly flung it off. So to the dockyard, and there stayed a while talking about business of the yard, and thence to the rope yard, and so to the White Hart, and there dined, and Captain Cock with us, whom we found at the rope yard, and very merry at dinner, and many pretty tales of Sir J. Minns, which I have entered in my tale book. But by this time Sir W. Batten was come to be in much pain in his foot, so as he was forced to be carried down in a chair to the barge again, and so away to Diptford, and there I a little in the yard, and then to Bagwell's, where I find his wife washing, and also I did hazer tout queji vaudrais con her, and then sent for her husband, and discoursed of his going to Harwich this week to his charge of the new ship building there, which I have got him, and so away, walked to Redriff. And there took boat and away home, and upon Tower Hill, near the ticket office, meeting with my old acquaintance Mr. Chaplin, the cheesemonger, and there fell to talk of news. And he tells me that for certain the King of France is denied passage with his army through Flanders, and that he hears that the Dutch do stand upon high terms with us, and will have a promise of not being obliged to strike the flag to us before they will treat with us, and other high things, which I am ashamed of and do hope will never be yielded to. That they do make all imaginable preparations, but that he believes they will be in mighty want of men, that the King of France do court us mightily. He tells me too that our Lord Treasurer is going to lay down, and that Lord Arlington is to be Lord Treasurer, but I believe nothing of it, for he is not yet of a state visible enough to have the charge I suppose upon him. So being parted from him, I home to the office, and after having done business, there I home to supper, and there mightily pleased with my wife's beginning the flageolet, believing that she will come to very well thereon. This day in the barge I took Birkenshaw's translation of Alsted his Templum, but the most ridiculous book, as he has translated it, that ever I saw in my life, I declaring that I understood not 3 lines together from one end of the book to the other. 5th, up and to the office, where met and sat all the morning, doing little for want of money, but only bear the countenance of an office. At noon home to dinner, and then to the office again, and there comes Martin my purser, and I walked with him a while in the garden, I giving him good advice to beware of coming any more with high demands for supernumeraries or other things. For now Sir W. Penn is come to mind the business, the passing of his accounts will not be so easy as the last. He tells me he will never need it again, it being as easy, and to as much purpose to do the same thing otherwise, and how he do keep his captain's table, and by that means hath the command of his captains. And do not fear in a 5th-rate ship constantly employed to get a L1000 in 5 years' time. And this year, besides all his spendings, which are I fear high, he hath got at this day clear above L150 in a voyage of about 5 or 6 months, which is a brave trade. He gone I to the office, and there all the afternoon late doing much business, and then to see Sir W. Batten, whose leg is all but better than it was, and like to do well. I by discourse do perceive he and his lady are to their hearts out with my Lord Brunker and Mrs. Williams, to which I added something, but I think did not venture too far with them. But Lord, to see to what a poor content any acquaintance among these people, or the people of the world, as they nowadays go, is worth. For my part one and my wife will keep to one another, and let the world go hang, for there is nothing but falseness in it. So home to supper and hear my wife and girls sing a little, and then to bed with much content of mind. 6th, up and with W. Penn to Whitehall by coach, and by the way agreed to acquaint W. Coventry with the business of Mr. Carcass, and he and I spoke to Sir W. Coventry that we might move it to the Duke of York, which I did in a very indifferent, that is, impartial manner, but vexed I believe Lord Brunker. Here the Duke of York did acquaint us, and the king did the like also, afterwards coming in, with his resolution of altering the manner of the war this year. That is, we shall keep what fleet we have abroad in several squadrons, so that now all is come out. But we are to keep it as close as we can, without hindering the work that is to be done in preparation to this. Great preparations there are to fortify Sheerness and the yard at Portsmouth, and forces are drawing down to both those places and elsewhere by the seaside, so that we have some fear of an invasion. And the Duke of York himself did declare his expectation of the enemies blocking us up here in the river, and therefore directed that we should send away all the ships that we have to fit out hence. Sir W. Penn told me, going with me this morning to Whitehall, that for certain the Duke of Buckingham is brought into the Tower, and that he hath had an hour's private conference with the king before he was sent thither. To Westminster Hall. There bought some news books, and, as everywhere else, hear every body complain of the dearness of coals, being at L4 per chaldron, the weather, too, being become most bitter cold, the king saying today that it was the coldest day he ever knew in England. Thence by coach to my Lord Crew's, where very welcome. Here I find they are in doubt where the Duke of Buckingham is, which makes me mightily reflect on the uncertainty of all history, when, in a business of this moment, and of this day's growth, we cannot tell the truth. Here dined my old acquaintance, Mr. Borfit, that was my Lord Sandwich's chaplain, and my Lady Wright and Dr. Borman, who is preacher at St. Giles's in the Fields, who, after dinner, did give my lord an account of 2 Papist women lately converted, whereof one wrote her recantation, which he showed under her own hand mighty well drawn, so as my lord desired a copy of it, after he had satisfied himself from the doctor, that to his knowledge she was not a woman under any necessity. Thence by coach home and stayed a very little, and then by water to Redriff and walked to Bagwell's, where La Moher was defro, said would not have me demurra their parce Mrs. Batters and one of my ancillas. I believe Jane, for she was gone abroad today, was in the town and coming thither. So I away presently, esteeming it a great escape. So to the yard and spoke a word or two, and then by water home, wondrous cold, and reading a ridiculous ballad made in praise of the Duke of Albemarle, to the tune of St. George, the tune being printed, too, and I observe that people have some great encouragement to make ballads of him of this kind. There are so many, that hereafter he will sound like Guy of Warwick. Then abroad with my wife, leaving her at the Change, while I to Sir H. Comely's, a pretty house and a fine, worthy, well-disposed gentleman he is. He and I to Sir P.H. Warwick S. about money for Tangier, but to little purpose. H. Comely tells me, among other things, that he hears of little hopes of a peace, their demands being so high as we shall never grant, and could tell me that we shall keep no fleet abroad this year, but only squadrons. And among other things, that my Lord Bellasses, he believes, will lose his command of Tangier by his corrupt covetous ways of endeavoring to sell his command, which I am glad, for he is a man of no worth in the world but compliment. So to the Change, and there bought 32s. Worth of things for Mrs. Nip my Valentine, which is pretty to see how my wife is come to convention with me, that, whatever I do give to anybody else, I shall give her as much, which I am not much displeased with. So home and to the office and Sir W. Batten, to tell him what I had done today about Carcass's business, and God forgive me, I am not without design to give a blow to Sir W. Batten by it. So home, where Mr. Baitlier supped with us and talked away the evening pretty late, and so he gone and we to bed. 7th, so up and to the office, my head full of Carcass's business, then hearing that Nip is at my house, I home, and it was about a ticket for a friend of hers. I do love the humor of the jade very well. So to the office again, not being able to stay, and there about noon my Lord Brunker did begin to talk of Carcass's business. Only Commissioner Pett, my lord, and I there, and it was pretty to see how Pett hugged the occasion of having anything against Sir W. Batten, which I am not much troubled at, for I love him not neither. Though I did really endeavor to quash it all I could, because I would prevent their malice taking effect. My lord, I see, is fully resolved to vindicate Carcass, though to the undoing of Sir W. Batten, but I believe he will find himself in a mistake, and do himself no good, and that I shall be glad of, for though I love the treason I hate the traitor. But he is vexed at my moving it to the Duke of York yesterday, which I answered well, so as I think he could not answer. But Lord, It is pretty to see how Pet hugs this business, and how he favors my Lord Brunker, who to my knowledge hates him, and has said more to his disadvantage in my presence to the King and Duke of York than any man in England, and so let them thrive one with another by cheating one another, for that is all I observe among them. Thence home late, and find my wife hath dined, and she and Mrs. Hewer going to a play. Here was Creed, and he and I to Devonshire House, to a burial of a kinsman of Sir R. Viner S. And there I received a ring, and so away presently to Creed, who stayed for me at an alehouse hard by, and thence to the Duke's playhouse, where he parted, and I in and find my wife and Mrs. Hewer, and sat by them and saw the English Princess or Richard III. A most sad, melancholy play and pretty good, but nothing eminent in it as some tragedies are, only little me's. Davis did dance a jig after the end of the play, and they're telling the next day's play, so that it come in by force only to please the company to see her dance in boys' clothes. And, the truth is, there is no comparison between Nell's dancing the other day at the King's house in boys' clothes and this being infinitely beyond the other. Mere was Mr. Clerk and Pierce, to whom one word only of how do you, and so away home Mrs. Hewer with us, and I to the office and so to W. Bat S., and there talked privately with him and W. Penn about business of Carcass against tomorrow, wherein I think I did give them proof enough of my ability as well as friendship to W. Batten, and the honor of the office in my sense of the rogue's business. So back to finish my office business, and then home to supper and to bed. This day, Commissioner Taylor come to me for advice, and would force me to take 10 pieces in gold of him, which I had no mind to, he being become one of our number at the board. This day was reckoned by all people the coldest day that ever was remembered in England, and, God knows, coals at a very great price. 8th. Up and to the Old Swan, where drank at Mitchell's, but not seeing her whom I love I by water to Whitehall, and their acquainted Sir G. Carteret betimes what I had to say this day before the Duke of York in the business of Carcass, which he likes well of, being a great enemy to him, and then I being too early here to go to Sir W. Coventry's chamber, having nothing to say to him, and being able to give him but a bad account of the business of the office, which is a shame to me. And that which I shall rue if I do not recover. To the Exchequer about getting a certificate of Mr. Lannion. S. entered at Sir R. Long's office, and strange it is to see what horrid delays there are at this day in the business of money, there being nothing yet come from my Lord Treasurer to set the business of money in action since the Parliament broke off, notwithstanding the greatness and number of the King's occasions for it. So to the Swan, and there had 3 or 4 bazers of the little Ancilla there, and so to Westminster Hall, where I saw Mr. Martin, the purser, come through with a picture in his hand, which he had bought, and observed how all the people of the hall did fleer and laugh upon him, crying, "There is plenty grown upon a sudden." And the truth is, I was a little troubled that my favor should fall on so vain a fellow as he, and the more because, methought, the people do gaze upon me as the man that had raised him, and as if they guessed whence my kindness to him springs. So thence to Whitehall, where I find all met at the Duke of York's chamber. And by the Duke of York comes and Carcass is called in, and I read the depositions and his answers, and he added with great confidence and good words, even almost to persuasion, what to say. And my Lord Brunker, like a very silly solicitor, argued against me and us all for him, and being asked first by the Duke of York his opinion, did give it for his being excused. I next did answer the contrary very plainly, and had in this dispute which vexed and will never be forgot by my lord, many occasions of speaking severely, and did against his bad practices. Commissioner Pett, like a fawning rogue, sided with my lord, but to no purpose, and W. Penn, like a cunning rogue, spoke mighty indifferently, and said nothing in all the fray, like a knave as he is. But W. Batten spoke out, and did come off himself by the Duke's kindness very well, and then Sir G. Carteret and Sir W. Coventry, and the Duke of York himself, flatly as I said. And so he was declared unfit to continue in, and therefore to be presently discharged the office, which, among other good effects, I hope, will make my Lord Brunker not allocker so high, when he shall consider he hath had such a public foil as this is. So home with W. Batten, and W. Penn by coach, and there met at the office, and my Lord Brunker presently after us, and there did give order to Mr. Stevens for securing the tickets in Carcass's hands, which my lord against his will could not refuse to sign, and then home to dinner, and so away with my wife by coach, she to Mrs. Pierce's and I to my Lord Bellas's, and with him to Lord Treasurer's, where by agreement we met with Sir H. Comely. And there sat and talked all the afternoon almost about one thing or other, expecting Sir Philip Warwick's coming, but he come not. So we away towards night, Sir H. Comely and I to the Temple, and there parted, telling me of my Lord Bellas's want of generosity, and that he will certainly be turned out of his government, and he thinks himself stands fair for it. So home, and there found, as I expected, Mrs. Pierce and Mr. Batelier. He went for Mrs. Jones, but no Mrs. Nip come, which vexed me, nor any other company. So with one fiddler we danced away the evening, but I was not well contented with the littleness of the room, and my wife's want of preparing things ready, as they should be, for supper and bad. So not very merry, though very well pleased. So after supper to bed, my wife and Mrs. Pierce, and her boy James and I yesterday I began to make this mark, V, stand instead of 3 pricks, which therefore I must observe everywhere, it being a mark more easy to make. 9th, up and to the office, where sat all the morning busy. At noon home to dinner, where Mrs. Pierce did continue with us and her boy, who I still find every day more and more witty beyond his age, and did dine with us, and by comes in her husband and a brother-in-law of his, a parson, one of the tallest, biggest men that ever I saw in my life. So to the office, where a meeting extraordinary about settling the number and wages of my Lord Brunker's clerks for his new work upon the treasurer's accounts. But this did put us upon running into the business of yesterday about Carcass, wherein I perceive he is most dissatisfied with me, and I am not sorry for it, having all the world but him of my side therein, for it will let him know another time that he is not to expect our submitting to him in everything, as I think he did heretofore expect. He did speak many severe words to me, and I returned as many to him, so that I do think there cannot for a great while be any right peace between us, and I care not a fart for it. But however, I must look about me and mind my business, for I perceive by his threats and inquiries he is, and will endeavor to find out something against me or mine. Breaking up here somewhat brokenly I home, and carried Mrs. Pierce and wife to the New Exchange, and there did give her and myself a pair of gloves, and then set her down at home, and so back again straight home and there to do business, and then to Sir W. Batten S. where W. Penn and others, and mighty merry, only I have got a great cold, and the scolding this day at the office with my Lord Brunker hath made it worse, that I am not able to speak. But Lord, to see how kind Sir W. Batten and his lady are to me upon this business of my standing by W. Batten against Carcass, and I am glad of it. Captain Cock, who was here tonight, did tell us that he is certain that yesterday a proclamation was voted at the council, touching the proclaiming of my Lord Duke of Buckingham a traitor, and that it will be out on Monday. So home late, and drank some buttered ale, and so to bed and to sleep. This cold did most certainly come by my staying a little too long bare-legged yesterday morning, when I rose while I looked out fresh socks and thread stockings, yesterday's having in the night, lying near the window, been covered with snow within the window, which made me I durst not put them on. 10th Lord's Day. Having my cold still grown more upon me, so as I am not able to speak, I lay in bed till noon, and then up into my chamber with a good fire, and there spent an hour on Morley's Introduction to Musique, a very good but unmethodical book. Then to dinner, my wife and I, and then all the afternoon alone in my chamber preparing a letter for Commissioner Taylor to the city about getting his accounts for the Loyal London. The Loyal London was the ship given to the king by the city. It was launched at Deptford on June 10, 1666. By him built for them, stated and discharged, they owing him still about L4,000. Towards the evening comes Mr. Spung to see me, whose discourse about several things I proposed to him was very good, better than I have had with any body a good while. He gone, I to my business again, and anon comes my Lady Penn and her son-in-law and daughter, and there we talked all the evening away, and then to supper. And after supper comes Sir W. Penn, and there we talked together, and then broke up, and so to bed. He tells me that our Mr. Turner has seen the proclamation against the Duke of Buckingham, and that therefore it is true what we heard last night. Yesterday and today I have been troubled with a hoarseness through cold that I could not almost speak. 11th, up, and with my cold still upon me and hoarseness, but I was forced to rise and to the office, where all the morning busy, and among other things Sir W. Warren come to me, to whom of late I have been very strange, partly from my indifference how more than heretofore to get money, but most from my finding that he is become great with my Lord Brunker, and so I dare not trust him as I used to do, for I will not be inward with him that is open to another. By and by comes Sir H. calmly to me about Tangier business, and then talking of news he tells me how yesterday the king did publicly talk of the King of France's dealing with all the princes of Christendom. As to the states of Holland, he hath advised them on good grounds to refuse to treat with us at the Hague, because of having opportunity of spies, by reason of our interest in the House of Orange. And then, it being a town in one particular province, it would not be fit to have it, but in a town wherein the provinces have equal interest, as at Maastricht and other places named. That he advises them to offer no terms, nor accept of any, without his privity and consent, according to agreement, and tells them, if not so, he hath in his power to be even with them, the King of England being come to offer him any terms he pleases, and that my Lord St. Albans is now at Paris, plenipotentiary, to make what peace he pleases, and so he can make it and exclude them, the Dutch, if he sees fit. A copy of this letter of the King of France's the Spanish ambassador here gets, and comes and tells all to our king, which our king denies, and says the King of France only uses his power of saying anything. At the same time, the King of France writes to the Emperor, that he is resolved to do all things to express affection to the Emperor, having it now in his power to make what peace he pleases between the King of England and him, and the states of the United Provinces, and therefore that he would not have him to concern himself in a friendship with us, and assures him that, on that regard, he will not offer anything to his disturbance, in his interest in Flanders or elsewhere. He writes at the same time to Spain to tell him that he wonders to hear of a league almost ended between the crown of Spain and England, by my Lord Sandwich, and all without his privity, while he was making a peace upon what terms he pleased with England. That he is a great lover of the crown of Spain, and would take the king and his affairs, during his minority, into his protection, nor would offer to set his foot in Flanders or anywhere else to disturb him, and therefore would not have him to trouble himself to make peace with any body. Only he hath a desire to offer an exchange, which he thinks may be of moment to both sides. That is, that he will instate the King of Spain in the kingdom of Portugal, and he and the Dutch will put him into possession of Lisbon, and that being done, he may have Flanders. And this, they say, do mightily take in Spain, which is sensible of the fruitless expense Flanders, so far off, gives them. And how much better it would be for them to be master of Portugal. And the King of France offers, for security herein, that the King of England shall be bond for him, and that he will countersecure the King of England with Amsterdam, and, it seems, hath assured our king, that if he will make a league with him, he will make a peace exclusive to the Hollander. These things are almost romantic, but yet true, as Sir H. calmly tells me the king himself did relate it all yesterday, and it seems as if the King of France did think other princes fit for nothing but to make sport for him. But simple princes they are that are forced to suffer this from him. So at noon with Sir W. Penn by coach to the Sun in Leadenhall Street, where Sir R. Ford, Sir W. Batten, and Commissioner Taylor, whose feast it was, were, and we dined and had a very good dinner. Among other discourses, Sir R. Ford did tell me that he do verily believe that the city will in few years be built again in all the greatest streets, and answered the objections I did give to it. Here we had the proclamation this day come out against the Duke of Buckingham, commanding him to come in to one of the secretaries, or to the lieutenant of the Tower. A silly, vain man to bring himself to this, and there be many hard circumstances in the proclamation of the causes of this proceeding of the king, S, which speak great displeasure of the king, S, and crimes of his. Then to discourse of the business of the day, that is, to see Commissioner Taylor's accounts for his ship he built, the Loyal London, and it is pretty to see how dully this old fellow makes his demands, and yet plaguy wise sayings will come from the man sometimes, and also how Sir R. Ford and W. Batten did with seeming reliance advise him what to do, and how to come prepared to answer objections to the Common Council. Thence away to the office, where late busy, and then home to supper, mightily pleased with my wife's trill, and so to bed. This night Mr. Carcass did come to me again to desire favor, and that I would mediate that he might be restored, but I did give him no kind answer at all, but was very angry, and I confess a good deal of it from my Lord Brunker's simplicity and passion. 12th. Up and to the office, where all the morning, and my Lord Brunker mighty quiet, and no words all day, which I wonder at, expecting that he would have fallen again upon the business of Carcass. And the more for that here happened that Perkins, who was the greatest witness of all against him, was brought in by Sir W. Batten to prove that he did really belong to the prince, but being examined was found rather a fool than anything, as not being able to give any account when he come in nor when he come out of her, more than that he was taken by the Dutch in her, but did agree in earnest to Sir W. Penn, saying that she lay up all the winter before at Lambeth. This, I confess, did make me begin to doubt the truth of his evidence, but not to doubt the faults of Carcass, for he was condemned by many other better evidences than his, besides the whole world's report. At noon home, and there find Mr. Goodgroom, who's teaching of my wife only by singing over and over again to her, and letting her sing with him, not by herself, to correct her faults. I do not like at all, but was angry at it. But have this content, that I do think she will come to sing pretty well, and to trill in time, which pleases me well. He dined with us, and then to the office, when we had a sorry meeting to little purpose, and then broke up, and I to my office, and busy late to good purpose, and so home to supper and to bed. This day a poor seaman, almost starved for want of food, lay in our yard dying. I sent him half a crown, and we ordered his ticket to be paid. 13th. Up and with W. Batten to the Duke of York to our usual attendance, where I did fear my Lord Brunker might move something in revenge that might trouble me, but he did not, but contrarily had the content to hear Sir G. Carteret fall foul on him in the Duke of York's bedchamber for his directing people with tickets and petitions to him, bidding him mind his controller's place and not his, for if he did he should be too hard for him, and made high words, which I was glad of. Having done our usual business with the Duke of York, I away, and meeting Mr. D. Gauden in the presence chamber, he and I to talk. And among other things he tells me, and I do find everywhere else also, that our masters do begin not to like of their counsels in fitting out no fleet, but only squadrons, and are finding out excuses for it. And among others, he tells me a privy councillor did tell him that it was said in council that a fleet could not be set out this year, for want of victuals, which gives him and me a great alarm, but me especially, for had it been so, I ought to have represented it. And therefore it puts me in policy presently to prepare myself to answer this objection, if ever it should come about, by drawing up a state of the victuallers' stores, which I will presently do. So to Westminster Hall, and there stayed and talked, and then to Sir G. Carteret's, where I dined with the ladies, he not at home, and very well used I am among them, so that I am heartily ashamed that my wife hath not been there to see them, but she shall very shortly. So home by water, and stepped into Mitchell, and there did baser my Betty, que egrotat a little. At home find Mr. Holliard, and made him eat a bit of victuals. Here I find Mr. Greeton, who teaches my wife on the flageolet, and I think she will come to something on it. Mr. Holliard advises me to have my father come up to town, for he doubts else in the country he will never find ease, for poor man, his grief is now grown so great upon him that he is never at ease, so I will have him up at Easter. By and by coach, set down Mr. Holliard near his house at Hatton Garden, and myself to Lord Treasurer's, and sent my wife to the New Exchange. I stayed not here, but to Westminster Hall, and thence to Martin's, where he and she both within, and with them the little widow that was once there with her when I was there, that dissembled so well to be grieved at hearing a tune that her late husband liked. But there being so much company, I had no pleasure here, and so away to the hall again, and there met Doll Lane coming out. And par contrat did Hazer bargain para aller to the Cabaret de Vin, called the Rose, and I stayed 2 hours. Said she did not venir, Leckwell troubled me, and so away by coach, and took up my wife, and away home, and so to Sir W. Batten, where I am told that it is intended by Mr. Carcass to pray me to be godfather with Lord Brunker tomorrow to his child, which I suppose they tell me in mirth. But if he should ask me, I know not whether I should refuse it, or number late at my office preparing a speech against tomorrow morning, before the king, at my Lord Treasurer's. And the truth is it run in my head all night, so home to supper and to bed. The Duke of Buckingham is concluded gone over sea, and, it is thought, to France. 14th. Up, and with Sir W. Batten and W. Penn to my Lord Treasurer's, where we met with my Lord Brunker an hour before the king come, and had time to talk a little of our business. Then come much company, among others Sir H. Comely, who tells me that undoubtedly my Lord Bellasses will go no more as governor to Tangier, and that he do put in fair for it, and believes he shall have it, and proposes how it may conduce to his account and mine in the business of money. Here we fell into talk with Sir Stephen Fox, and, among other things, of the Spanish manner of walking, when three together, and showed me how, which was pretty, to prevent differences. By and by comes the King and Duke of York, and presently the officers of the ordnance were called, my Lord Berkeley, Sir John Duncombe, and Mr. Chichley. Then we, my Lord Brunker W. Batten W. Penn, and myself, where we find only the King and Duke of York, and my Lord Treasurer, and Sir G. Carteret. Where I only did speak, laying down the state of our wants, which the King and Duke of York seemed very well pleased with, and we did get what we asked, L500000, assigned upon the 11 months' tax. But that is not so much ready money, or what will raise L40000 per week, which we desired, and the business will want. Yet are we fain to come away answered, when, God knows, it will undo the King's business to have matters of this moment put off in this manner. The King did prevent my offering anything by and by as treasurer for Tangier, telling me that he had ordered us L30000 on the same tax, but that is not what we would have to bring our payments to come within a year. So we gone out in went others, viz., one after another Sir Stephen Fox for the army, Captain Cock for sick and wounded, Mr. Ashburnham for the household, thence W. Batten W. Penn and I back again, I mightily pleased with what I had said and done and the success thereof. But it being a fine clear day, I did, en gate decur, propose going to Bow for air sake and dine there, which they embraced, and so W. Batten and I setting W. Penn down at Mark Lane end, straight to Bow to the Queen's Head, and there bespoke our dinner, carrying meat with us from London, and anon comes W. Penn with my wife and Lady Batten, and then Mr. Loder with his mother and wife. While W. Batten and I were alone, we had much friendly discourse, though I will never trust him far, but we do propose getting the Flying Greyhound, our privateer, to us and W. Penn at the end of the year when we call her home, by begging her of the King, and I do not think we shall be denied her. They being come, we to oysters and so to talk, very pleasant I was all day, and anon to dinner, and I made very good company. Here till the evening, so as it was dark almost before we got home, back again in the same method, I think, we went, and spent the night talking at Sir W. Batten S. only a little at my office, to look over the victualler's contract, and draw up some arguments for him to plead for his charges in transportation of goods beyond the ports which the letter of one article in his contract do lay upon him. This done I home to supper and to bed. Troubled a little at my fear that my Lord Brunker should tell Sir W. Coventry of our neglecting the office this afternoon, which was intended to look after our pleasures, but nothing will fall upon me alone about this. 15th. Up and pleased at Tom's teaching of Barker something to sing a third part to a song, which will please mightily. So I to the office all the morning, and at noon to the Change, where I do hear that letters this day come to court do tell us that we are likely not to agree, the Dutch demanding high terms, and the King of France the like, in a most braving manner. The merchants do give themselves over for lost, no man knowing what to do, whether to sell or buy, not knowing whether peace or war to expect, and I am told that could that be now known, a man might get L20000 in a week's time by buying up of goods in case there should be war. Thence home and dined well, and then with my wife set her at unthanks and I to Sir G. Carteret, where talked with the ladies a while, and my Lady Carteret talks nothing but sorrow and afflictions coming on us, and indeed I do fear the same. So away and met Dr. Fuller, Bishop of Limerick, and walked an hour with him in the court talking of news only, and he do think that matters will be bad with us. Then to Westminster Hall, and there spent an hour or two walking up and down, thinking Para of War got out Dall Lane. Said Jeannie could do it, having no opportunity to Hazerla, ain't lost the Tota afternoon, and so away and called my wife and home, were a little at the office, and then home to my closet to enter my journals, and so to supper and to bed. This noon come little Mies. Took her, who is grown a little woman, ego had opportunity, para baser her. This morning I was called up by Sir John Winter, poor man. Come in his sedan from the other end of the town, before I was up, and merely about the King's business, which is a worthy thing of him, and I believe him to be a worthy good man, and I will do him the right to tell the Duke of it, who did speak well of him the other day. It was about helping the king in the business of bringing down his timber to the seaside in the Forest of Dean. 16th. Up and to the office, where all the morning, at noon home to dinner, and then to the office again in the afternoon, and there all day very busy till night, and then, having done much business, home to supper and so to bed. This afternoon come home Sir J. Minns, who has been down, but with little purpose, to pay the ships below at the Nore. This evening, having done my letters, I did write out the heads of what I had prepared to speak to the king the other day at my Lord Treasurer's, which I do think convenient to keep by me for future use. The weather is now grown warm again, after much cold, and it is observable that within these 8 days I did see smoke remaining, coming out of some cellars, from the late great fire, now above 6 months since. There was this day at the office, as he is most days, Sir W. Warren, against whom I did manifestly plead, and heartily too, God forgive me. But the reason is because I do find that he do now wholly rely almost upon my Lord Brunker, though I confess I have no greater ground of my leaving him than the confidence which I perceive he hath got in my Lord Brunker, whose seeming favours only do obtain of him as much compensation as, I believe, for he do know well the way of using his bounties, as mine more real. Besides, my lord and I being become antagonistic, I do not think it safe for me to trust myself in the hands of one whom I know to be a knave, and using all means to become gracious there. 17th, Lord's Day. Up betime with my wife, and by coach with Sir W. Penn and Sir Thomas Allen to Whitehall, there my wife and I the first time that ever we went to my Lady Jemima's chamber at Sir Edward Carteret's lodgings. I confess I have been much to blame and much ashamed of our not visiting her sooner, but better now than never. Here we took her before she was up, which I was sorry for, so only saw her, and away to chapel, leaving further visit till after sermon. I put my wife into the pew below, but it was pretty to see, myself being but in a plain band, and every way else ordinary, how the verger took me for her man I think, and I was fain to tell him she was a kinswoman of my Lord Sandwich. He saying that none under knights baronets' ladies are to go into that pew. So she being there, I to the Duke of York's lodging, where in his dressing chamber he talking of his journey tomorrow or next day to Harwich, to prepare some fortifications there. So that we are wholly upon the defensive part this year, only we have some expectations that we may by our squadrons annoy them in their trade by the north of Scotland and to the westward. Here Sir W. Penn did show the Duke of York a letter of Hog's about a prize he drove in within the Sound at Plymouth, where the Vice-Admiral claims her. Sir W. Penn would have me speak to the latter, which I did, and I think without any offence, but afterwards I was sorry for it, and Sir W. Penn did plainly say that he had no mind to speak to the Duke of York about it, so that he put me upon it. But it shall be the last time that I will do such another thing, though I think no manner of hurt done by it to me at all. That done I to walk in the park, where to the Queen's chapel, and there heard a friar preach with his cord about his middle, in Portuguese, something I could understand, showing that God did respect the meek and humble, as well as the high and rich. He was full of action, but very decent and good, I thought, and his manner of delivery very good. Then I went back to Whitehall, and there up to the closet, and spoke with several people till sermon was ended, which was preached by the Bishop of Hereford, an old good man, that they say made an excellent sermon. He was by birth a Catholic and a great gallant, having L 1500 per annum patrimony and is a knight baronet, was turned from his persuasion by the late Archbishop Laud. He and the Bishop of Exeter, Dr. Ward, are the two bishops that the king do say he cannot have bad sermons from. Here I met with Sir H. Comely, who tells me that undoubtedly my Lord Bellasses do go no more to Tangier, and that he do believe he do stand in a likely way to go governor. Though he says, and showed me, a young silly lord, one Lord Allington, who hath offered a great sum of money to go, and will put hard for it, he having a fine lady, and a great man would be glad to have him out of the way. After chapel I down and took out my wife from the pew, where she was talking with a lady whom I knew not till I was gone. It was Mrs. Ashfield of Brampton, who had with much civility been, it seems, at our house to see her. I am sorry I did not show her any more respect. With my wife to Sir G. Carteret's, where we dined and mightily made of, and most extraordinary people they are to continue friendship with for goodness, virtue, and nobleness and interest. After dinner he and I alone a while, and did joy ourselves in my Lord Sandwich, being out of the way all this time. He concurs that we are in a way of ruin by thus being forced to keep only small squadrons out, but do tell me that it was not choice, but only force, that we could not keep out the whole fleet. He tells me that the king is very kind to my Lord Sandwich, and did himself observe to him, Sir G. Carteret, how those very people, meaning the Prince and Duke of Albemarle, are punished in the same kind, as they did seek to abuse my Lord Sandwich. Thence away and got a hackney coach and carried my wife home, and there only drank and myself back again to my Lord Treasurer's, where the King, Duke of York, and Sir G. Carteret and Lord Arlington were, and none else, so I stayed not but to Whitehall, and there meeting nobody I would speak with, walked into the park and took 2 or 3 turns all alone, and then took coach and home, where I find Mercer, who I was glad to see but durst show so, my wife being displeased with her. And indeed I fear she is grown a very gossip. I to my chamber, and there fitted my arguments which I had promised Mr. Gauden in his behalf in some pretences to allowance of the king, and then to supper, and so to my chamber a little again, and then to bed. Duke of Buckingham not heard of yet. 18th. Up betimes, and to the office to write fair my paper for D. Gauden against anon, and then to other business where all the morning. D. Gauden by and by comes, and I did read over and give him the paper, which I think I have much obliged him in. A little before noon comes my old good friend, Mr. Richard Cumberland, afterwards Bishop of Peterborough, to see me, being newly come to town, whom I have not seen almost, if not quite, these 7 years. In his plain country parson's dress. I could not spend much time with him, but prayed him come with his brother, who was with him, to dine with me today. Which he did do, and I had a great deal of his good company, and a most excellent person he is as any I know, and one that I am sorry should be lost and buried in a little country town, and would be glad to remove him thence. And the truth is, if he would accept of my sister's fortune, I should give 100 more with him than to a man able to settle her 4 times as much as, I fear, he is able to do. And I will think of it, and a way how to move it, he having in discourse said he was not against marrying, nor yet engaged. I showed him my closet, and did give him some very good musique, Mr. Caesar being here upon his lute. They gone I to the office, where all the afternoon very busy, and among other things comes Captain Jennifer to me, a great servant of my Lord Sandwich, who tells me that he do hear for certain, though I do not yet believe it, that Sir W. Coventry is to be Secretary of State, and my Lord Arlington Lord Treasurer. I only wish that the latter were as fit for the latter office as the former is for the former, and more fit than my Lord Arlington. Anon Sir W. Penn come and talked with me in the garden, and tells me that for cert the Duke of Richmond is to marry Mrs. Stuart, he having this day brought in an account of his estate and debts to the king on that account. At night home to supper and so to bed. My father's letter this day do tell me of his own continued illness, and that my mother grows so much worse that he fears she cannot long continue, which troubles me very much. This day Mr. Caesar told me a pretty experiment of his, of angling with a minikin, a gut string varnished over, which keeps it from swelling, and is beyond any hair for strength and smallness. The secret I like mightily. 19th. Up and to the office, where we sat all the morning. At noon dined at home very pleasantly with my wife, and after dinner with a great deal of pleasure had her sing, which she begins to do with some pleasure to me, more than I expected. Then to the office again, where all the afternoon close, and at night home to supper and to bed. It comes in my mind this night to set down how a house was the other day in Bishopsgate Street blowed up with powder. A house that was untenanted, and between a flax shop and both bad for fire. But thanks be to God, it did no more hurt, and all do concluded a plot. I would also remember to my shame how I was pleased yesterday to find the righteous maid of Magister Griffin's sweeping of Nostra office. Elcon the Roman nares and bon body which I did heretofore like, and do still refresh me to think, quel is come to us, that I may voir her aliquando. This afternoon I am told again that the town do talk of my Lord Arlington's being to be Lord Treasurer, and Sir W. Coventry to be Secretary of State. And that for certain the match is concluded between the Duke of Richmond and Mrs. Stuart, which I am well enough pleased with. and it is pretty to consider how his quality will allay people's talk. Whereas, had a meaner person married her, he would for certain have been reckoned a cuckold at first dash. 20th, up pretty betimes and to the old Swan and there drank at Mitchell, S, but his wife is not there, but gone to her mother, S, who is ill, and so hath stayed there since Sunday. Thence to Westminster Hall and drank at the Swan and bazarized the petite miss, and so to Mrs. Martin's. I sent for some burnt wine, and drank and then away, not pleased with my folly, and so to the hall again, and there stayed a little, and so home by water again, where after speaking with my wife I with Sir W. Batten and J. Minns to our church to the vestry, to be assessed by the late poll bill, where I am rated as an esquire, and for my office all will come to about L50. But not more than I expected, nor so much by a great deal as I ought to be, for all my offices. So shall be glad to escape so. Thence by water again to Whitehall, and there up into the house, and do hear that news is come now that the enemy do incline again to peace, but could hear no particulars, so do not believe it. I had a great mind to have spoke with the king, about a business proper enough for me, about the French prize man-o'-war, how he would have her altered, only out of a desire to show myself mindful of business. But my linen was so dirty and my clothes mean, that I neither thought it fit to do that, nor go to other persons at the court, with whom I had business, which did vex me, and I must remedy. Here I hear that the Duke of Richmond and Mrs. Stuart were betrothed last night. Thence to Westminster Hall again, and there saw Betty Mitchell, and bought a pair of gloves of her, she being fain to keep shop there, her mother being sick and her father gathering of the tax. I amize her to tout my corazon. Thence my mind wandering all this day upon mauvaises amours which I be merry for. So home by water again, where I find my wife gone abroad, so I to Sir W. Batten to dinner, and had a good dinner of ling and herring pie, very good meat, best of the kind that ever I had. Having dined, I by coach to the Temple, and there did buy a little book or two, and it is strange how Reichout's Discourse of Turkey, which before the fire I was asked but 8s. For there being all but 22 or thereabouts burned, I did now offer 20s, and he demands 50s, and I think I shall give it him, though it be only as a monument of the fire. So to the New Exchange, where I find my wife, and so took her to unthank S and left her there, and I to Whitehall, and thence to Westminster, only out of idleness, and to get some little pleasure to my mauvais flams, but sped not, so back and took up my wife. And to Polichinelli at Charing Cross, which is prettier, and so full of variety that it is extraordinary good entertainment. Thence by coach home, that is, my wife home, and I to the Exchange, and there met with Fen, who tells me they have yet no orders out of the Exchequer for money upon the axe, which is a thing not to be borne by any prince of understanding or care. For no money can be got advanced upon the axe only from the weight of orders in form out of the Exchequer so long time after the passing of the axe. So home to the office a little, where I met with a sad letter from my brother, who tells me my mother is declared by the doctors to be past recovery, and that my father is also very ill every hour, so that I fear we shall see a sudden change there. God fit them and us for it. So to Sir W. Penn's, where my wife was, and supped with a little, but yet little mirth, and a bad, nasty supper, which makes me not love the family, they do all things so meanly, to make a little bad show upon their backs. Thence home and to bed, very much troubled about my father's and my mother's illness. 21st, up and to the office, where sat all the morning. At noon home to dinner, and had some melancholy discourse with my wife about my mother, S being so ill and my father, and after dinner to cheer myself, I having the opportunity of Sir W. Coventry and the Duke of York's being out of town, I alone out and to the Duke of York's playhouse, where unexpectedly I come to see only the young men and women of the house act, they having liberty to act for their own profit on Wednesdays and Fridays this Lent. And the play they did yesterday, being Wednesday, was so well taken that they thought fit to venture it publicly today, a play of my Lord Falkland's called The Wedding Night, a kind of a tragedy, and some things very good in it, but the whole together I thought not so. I confess I was well enough pleased with my seeing it, and the people did do better without the great actors than I did expect, but yet far short of what they do when they are there, which I was glad to find the difference of. Thence to Wright's home, and there to the office to my business hard, being sorry to have made this scape without my wife, but I have a good salvo to my oath in doing it. By and by, in the evening, Come Sir W. Batten's Mingo to me to pray me to come to his master and Sir Richard Ford, who have very ill news to tell me. I knew what it was about our trial for a good prize today, the Phoenix. There are references to the Phoenix, a Dutch ship taken as a prize, among the state papers, see Calendar, 1666-67, p. 404. Pepys appears to have got into trouble at a later date in respect to this same ship, for among the Rawlinson MSS. A. 170 are papers relating to the charge brought against him in the House of Commons in 1689, with reference to the ship Phoenix and the East India Company in 1680-186. A worth 2 or L 3000. I went to them, where they told me with much trouble how they had sped, being cast and sentenced to make great reparation for what we had embezzled, and they did it so well that I was much troubled at it, when by and by Sir W. Batten asked me whether I was mortified enough, and told me we had got the day, which was mighty welcome news to me and us all. But it is pretty to see what money will do. Yesterday, Walker was mighty cold on our behalf, till Sir W. Batten promised him, if we sped in this business of the goods, a coach. And if at the next trial we sped for the ship, we would give him a pair of horses. And he hath strove for us today like a prince, though the Swedes, agent was there with all the vehemence he could to save the goods, but yet we carried it against him. This put me in mighty good heart, and then we go to Sir W. Penn, who is come back tonight from Chatham, and did put him into the same condition, and then comforted him. So back to my office, and wrote an affectionate and sad letter to my father about his and my mother's illness, and so home to supper and to bed late. 22nd. Up and by coach to Sir P.H. Warwick about business for Tangier about money, and then to Sir Stephen Fox to give him account of a little service I have done him about money coming to him from our office, and then to Lovett's and saw a few bobbling things of their doing which are very pretty. But the quality of the people, living only by shifts, do not please me, that it makes me I do no more care for them, nor shall have more acquaintance with them after I have got my Lady Castlemaine's picture home. So to Whitehall, where the king at chapel and I would not stay, but to Westminster to Howlett's, and there he being not well, I sent for a quart of claret and burnt it and drank, and had a bassado or 3 or 4 of Sarah, whom G. Truve Isai, and so by coach to Sir Robt. Viner s about my accounts with him, and so to the Change, where I hear for certain that we are going on with our treaty of peace, and that we are to treat at Breda. But this our condescension people do think will undo us, and I do much fear it. So home to dinner, where my wife having dressed herself in a silly dress of a blue petticoat uppermost, and a white satin waistcoat and white hood, though I think she did it because her gown is gone to the tailor's, did, together with my being hungry, which always makes me peevish, make me angry, but when my belly was full were friends again, and dined and then by water down to Greenwich and thence walked to Woolwich, all the way reading Playford's Introduction to Musique, wherein are some things very pretty. At Woolwich I did much business, taking an account of the state of the ships there under hand, thence to Blackwall, and did the like for 2 ships we have repairing there, and then to Deptford and did the like there, and so home. Captain Perriman with me from Deptford, telling me many particulars how the king's business is ill ordered, and indeed so they are, God knows. So home and to the office, where did business, and so home to my chamber, and then to supper and to bed. Landing at the Tower tonight I met on Tower Hill with Captain Cock, and spent half an hour walking in the dusk of the evening with him, talking of the sorrowful condition we are in, that we must be ruined if the Parliament do not come and chastise us, that we are resolved to make a peace whatever it cost, that the king is disobliging the Parliament in this interval all that may be, yet his money is gone and he must have more, and they likely not to give it, without a great deal of due. God knows what the issue of it will be. But the considering that the Duke of York, instead of being at sea as admiral, is now going from port to port, as he is at this day at Harwich, and was the other day with the king at Sheerness, and hath ordered at Portsmouth how fortifications shall be made to oppose the enemy in case of invasion, is to us a sad consideration, and as shameful to the nation, especially after so many proud vaunts as we have made against the Dutch, and all from the folly of the Duke of Albemarle, who made nothing of beating them. And Sir John Lawson, he always declared that we never did fail to beat them with lesser numbers than theirs, which did so prevail with the king as to throw us into this war. 23rd. At the office all the morning, where Sir W. Penn come, being returned from Chatham, from considering the means of fortifying the river Medway, by a chain at the stakes, and ships laid there with guns to keep the enemy from coming up to burn our ships, all our care now being to fortify ourselves against their invading us. At noon home to dinner, and then to the office all the afternoon again, where Mr. Morecombe, who tells me that there is now no doubt made of a peace being agreed on, the king having declared this week in council that they would treat at Bredog. He gone I to my office, where busy late, and so to supper and to bed. Vexed with our maid Luce, our cook-maid, who is a good drudging servant in everything else and pleases us, but that she will be drunk, and hath been so last night and all this day, that she could not make clean the house. My fear is only fire. 24th, Lord's Day. With Sir W. Batten to Whitehall, and there I to Sir G. Carteret, who is mighty cheerful, which makes me think and by some discourse that there is expectation of a peace, but I did not ask. Here was Sir J. Minns also. And they did talk of my Lord Brunker, whose father, it seems, did give Mr. Ashburnham and the present Lord Digby L. 1200 to be made an Irish lord, and swore the same day that he had not 12d. left to pay for his dinner. They make great mirth at this, my Lord Brunker having lately given great matter of offence both to them and us all, that we are at present mightily displeased with him. By and by to the Duke of York, where we all met, and there was the king also, and all our discourse was about fortifying of the Medway and Harwich, which is to be entrenched quite round, and Portsmouth. And here they advised with Sir Godfrey Lloyd and Sir Bernard de Gum, the two great engineers, and had the plates drawn before them. And indeed all their care they now take is to fortify themselves, and are not ashamed of it. For when by and by my Lord Arlington come in with letters, and seeing the King and Duke of York give us and the officers of the ordnance directions in this matter, he did move that we might do it as privately as we could, that it might not come into the Dutch Gazette presently, as the King's and Duke of York's going down the other day to Sheerness was, the week after, in the Harlem Gazette. The King and Duke of York both laughed at it and made no matter, but said, "Let us be safe and let them talk, for there is nothing will trouble them more, nor will prevent their coming more, than to hear that we are fortifying ourselves." And the Duke of York said further, "What said Marshal Turenne, when some in vanity said that the enemies were afraid, for they entrenched themselves? Well, says he, I would they were not afraid, for then they would not entrench themselves, and so we could deal with them the better." Away thence, and met with Sir H. Comely, who tells me that he do believe the government of Tangier is bought by my Lord Allington for a sum of money to my Lord Arlington, and something to Lord Bellas's, who, he did tell me particularly how, is as very a false villain as ever was born, having received money of him here upon promise and confidence of his return, forcing him to pay it by advance here, and promising to ask no more there. When at the same time he was treating with my Lord Allington to sell his command to him, and yet told Sir H. Comely nothing of it, but when Sir H. Comely told him what he had heard, he confessed that my Lord Allington had spoken to him of it, but that he was a vain man to look after it, for he was nothing fit for it, and then goes presently to my Lord Allington and drives on the bargain, yet tells Lord Allington what he himself had said of him, as Sir H. Comely had said them. I am glad I am informed hereof, and shall know him for a lord, and see Sir H. Comely tells me further that he is confident there will be a peace, and that a great man did tell him that my Lord Albemarle did tell him the other day at Whitehall, as a secret that we should have a peace if anything the King of France can ask, and our King can give will gain it, which he is, it seems, mad at. Thence back with Sir W. Batten and W. Penn home, and heard a piece of sermon, and so home to dinner, where Balty come, very fine, and dined with us, and after dinner with me by water to Whitehall, and there he and I did walk round the park, I giving him my thoughts about the difficulty of getting employment for him this year, but advised him how to employ himself, and I would do what I could. So he and I parted, and I to Martin's, where I find her within, and sue her mono and love you've burrows. Here I did demurra tota the afternoon. By and by come up the mistress of the house, Craggs, a pleasant, jolly woman. I stayed all but a little, and away home by water through bridge, a brave evening, and so home to read, and anon to supper, W. Hewer with us, and then to read myself to sleep again, and then to bed, and mightily troubled the most of the night with fears of fire, which I cannot get out of my head to this day since the last great fire. I did this night give the waterman who uses to carry me tens, at his request, for the painting of his new boat, on which shall be my arms. 25th, late-a-day, up and with Sir W. Batten and W. Pen by coach to Exeter House to our lawyers to have consulted about our trial tomorrow, but missed them, so parted and W. Pen and I to Mr. Povey's about a little business of W. Pen's, where we went over Mr. Povey's house, which lies in the same good condition as ever, which is most extraordinary fine, and he was now at work with a cabinet maker, making of a new inlaid table. Having seen his house, we away, having in our way thither called at Mr. Lilly's, who was working, and indeed his pictures are without doubt much beyond Mr. Hales's. I think I may say I am convinced. But a mighty proud man he is, and full of state. So home and to the office, and by to dinner, a poor dinner my wife and I at Sir W. Penn's, and then he and I before to Exeter House, where I do not stay but to the King's Playhouse. And by comes Mr. Lowther and his wife and mine, and into a box forsooth, neither of them being dressed, which I was almost ashamed of. Sir W. Penn and I in the pit, and here saw the Maiden Queen again, which indeed the more I see the more I like, and is an excellent play, and so done by Nell, her merry part, as cannot be better done in nature, I think. Thence home, and there I find letters from my brother, which tell me that yesterday when he wrote my mother, did rattle in the throat so as they did expect every moment her death, which though I have a good while expected did much surprise me, yet was obliged to sup at Sir W. Penn's and my wife, and there counterfeited some little mirth, but my heart was sad, and so home after supper and to bed, and much troubled in my sleep of my being crying by my mother's bedside. Laying my head over hers and crying, she almost dead and dying, and so waked, but what is strange, methought she had hair over her face, and not the same kind of face as my mother really hath, but yet did not consider that, but did weep over her as my mother, whose soul God have mercy of. 26th. Up with a sad heart in reference to my mother, of whose death I undoubtedly expect to hear the next post, if not of my father's also, who by his pain as well as his grief for her is very ill. But on my own behalf I have cause to be joyful this day, it being my usual feast day, for my being cut of the stone this day 9 years, and through God's blessing am at this day, and have long been in as good condition of health as ever I was in my life or any man in England is, God make me thankful for it. But the condition I am in reference to my mother, makes it unfit for me to keep my usual feast, unless it shall please God to send her well, which I despair wholly of, and then I will make amends for it by observing another day in its room. So to the office, and at the office all the morning, where I had an opportunity to speak to Sir John Harmon about my desire to have my brother Balty go again with him to sea as he did the last year, which he do seem not only contented but pleased with, which I was glad of. So at noon home to dinner, where I find Creed, who dined with us, but I had not any time to talk with him, my head being busy, and before I had dined was called away by Sir W. Batten, and both of us in his coach, which I observe his coachman do always go now from hence towards Whitehall through Tower Street, and it is the best way to Exeter House, where the judge was sitting, and after several little causes comes on ours. And while the several depositions and papers were at large reading, which they call the preparatory, and being cold by being forced to sit with my hat off close to a window in the hall, Sir W. Penn and I to the Castle Tavern hard by and got a lobster, and he and I stayed and eat it, and drank good wine. I only burnt wine, as my whole custom of late hath been, as an evasion, God knows, for my drinking of wine, but it is an evasion which will not serve me now hot weather is coming, that I cannot pretend, as indeed I really have done, that I drank it for cold, but I will leave it off, and it is but seldom, as when I am in women's company, that I must call for wine, for I must be forced to drink to them. Having done here then we back again to the court, and there heard our cause pleaded, Sir Turner, Sir W. Walker, and Sir Ellis Layton being our counsel against only Sir Robert Weisman on the other. The second of our 3 counsel was the best, and indeed did speak admirably, and is a very shrewd man. Nevertheless, as good as he did make our case, and the rest, yet when Weisman come to argue, nay, and though he did begin so sillily that we laughed in scorn in our sleeves at him, yet he did so state the case, that the judge did not think fit to decide the cause tonight, but took to tomorrow, and did stagger us in our hopes, so as to make us despair of the success. I am mightily pleased with the judge, who seems a very rational, learned, and uncorrupt man, and much good reading and reason there is heard in hearing of this law argued, so that the thing pleased me, though our success doth shake me. Thence Sir W. Pen and I home and to write letters, among others a sad one to my father upon fear of my mother's death, and so home to supper and to bed. 27th. W. Pen and I to Whitehall, and in the coach did begin our discourse again about Balti, and he promises me to move it this very day. He and I met my Lord Brunker at Sir G. Carteret's by appointment, there to discourse a little business, all being likely to go to rack for lack of money still. Thence to the Duke of York's lodgings, and did our usual business, and Sir W. Pen telling me that he had this morning spoke of Balti to Sir W. Coventry, and that the thing was done, I did take notice of it also to W. Coventry, who told me that he had both the thing and the person in his head before to have done it, which is a double pleasure to me. Our business with the Duke being done, W. Pen and I towards the Exchequer, and in our way met Sir G. Downing going to chapel, but we stopped, and he would go with us back to the Exchequer, and showed us in his office his chests full and ground, and shelves full of money, and says that there is L50000 at this day in his office of people's money, who may demand it this day, and might have had it away several weeks ago upon the late act, but do rather choose to have it continue there than to put it into the banker's hands, and I must confess it is more than I should have believed had I not seen it, and more than ever I could have expected would have arisen for this new act in so short a time. And if it do so now already, what would it do, if the money was collected upon the act, and returned into the Exchequer so timely as it ought to be? But it comes into my mind here to observe what I have heard from Sir John Banks, though I cannot fully conceive the reason of it, that it will be impossible to make the Exchequer ever a true bank to all intents, unless the Exchequer stood nearer the Exchange, where merchants might with ease, while they are going about their business, at all hours, and without trouble or loss of time, have their satisfaction, which they cannot have now without much trouble and loss of half a day, and no certainty of having the offices open. By this he means a bank for common practice and use of merchants, and therein I do agree with him. Being parted from Sir W. Pen and G. Downing, I to Westminster Hall, and there met Balti, whom I had sent for, and there did break the business of my getting him the place of going again as muster-master with Harmon this voyage to the West Indies, which indeed I do owe to Sir W. Pen. He is mighty glad of it, and earnest to fit himself for it, but I do find, poor man, that he is troubled how to dispose of his wife. And apparently it is out of fear of her, and his honor, and I believe he hath received some cause of this his jealousy and care, and I do pity him in it, and will endeavor to find out some way to do it for him. Having put him in a way of preparing himself for the voyage, I did go to the Swan, and there sent for Jervas, my old periwig maker, and he did bring me a periwig, but it was full of nits, so as I was troubled to see it being his old fault, and did send him to make it clean, and in the meantime, having stayed for him a good while, did go away by water to the Castle Tavern, by Exeter House, and there met Sir W. Batten, W. Pen, and several others. Among the rest Sir Ellis Layton, who do apply himself to discourse with me, and I think by his discourse, out of his opinion of my interest in Sir W. Coventry, the man I find a wonderful witty, ready man for sudden answers and little tales, and sayings very extraordinary witty, but in the bottom I doubt he is not so. Yet he pretends to have studied men, and the truth is in several that I do know he did give me a very inward account of them. But above all things he did give me a full account upon my demand, of this Judge of the Admiralty, Judge Jenkins, who, he says, is a man never practiced in this court, but taken merely for his merit and abilities' sake from Trinity Hall, where he had always lived. Only by accident the business of the want of a judge being proposed to the present Archbishop of Canterbury that now is, he did think of this man, and sent for him up. And here he is, against the gree and content of the old doctors, made judge, but is a very excellent man both for judgment and temper, yet majesty enough, and by all men's report not to be corrupted. After dinner to the court, where Sir Ellis Layton did make a very silly motion in our behalf, but did neither hurt nor good. After him Walker and Weissman, and then the judge did pronounce his sentence, for some part of the goods and ship, and the freight of the whole to be free and returned and paid by us, and the remaining, which was the greater part, to be ours. The loss of so much troubles us, but we have got a pretty good part, thanks be to God, so we are not displeased nor yet have cause to triumph, as we did once expect. having seen the end of this, I being desirous to be at home to see the issue of any country letters about my mother, which I expect shall give me tidings of her death, I directly home and there to the office, where I find no letter from my father or brother, but by and by the boy tells me that his mistress sends me word that she hath opened my letter, and that she is loth to send me any more news. So I home, and there up to my wife in our chamber, and there received from my brother the news of my mother's dying on Monday, about 5 or 6 o'clock in the afternoon, and that the last time she spoke of her children was on Friday last, and her last words were, God bless my poor Sam. The reading hereof did set me weeping heartily, and so weeping to myself a while, and my wife also to herself. I then spoke to my wife respecting myself. And indeed, having some thoughts how much better both for her and us it is than it might have been had she outlived my father and me, or my happy present condition in the world, she being helpless, I was the sooner at ease in my mind, and then found it necessary to go abroad with my wife to look after the providing mourning to send into the country. Some tomorrow and more against Sunday for my family, being resolved to put myself and wife, and Barker and Jane, W. Hewer and Tom, in mourning, and my 2 undermaids, to give them hoods and scarfs and gloves. So to my tailor S and up and down, and then home and to my office a little, and then to supper and to bed, my heart sad and afflicted, though my judgment at ease. 28th. My tailor come to me betimes this morning, and having given him directions, I to the office and there all the morning. At noon dined well. Balty, who is mighty thoughtful how to dispose of his wife, and would fain have me provide a place for her, which the thoughts of what I should do with her if he should miscarry at sea makes me avoid the offering him that she should be at my house. I find he is plainly jealous of her being in any place where she may have ill company, and I do pity him for it, and would be glad to help him, and will if I can, having dined, I down by water with Sir W. Batten, W. Penn, and R. Ford to our prize, part of whose goods were condemned yesterday, the Lindeboom, and there we did drink some of her wine, very good. But it did grate my heart to see the poor master come on board, and look about into every corner, and find fault that she was not so clean as she used to be, though methought she was very clean. And to see his new masters come in, that had nothing to do with her, did trouble me to see him. Thence to Blackwall and there to Mr. Johnson's, to see how some works upon some of our repaired ships go on, and at his house eat and drank and mighty extraordinary merry, too merry for me whose mother died so lately. But they know it not, so cannot reproach me therein, though I reproach myself. And in going home had many good stories of Sir W. Batten and one of Sir W. Penn, the most tedious and silly and troublesome, he forcing us to hear him, that ever I heard in my life. So to the office a while, troubled with Sir W. Penn's impertinences, he being half foxed at Johnson, S., and so to bed. 29th. Lay long talking with my wife about Balty, whom I do wish very well to, and would be glad to advise him, for he is very sober and willing to take all pains. Up into Sir W. Batten, who I find has had some words with Sir W. Penn about the employing of a cooper about our prize wines. W. Batten standing, and indeed imposing upon us Mr. Morris, which I like not, nor do W. Penn, and I confess the very thoughts of what our goods will come to when we have them do discourage me in going any further in the adventure. Then to the office till noon doing business, and then to the exchange, and thence to the Sun Tavern and dined with W. Batten, R. Ford, and the Swedes agent to discourse of a composition about our prizes that are condemned, but did do little, he standing upon high terms and we doing the like. I home, and there find Balty and his wife got thither both by my wife for me to give them good advice, for her to be with his father and mother all this time of absence, for saving of money, and did plainly and like a friend tell them my mind of the necessity of saving money, and that if I did not find they did endeavor it, I should not think fit to trouble myself for them. But I see she is utterly against being with his father and mother, and he is fond of her. And I perceive the differences between the old people and them are too great to be presently forgot, and so he do propose that it will be cheaper for him to put her to board at a place he is offered at Ley. And I, seeing that I am not like to be troubled with the finding a place, and having given him so much good advice, do leave them to stand and fall as they please, having discharged myself as a friend, and not likely to be accountable for her nor be troubled with her, if he should miscarry I mean. As to her lodging, and so broke up. Then he and I to make a visit to W. Penn, who hath thought fit to show kindness to Balty in this business, indeed though he be a false rogue, but it was he knew a thing easy to do. Thence together to my shoemakers, cutlers, tailor, and up and down about my mourning, and in my way do observe the great streets in the city are marked out with piles drove into the ground, and if ever it be built in that form with so fair streets, it will be a noble sight. So to the council chamber, but stayed not there, but to a periwig maker of his acquaintance, and there bought 2 periwigs, mighty fine, indeed, too fine I thought for me, but he persuaded me, and I did buy them for L410s. The 2. Then to the exchange and bought gloves, and so to the Bullhead Tavern, whither he brought my French gun, and one Truelock, the famous gunsmith, that is a mighty ingenious man, and he did take my gun in pieces, and made me understand the secrets thereof, and upon the whole I do find it a very good piece of work, and truly wrought, but for certain not a thing to be used much with safety. And he do find that this very gun was never yet shot off. I was mighty satisfied with it and him, and the sight of so much curiosity of this kind. Here he brought also a haberdasher at my desire, and I bought a hat of him, and so away and called away my wife from his house, and so home and to read, and then to supper and to bed, my head full in behalf of Balty, who tells me strange stories of his mother. Among others, how she in his absence in Ireland did pawn all the things that he had got in his service under Oliver, and run of her own accord, without her husband's leave, into Flanders, and that his purse and fours. A week which his father receives of the French church is all the subsistence his father and mother have, and that about L20 a year maintains them, which, if it please God, I will find one way or other to provide for them, to remove that scandal away. 30th, up and the French periwig maker of whom I bought 2 yesterday comes with them, and I am very well pleased with them. So to the office where all the morning, at noon home to dinner, and thence with my wife's knowledge and leave did by coach go see the silly play of my Lady Newcastle's, called The Humorous Lovers, the most silly thing that ever come upon a stage. I was sick to see it, but yet would not but have seen it, that I might the better understand her. Here I spied Nip and Betty of the king's house, and sent Nip oranges, but having little money about me, did not offer to carry them abroad, which otherwise had, I fear, been tempted to. So with W. Penn home, he being at the play also, a most summer evening, and to my office, where, among other things, a most extraordinary letter to the Duke of York touching the want of money and the sad state of the king's service thereby, and so to supper and to bed. 31st, Lord's Day. Up, and my tailor boy brings my morning clothes home, and my wife hers and Barker but they go not to church this morning. I to church, and with my mourning, very handsome and new periwig, make a great show. After church home to dinner, and there come Betty Mitchell and her husband. I do and shall love her, but poor wretch, she is now almost ready to lie down. After dinner Balty, who dined also with us, and I with Sir J. Minns in his coach to Whitehall, but did nothing, but by water to Strand Bridge, and thence walked to my Lord Treasurer's, where the King, Duke of York, and the cabal, and much company without, and a fine day. Anon come out from the cabal my Lord Hollies and Mr. H. Coventry, who, it is conceived, have received their instructions from the King this day, they being to begin their journey towards their treaty at Bredog speedily, their passes being come. Here I saw the Lady Northumberland and her daughter-in-law, my Lord Treasurer's daughter, my Lady Piercy, a beautiful lady indeed. So away back by water, and left Balty at Whitehall, and I to Mrs. Martin, and so by coach home, and there to my chamber, and then to supper and bed, having not had time to make up my accounts of this month at this very day, but will in a day or two, and pay my forfeit for not doing it, though business hath most hindered me. The month shuts up only with great desires of peace in all of us, and a belief that we shall have a peace, in most people, if a peace can be had on any terms, for there is a necessity of it. For we cannot go on with the war, and our masters are afraid to come to depend upon the good will of the Parliament any more, as I do here. April 1667. April 1st. Up, and with Sir J. Minns in his coach, set him down at the Treasurer's office in Broad Street, and I in his coach to Whitehall, and there had the good fortune to walk with Sir W. Coventry into the garden, and there read our melancholy letter to the Duke of York, which he likes. And so to talk, and he flatly owns that we must have a peace, for we cannot set out a fleet. And, to use his own words, he fears that we shall soon have enough of fighting in this new way, which we have thought on for this year. He bemoans the want of money, and discovers himself jealous that Sir G. Carteret do not look after, or concern himself for getting, money as he used to do. And did say it is true if Sir G. Carteret would only do his work, and my Lord Treasurer would do his own, Sir G. Carteret hath nothing to do to look after money. But if he will undertake my Lord Treasurer's work to raise money of the bankers, then people must expect that he will do it, and did further say that he and my Lord Chancellor do at this very day labor all they can to vilify this new way of raising money, and making it payable, as it now is, into the exchequer. And expressly said that in pursuance hereof, my Lord Chancellor hath prevailed with the King in the close of his last speech to the House, to say that he did hope to see them come to give money as it used to be given, without so many provisos, meaning, as Sir W. Coventry says, this new method of the act. While we were talking, there comes Sir Thomas Allen with two ladies, one of which was Mrs. Rebecca Allen, that I knew heretofore, the clerk of the ropeyard's daughter at Chatham, who, poor heart, come to desire favor for her husband, who is clapped up, being a lieutenant, for sending a challenge to his captain, in the most saucy, base language that could be writ. I perceive W. Coventry is wholly resolved to bring him to punishment, for bear with this, says he, and no discipline shall ever be expected. She in this sad condition took no notice of me, nor I of her. So away we to the Duke of York, and there in his closet W. Coventry and I delivered the letter, which the Duke of York made not much of, I thought, as to laying it to heart, as the matter deserved, but did promise to look after the getting of money for us, and I believe Sir W. Coventry will add what force he can to it. I did speak to W. Coventry about Balty's warrant, which is ready, and about being Deputy Treasurer, which he very readily and friendlily agreed to, at which I was glad, and so away and by coach back to Broad Street to Sir G. Carteret, S., and there found my brother passing his accounts, which I helped till dinner, and dined there, and many good stories at dinner, among others about discoveries of murder, and Sir J. Minns did tell of the discovery of his own great-grandfather's murder, 15 years after he was murdered. Thence, after dinner, home and by water to Redriff, and walked fine weather to Diptford, and there did business, and so back again, walked, and pleased with a jolly femme that I saw going and coming in the way, which G could have war been contented poor of war stayed with if I could have gained acquaintance con elle. But at such times as these I am at a great loss, having not confidence, no alcune ready wit. So home and to the office, where late, and then home to supper and bed. This evening Mrs. Turner come to my office, and did walk an hour with me in the garden, telling me stories how Sir Edward Spragg hath lately made love to our neighbour, a widow, Mrs. Hallworthy, who is a woman of estate and wit and spirit, and do contemn him the most, and sent him away with the greatest scorn in the world. She tells me also odd stories how the parish talks of Sir W. Penn's family, how poorly they clothed their daughter so soon after marriage, and do say that Mr. Lowther was married once before, and some such thing there hath been, whatever the bottom of it is. But to think of the clatter they make with his coach, and his own fine clothes, and yet how meanly they live within doors, and nastily, and borrowing everything of neighbours is a most shitten thing. Second, up and to the office, where all the morning sitting and much troubled but little business done for want of money, which makes me mighty melancholy. At noon home to dinner, and Mr. Dean with me, who hath promised me a very fine draught of the Rupert, which he will make purposely for me with great perfection, which I will make one of the beautifulest things that ever was seen of the kind in the world, she being a ship that will deserve it. Then to the office, where all the afternoon very busy, and in the evening weary home and there to sing, but vexed with the unreadiness of the girl's voice to learn the latter part of my song, though I confess it is very hard half notes. So to supper and to bed. Third, up, and with Sir W. Batten to Whitehall to Sir W. Coventry's chamber, and there did receive the Duke's order for Balty's receiving of the contingent money to be paymaster of it, and it pleases me the more for that it is but 1500, which will be but a little sum for to try his ability and honesty in the disposing of, and so I am the willinger to trust and pass my word for him therein. By and by up to the Duke of York, where our usual business, and among other things I read two most dismal letters of the straits we are in, from Colonel Middleton and Commissioner Taylor, that ever were writ in the world, so as the Duke of York would have them to show the king, and to every demand of money. Whereof we proposed many and very pressing ones. Sir G. Carteret could make no answer, but no money, which I confess made me almost ready to cry for sorrow and vexation. But that which was the most considerable was when Sir G. Carteret did say that he had no funds to raise money on, and being asked by Sir W. Coventry whether the 11 months' tax was not a fund, and he answered, no, that the bankers would not lend money upon it. Then Sir W. Coventry burst out and said he did supplicate his Royal Highness, and would do the same to the king, that he would remember who they were that did persuade the king from parting with the chimney money to the Parliament, and taking that in lieu which they would certainly have given, and which would have raised infallibly ready money, meaning the bankers and the farmers of the chimney money, whereof Sir G. Carteret, I think, is one. Saying plainly that whoever did advise the king to that, did, as much as in them lay, cut the king's throat, and did wholly betray him. To which the Duke of York did assent, and remembered that the king did say again and again at the time that he was assured, and did fully believe, the money would be raised presently upon a land tax. This put us all into astound, and Sir W. Coventry went on to declare that he was glad he was come to have so lately concern in the navy as he hath, for he cannot now give any good account of the navy business, and that all his work now was to be able to provide such orders as would justify his Royal Highness in the business, when it shall be called to account, and that he do, not concerning himself whether they are or can be performed or no. And that when it comes to be examined and falls on my Lord Treasurer, he cannot help it, whatever the issue of it shall be. Hereupon Sir W. Batten did pray him to keep also by him all our letters that come from the office that may justify us, which he says he do, and, God knows, it is an ill sign when we are once to come to study how to excuse ourselves. It is a sad consideration, and therewith we broke up, all in a sad posture, the most that ever I saw in my life. One thing more Sir W. Coventry did say to the Duke of York, when I moved again, that of about L9,000 debt to Lanyon, at Plymouth, he might pay L3,700 worth of prize goods, that he bought lately at the Candle, out of this debt due to him from the king, and the Duke of York and Sir G. Carteret and Lord Berkeley, saying all of them, that my Lord Ashley would not be got to yield to it, who is treasurer of the prizes. Sir W. Coventry did plainly desire that it might be declared whether the proceeds of the prizes were to go to the helping on of the war or no, and if it were, how then could this be denied? Which put them all into another stound, and it is true, God forgive us. Thence to the chapel, and there, by chance, hear that Dr. Crewe is to preach, and so into the organ loft where I met Mr. Carteret, and my Lady Jemima and Sir Thomas Crewe's 2 daughters and Dr. Childe played. And Dr. Crewe did make a very pretty, neat, sober, honest sermon, and delivered it very readily, decently, and gravely beyond his years, so as I was exceedingly taken with it, and I believe the whole chapel, he being but young. But his manner of his delivery I do like exceedingly. His text was, but seek ye first the kingdom of God, and his righteousness, and all these things shall be added unto you. Thence with my lady to Sir G. Carteret's lodgings, and so up into the house, and there do hear that the Dutch letters are come, and say that the Dutch have ordered a pass to be sent for our commissioners, and that it is now upon the way, coming with a trumpeter blinded, as is usual. But I perceive every body begins to doubt the success of the treaty, all their hopes being only that if it can be had on any terms, the Chancellor will have it. For he dare not come before a parliament, nor a great many more of the courtiers, and the king himself do declare he do not desire it, nor intend it but on a strait, which God defend him from. Here I hear how the king is not so well pleased of this marriage between the Duke of Richmond and Mrs. Stuart, as is talked, and that he by a while did fetch her to the Bear, at the bridge foot, where a coach was ready, and they are stole away into Kent, without the king's leave, and that the king hath said he will never see her more. But people do think that it is only a trick. This day I saw Prince Rupert abroad in the vane room, pretty well as he used to be, and looks as well, only something appears to be under his periwig on the crown of his head. So home by water, and there find my wife gone abroad to her tailor, S., and I dined alone with W. Hewer, and then to the office to draw up a memorial for the Duke of York this afternoon at the council about Lannion's business. By and by we met by appointment at the office upon a reference to Carcass's business to us again from the Duke of York, but a very confident, cunning rogue we have found him at length. He carried himself very uncivilly to Sir W. Batten this afternoon, as heretofore, and his silly lord pleaded for him, but all will not nor shall not do for aught he shall give, though I love the man as a man of great parts and ability. Thence to Whitehall by water, only asking Betty Mitchell by the way how she did, and there come too late to do anything at the council. So by coach to my periwig maker's and tailor S., and so home, where I find my wife with her flageolet master, which I wish she would practice, and so to the office, and then to Sir W. Batten S., and then to Sir W. Penn's, talking and spending time in vain a little while, and then home up to my chamber, and so to supper and to bed, vexed at 2 or 3 things, viz. That my wife's watch proves so bad as it do, the ill state of the office, and kingdom's business, at the charge which my mother's death for mourning will bring me when all paid. Fourth, up and going down found Jervas the barber with a periwig which I had the other day cheapened at Westminster, but it being full of nits, as heretofore his work used to be, I did now refuse it, having bought elsewhere. So to the office till noon, busy, and then, which I think I have not done 3 times in my life, left the board upon occasion of a letter of Sir W. Coventry, and meeting Balty at my house, I took him with me by water, and to the Duke of Albemarle to give him an account of the business, which was the escaping of some soldiers for the manning of a few ships now going out with Harmon to the West Indies. Which is a sad consideration that at the very beginning of the year and few ships abroad, we should be in such want of men that they do hide themselves, and swear they will not go to be killed and have no pay. I find the Duke of Albemarle at dinner with sorry company, some of his officers of the army, dirty dishes, and a nasty wife at table, and bad meat, of which I made but an ill dinner. Pretty to hear how she talked against Captain Dutel, the Frenchman, that the prince and her husband put out the last year, and how, says she, the Duke of York hath made him, for his good services, his cupbearer. Yet he fired more shot into the prince's ship, and others of the king's ships, than of the enemy. And the Duke of Albemarle did confirm it, and that somebody in the fight did cry out that a little Dutchman, by his ship, did plague him more than any other. Upon which they were going to order him to be sunk, when they looked and found it was Dutel, who, as the Duke of Albemarle says, had killed several men in several of our ships. He said, but for his interest, which he knew he had at court, he had hanged him at the yard's arm, without staying for a court-martial. One Colonel Howard, at the table, magnified the Duke of Albemarle's fight in June last, as being a greater action than ever was done by Caesar. The Duke of Albemarle did say it had been no great action, had all his number fought, as they should have done, to have beat the Dutch, but of his 55 ships, not above 25 fought. He did give an account that it was a fight he was forced to. The Dutch being come in his way, and he being ordered to the buoy of the Nore, he could not pass by them without fighting, nor avoid them without great disadvantage and dishonor. And this Sir G. Carteret, I afterwards giving him an account of what he said, says that it is true that he was ordered up to the Nore. But I remember he said, had all his captains fought, he would no more have doubted to have beat the Dutch with all their number than to eat the apple that lay on his trencher. My Lady Duchess, among other things, discoursed of the wisdom of dividing the fleet, which the general said nothing to, though he knows well that it come from themselves in the fleet, and was brought up hither by Sir Edward Spragg. Colonel Howard, asking how the prince did, the Duke of Albemarle answering, pretty well, the other replied, but not so well as to go to sea again. How, says the Duchess, what should he go for if he were well, for there are no ships for him to command, and so you have brought your hogs to a fair market, said she. It was pretty to hear the Duke of Albemarle himself to wish that they would come on our ground, meaning the French, for that he would pay them, so as to make them glad to go back to France again, which was like a general, but not like an admiral. One at the table told an odd passage in this late plague, that at Petersfield, I think, he said, one side of the street had every house almost infected through the town, and the other, not one shut up. Dinner being done, I brought Balty to the Duke of Albemarle to kiss his hand and thank him for his kindness the last year to him, and take leave of him, and then Balty and I to walk in the park. And, out of pity to his father, told him what I had in my thoughts to do for him about the money, that is, to make him Deputy Treasurer of the Fleet, which I have done by getting Sir G. Carteret's consent, and an order from the Duke of York for L1500 to be paid to him. He promises the whole profit to be paid to my wife, for to be disposed of as she sees fit, for her father and mother's relief. So mightily pleased with our walk, it being mighty pleasant weather, I back to Sir G. Carteret. And there he had newly dined and talked, and find that he do give everything over for lost, declaring no money to be raised, and let Sir W. Coventry name the man that persuaded the king to take the land tax on promise, of raising present money upon it. He will, he says, be able to clear himself enough of it. I made him merry with telling him how many land admirals we are to have this year. Allen at Plymouth, Holmes at Portsmouth, Spragg for Medway, Teddaman at Dover, Smith to the northward, and Harman to the southward. He did defend to me Sir W. Coventry as not guilty of the dividing of the fleet the last year, and blesses God, as I do, for my Lord Sandwich's absence, and tells me how the king did lately observe to him how they have been particularly punished that were enemies to my Lord Sandwich. Mightily pleased I am with his family, and my Lady Carteret was on the bed today, having been let blood, and tells me of my Lady Jemima's being big-bellied. Thence with him to my Lord Treasurer's, and there walked during council sitting with Sir Stephen Fox, talking of the sad condition of the king's purse, and affairs thereby, and how sad the king's life must be to pass by his officers every hour that are 4 years behindhand unpaid. My Lord Berkeley I met with there, and fell into talk with him on the same thing, wishing to God that it might be remedied, to which he answered with an oath that it was as easy to remedy it as anything in the world, saying that there is himself and 3 more would venture their carcasses upon it to pay all the king's debts in 3 years, had they the managing his revenue, and putting L300000 in his purse as a stock. But Lord, what a thing is this to me, that do know how likely a man my Lord Berkeley of all the world is, to do such a thing as this. Here I spoke with Sir W. Coventry, who tells me plainly that to all future complaints of lack of money he will answer but with the shrug of his shoulder, which methought did come to my heart, to see him to begin to abandon the king's affairs, and let them sink or swim, so he do his own part, which I confess I believe he do beyond any officer the king hath, but unless he do endeavor to make others do theirs, nothing will be done. The consideration here do make me go away very sad, and so home by coach, and there took up my wife and Mercer, who had been today at Whitehall to the Maundy. The practice of giving alms on Maundy Thursday to poor men and women equal in number to the years of the sovereign's age is a curious survival in an altered form of an old custom. The original custom was for the king to wash the feet of 12 poor persons, and to give them a supper in imitation of Christ's Last Supper and his washing of the apostles' feet. James Roman II was the last sovereign to perform the ceremony in person, but it was performed by deputy so late as 1731. The Archbishop of York was the king's deputy on that occasion. The institution has passed through the various stages of feet washing with a supper, the discontinuance of the feet washing, the substitution of a gift of provisions for the supper, and finally the substitution of a gift of money for the provisions. The ceremony took place at the Chapel Royal, Whitehall, but it is now held at Westminster Abbey. Maundy is derived from the Latin word maudatum, which commences the original anthem sung during the ceremony in reference to Christ's command. It being Maundy Thursday, but the king did not wash the poor people's feet himself, but the Bishop of London did it for him, but I did not see it, and with them took up Mrs. Anne Jones at her mother's door, and so to take the air to Hackney, where good neat's tongue, and things to eat and drink, and very merry, the weather being mighty pleasant. And here I was told that at their church they have a fair pair of organs, which play while the people sing, which I am mighty glad of, wishing the like at our church at London, and would give L50 towards it. So very pleasant, and hugging of Mercer in our going home, we home, and then to the office to do a little business, and so to supper at home and to bed. 5th, up and troubled with Mr. Carcass, coming to speak with me, which made me give him occasion to fall into a heat, and he began to be ill-mannered to me, which made me angry. He gone, I to Sir W. Penn about the business of Mrs. Turner's son to keep his ship in employment, but so false a fellow as Sir W. Penn is I never did nor hope shall ever know again. So to the office, and there did business, till dinner time, and then home to dinner, wife and I alone, and then down to the Old Swan, and drank with Betty and her husband, but no opportunity para Baser law. So to Whitehall to the council chamber, where I find no council held till after the holidays. So to Westminster Hall, and there bought a pair of snuffers, and saw Mrs. Howlett after her sickness come to the hall again. So by coach to the New Exchange and Mercer, and other places to take up bills for what I owe them, and to Mrs. Pierce to invite her to dinner with us on Monday, but stayed not with her. In the street met with Mr. Sanchy, my old acquaintance at Cambridge, reckoned a great minister here in the city, and by Sir Richard Ford particularly, which I wonder at, for methinks in his talk he is but a mean man. I set him down in Holborn, and I to the Old Exchange, and there to Sir Robert Viner's, and made up my accounts there to my great content. But I find they do not keep them so regularly as to be able to do it easily and truly, and readily, nor would it have been easily stated by any body on my behalf but myself, several things being to be recalled to memory, which nobody else could have done, and therefore it is fully necessary for me to even accounts with these people as often as I can. So to the Change, and there met with Mr. James Howblon, but no hopes, as he sees, of peace whatever we pretend, but we shall be abused by the King of France. Then home to the office, and busy late, and then to Sir W. Batten, where Mr. Young was talking about the building of the city again. And he told me that those few churches that are to be new built are plainly not chosen with regard to the convenience of the city. They stand a great many in a cluster about Cornhill, but that all of them are either in the gift of the Lord Archbishop, or Bishop of London, or Lord Chancellor, or gift of the city. Thus all things, even to the building of churches, are done in this world. And then he says, which I wonder at, that I should not in all this time see, that Moorfields have houses 2 stories high in them, and paved streets, the city having let leases for 7 years, which he do conclude will be very much to the hindering the building of the city. But it was considered that the streets cannot be passable in London till a whole street be built. And several that had got ground of the city for charity, to build sheds on, had got the trick presently to sell that for L60, which did not cost them L20 to put up. And so the city, being very poor in stock, thought it as good to do it themselves, and therefore let leases for 7 years of the ground in Moorfields. And a good deal of this money, thus advanced, hath been employed for the enabling them to find some money for Commissioner Taylor, and Sir W. Batten towards the charge of the Loyal London, or else, it is feared, it had never been paid. And Taylor having a bill to pay wherein Alderman Hooker was concerned, it was his invention to find out this way of raising money, or else this had not been thought on. So home to supper and to bed. This morning come to me the collectors for my palmony, for which I paid for my title as Esquire and place of Clerk of Acts, and my head and wife, and servants and their wages, L47, and though this be a great deal, yet it is a shame I should pay no more, that is, that I should not be assessed for my pay, as in the victualling business and tanure. And for my money, which, of my own accord, I had determined to charge myself with L1000 money, till coming to the vestry. And seeing nobody of our ablest merchants, as Sir Andrew Rickard, to do it, I thought it not decent for me to do it, nor would it be thought wisdom to do it unnecessarily, but vain glory. 6th, up and betimes in the morning down to the Tower Wharf, there to attend the shipping of soldiers, to go down to man some ships going out, and pretty to see how merrily some, and most go, and how sad others the leave they take of their friends, and the terms that some wives and other wenches ask to part with them. A pretty mixture. So to the office, having stayed as long as I could, and there sat all the morning, and then home at noon to dinner, and then abroad, Balti with me, and to Whitehall by water to Sir G. Carteret, about Balti's L1500 contingent money for the fleet to the West Indies, and so away with him to the Exchange, and mercers and drapers, up and down, to pay all my scores occasioned by this morning for my mother. And emptied a L50 bag, and it was a joy to me to see that I am able to part with such a sum without much inconvenience, at least without any trouble of mind. So to Captain Cox to meet Fenn, to talk about this money for Balti, and their cock tells me that he is confident there will be a peace, whatever terms be asked us, and he confides that it will take because the French and Dutch will be jealous one of another which shall give the best terms, lest the other should make the peace with us alone, to the ruin of the third, which is our best defense, this jealousy, for aught I at present see. So home, and they're very late, very busy, and then home to supper and to bed, the people having got their house very clean against Monday's dinner. 7th Easter Day. Up, and when dressed with my wife in mourning for my mother to church both, where Mr. Mills a lazy sermon. Home to dinner, wife and I and W. Hewer, and after dinner I by water to Whitehall to Sir G. Carteret. There to talk about Balty's money, and did present Balty to him to kiss his hand, and then to walk in the park, and heard the Italian musique at the Queen's Chapel, whose composition is fine. But yet the voices of eunuchs I do not like our women, nor am more pleased with it at all than with English voices, but that they do jump most excellently with themselves and their instrument, which is wonderful pleasant. But I am convinced more and more, that, as every nation has a particular accent and tone in discourse, so as the tone of one not to agree with or please the other, no more can the fashion of singing to words, for that the better the words are set, the more they take in of the ordinary tone of the country whose language the song speaks. So that a song well composed by an Englishman must be better to an Englishman than it can be to a stranger, or than if set by a stranger in foreign words. Thence back to Whitehall, and there saw the king come out of chapel after prayers in the afternoon, which he is never at but after having received the sacrament. And the court, I perceive, is quite out of mourning, and some very fine, among others my Lord Gerard in a very rich vest and coat. Here I met with my Lord Bellasses, and it is pretty to see what a formal story he tells me of his leaving his place upon the death of my Lord Cleveland, by which he is become captain of the pensioners, and that the king did leave it to him to keep the other or take this, whereas I know the contrary, that they had a mind to have him away from Tangier. He tells me he is commanded by the king to go down to the northward to satisfy the deputy lieutenants of Yorkshire, who have desired to lay down their commissions upon pretence of having no profit by their places but charge, but indeed is upon the Duke of Buckingham's being under a cloud, of whom there is yet nothing heard, so that the king is apprehensive of their discontent, and sends him to pacify them, and I think he is as good a dissembler as any man else, and a fine person he is for person, and proper to lead the pensioners, but a man of no honor nor faith I doubt. So to Sir G. Carteret's again to talk with him about Balty's money, and wrote a letter to Portsmouth about part of it, and then in his coach with his little daughter Pourpot, as he used to nickname her, and saw her at home, and her maid, and another little gentlewoman, and so I walked into Moorfields, and, as is said, did find houses built 2 stories high, and like to stand. And it must become a place of great trade, till the city be built. And the street is already paved as London streets used to be, which is a strange, and to me unpleasing sight. So home and to my chamber about sending an express to Portsmouth about Balty's money, and then comes Mrs. Turner to inquire after her son's business, which goes but bad, which led me to show her how false Sir W. Penn is to her. Whereupon she told me his obligations to her, and promises to her, and how a while since he did show himself dissatisfied in her son's coming to the table and applying himself to me, which is a good nut, and a nut I will make use of. She gone I to other business in my chamber, and then to supper and to bed. The Swedes' ambassadors and our commissioners are making all the haste they can over to the treaty for peace, and I find at court, and particularly Lord Bellasses, says there will be a peace, and it is worth remembering what Sir W. Coventry did tell me, as a secret though, that whereas we are afeard Harman's fleet to the West Indies will not be got out before the Dutch come and block us up, we shall have a happy pretext to get out our ships under pretence of attending the ambassadors and commissioners, which is a very good, but yet a poor shift. 8th, up, and having dressed myself, to the office a little, and out, expecting to have seen the pretty daughter of the Ship Tavern at the hither end of Billiter Lane, whom I never yet have opportunity to speak to. I in there to drink my morning draught of half a pint of Rhenish wine, but Ma Doler L and their family are going away thence, and a new man come to the house. So I away to the Temple, to my new bookseller S, and there I did agree for Reichout's late history of the Turkish policy, which costs me 55s, whereas it was sold plain before the late fire for 8s, and bound and colored as this is for 20s. For I have bought it finely bound and truly colored, all the figures, of which there was but 6 books done so, whereof the King and Duke of York and Duke of Monmouth and Lord Arlington had 4. The 5th was sold, and I have bought the 6th. so to inquire out Mrs. Nip's new lodging, but could not, but do hear of her at the playhouse, where she was practicing, and I sent for her out by a porter, and the jade come to me all undressed, so cannot go home to my house to dinner, as I had invited her, which I was not much troubled at, because I think there is a distance between her and Mrs. Pierce, and so our company would not be so pleasant. So home, and there find all things in good readiness for a good dinner, and here unexpectedly I find little Mies. Tooker, whom my wife loves not from the report of her being already not. However, I do show her countenance, and by come my guests, Dr. Clerk and his wife, and Mrs. Worship and her daughter. And then Mr. Pierce and his wife, and boy, and Betty, and then I sent for Mercer. So that we had, with my wife and I, 12 at table, and very good and pleasant company, and a most neat and excellent but dear dinner. But, Lord, to see with what envy they looked upon all my fine plate was pleasant, for I made the best show I could to let them understand me and my condition, to take down the pride of Mrs. Clerk, who thinks herself very great. We sat long and very merry and all things agreeable, and after dinner went out by coaches, thinking to have seen a play, but come too late to both houses, and then they had thoughts of going abroad somewhere. But I thought all the charge ought not to be mine, and therefore I endeavored to part the company, and so ordered it to set them all down at Mrs. Pierce's. And there my wife and I and Mercer left them in good humor, and we three to the king's house, and saw the latter end of the surprisal, wherein was no great matter, I thought, by what I saw there. Thence away to Polichinello, and there had 3 times more sport than at the play, and so home, and there the first night we have been this year in the garden late, we 3 and our Barker singing very well, and then home to supper, and so broke up, and to bed mightily pleased with this day's pleasure. 9th, up, and to the office a while, none of my fellow officers coming to sit, it being holiday, and so towards noon I to the exchange, and there do hear mighty cries for peace, and that otherwise we shall be undone. And yet I do suspect the badness of the peace we shall make. Several do complain of abundance of land flung up by tenants out of their hands for want of ability to pay their rents, and by name, that the Duke of Buckingham hath 6,000 so flung up. And my father writes that Jasper Trice, upon this pretence of his tenants dealing with him, is broke up housekeeping, and gone to board with his brother Naylor at Offord, which is very sad. So home to dinner, and after dinner I took coach and to the king's house, and by comes after me my wife with W. Hewer and his mother and Barker, and there we saw The Taming of a Shrew, which hath some very good pieces in it, but generally is but a mean play, and the best part, Sawney. This play was entitled Sawney the Scot, or The Taming of a Shrew, and consisted of an alteration of Shakespeare's play by John Lacy. Although it had long been popular, it was not printed until 1698. In the old Taming of a Shrew, 1594, reprinted by Thomas Amyot for the Shakespeare Society in 1844, the hero's servant is named Sander, and this seems to have given the hint to Lacy, when altering Shakespeare's Taming of the Shrew, to foist a Scotsman into the action. Sawney was one of Lacy's favorite characters, and occupies a prominent position in Michael Wright's picture at Hampton Court. Evelyn, on October 3, 1662, visited Mr. Wright, a Scotsman who had lived long at Rome and was esteemed a good painter. And he singles out as his best picture Lacy, the famous Roscius or comedian, whom he has painted in 3 dresses, as a gallant, a Presbyterian minister, and a Scotch Highlander in his plaid. Langbaine and Aubrey both make the mistake of ascribing the 3rd figure to Teague in the committee, and in spite of Evelyn's clear statement, his editor in a note follows them in their blunder. Planche has reproduced the picture in his History of Costume, volume Roman 2, p. 243. Done by Lacy, hath not half its life, by reason of the words, I suppose, not being understood at least by me. After the play was done, as I come so I went away alone, and had a mind to have taken out Nip to have taken the air with her, and to that end sent a porter in to her that she should take a coach and come to me to the Piazza in Covent Garden, where I waited for her, but was doubtful I might have done ill in doing it if we should be visti ensemble, said L was gone out, and so I was eased of my care, and therefore away to Westminster to the Swan, and there did baser la little missa, and drank, and then by water to the old Swan, and there found Betty Mitchell sitting at the door, it being darkish. I stayed and talked a little with her, but no once baser law, though she was to my thinking at this time une de plus pretty mohers that ever I did voir in my vida, and God forgive me my mind did run saber el all the vesper, and night, and la de suivante. So home and to the office a little, and then to Sir W. Bat, S., where he tells me how he hath found his lady's jewels again, which have been so long lost, and a servant imprisoned and arraigned, and they were in her closet under a china cup, where he hath servants will swear they did look in searching the house. But Mrs. Turner and I, and others, do believe that they were only disposed of by my lady, in case she had died, to some friends of hers, and now laid there again. So home to supper, and to read the book one bought yesterday of the Turkish policy, which is a good book, well writ, and so owned by Dr. Clerk yesterday to me, commending it mightily to me for my reading as the only book of the subject that ever was writ, yet so designedly. So to bed. 10th. Up and to my office a little, and then in the garden find Sir W. Penn, and he and I to Sir W. Batten, where he tells us news of the new disorders of Hogg and his men in taking out of 30 tons of wine out of a prize of ours, which makes us mad. And that, added to the unwillingness of the men to go longer abroad without money, do lead us to conclude not to keep her abroad any longer, of which I am very glad. For I do not like our doings with what we have already got, Sir W. Batten ordering the disposal of our wines and goods, and he leaves it to Morris the cooper, who I take to be a cunning proud knave, so that I am very desirous to adventure no further. So away by water from the Old Swan to Whitehall, and there to Sir W. Coventry, S., with whom I stayed a great while longer than I have done these many months, and had opportunity of talking with him, and he do declare himself troubled that he hath anything left him to do in the navy, and would be glad to part with his whole profits and concernments in it, his pains and care being wholly ineffectual during this lack of money. The expense growing infinite, the service not to be done, and discipline and order not to be kept, only from want of money. I begun to discourse with him the business of Tangier, which by the removal of my Lord Bellas's is now to have a new governor, and did move him that at this season all the business of reforming the garrison might be considered, while nobody was to be offended. And I told him it is plain that we do overspend our revenue, that the place is of no more profit to the king than it was the first day, nor in itself of better credit. No more people of condition willing to live there, nor anything like a place likely to turn his majesty to account, that it hath been hitherto, and, for aught I see, likely only to be used as a job to do a kindness to some lord, or he that can get to be governor. Sir W. Coventry agreed with me, so as to say, that unless the king hath the wealth of the Mogul, he would be a beggar to have his businesses ordered in the manner they now are, that his garrisons must be made places only of convenience to particular persons that he hath moved the Duke of York in it, and that it was resolved to send no governor thither till there had been commissioners sent to put the garrison in order, so as that he that goes may go with limitations and rules to follow, and not to do as he please, as the rest have hitherto done. That he is not afeard to speak his mind, though to the displeasure of any man, and that I know well enough. But that, when it is come, as it is now, that to speak the truth in behalf of the king plainly do no good, but all things bore down by other measures than by what is best for the king, he hath no temptation to be perpetually fighting of battles, it being more easy to him do those terms to suffer things to go on without giving any man offense, than to have the same thing done, and he contract the displeasure of all the world, as he must do, that will be for the king. I did offer him to draw up my thoughts in this matter to present to the Duke of York, which he approved of, and I do think to do it. So away, and by coach going home saw Sir G. Carteret going towards Whitehall. So light and by water met him, and with him to the king's little chapel, and afterwards to see the king heal the king's evil, wherein no pleasure, I having seen it before. And then to see him and the Queen and Duke of York and his wife at dinner in the Queen's lodgings. And so with Sir G. Carteret to his lodgings to dinner, where very good company, and after dinner he and I to talk alone how things are managed, and to what ruin we must come if we have not a peace. He did tell me one occasion, how Sir Thomas Allen, which I took for a man of known courage and service on the king's side, was tried for his life in Prince Rupert's fleet, in the late times, for cowardice, and condemned to be hanged and fled to Jersey, where Sir G. Carteret received him, not knowing the reason of his coming thither, and that thereupon Prince Rupert wrote to the Queen Mother his dislike of Sir G. Carteret's receiving a person that stood condemned. and so Sir G. Carteret was forced to bid him betake himself to some other place. This was strange to me. Our commissioners are preparing to go to Breda to the treaty, and do design to be going the next week. So away by coach home, where there should have been a meeting about Carcass's business, but only my lord and I met, and so broke up, Carcass having only read his answer to his charge, which is well writ, but I think will not prove to his advantage, for I believe him to be a very rogue. So home, and Balty and I to look Mr. Fenn at Sir G. Carteret's office in Broad Street, and there missing him and at the banker's hard by, we home, and I down by water to Dipford dockyard, and there did a little business. And so home back again all the way reading a little piece I lately bought, called the Virtuoso, or the Stoic, proposing many things paradoxical to our common opinions, wherein in some places he speaks well, but generally is but a sorry man. So home and to my chamber to enter my 2 last days' journal, and this, and then to supper and to bed. Blessed be God. I hear that my father is better and better, and will, I hope, live to enjoy some cheerful days more. But it is strange what he writes me, that Mr. Weaver of Huntingdon, who was a lusty, likely, and but a youngish man, should be dead. 11th. Up and to the office where we sat all the morning, and which is now rare, he having not been with us twice I think these 6 months, Sir G. Carteret come to us upon some particular business of his office, and went away again. At noon I to the Change, and there hear by Mr. Hublon of the loss of a little East Indiaman, valued at about L20000, coming home alone, and safe to within 10 leagues of Scilly, and there snapped by a French caper. Our merchants do much pray for peace, and he tells me that letters are come that the Dutch have stopped the fitting of their great ships, and the coming out of a fleet of theirs of 50 sail, that was ready to come out. But I doubt the truth of it yet. Thence to Sir G. Carteret by his invitation to his office, where my lady was, and dined with him, and very merry and good people they are, when pleased, as any I know. After dinner I to the office, where busy till evening, and then with Balty to Sir G. Carteret's office. And there with Mr. Fenn dispatched the business of Balty's L1500 he received for the contingencies of the fleet, whereof he received about L253 in pieces of 8 at a goldsmith's there hard by, which did puzzle me and him to tell. For I could not tell the difference by sight, only by bigness, and that is not always discernible, between a whole and half piece and quarter piece. Having received this money I home with Balty in it, and then abroad by coach with my wife and set her down at her father's, and I to Whitehall, thinking there to have seen the Duchess of Newcastle's coming this night to court, to make a visit to the Queen, the King having been with her yesterday, to make her a visit since her coming to town. The whole story of this lady is a romance, and all she do is romantic. Her footmen in velvet coats and herself in an antique dress, as they say, and was the other day at her own play, The Humorous Lovers. The most ridiculous thing that ever was wrote, but yet she and her lord mightily pleased with it. And she at the end made her respects to the players from her box, and did give them thanks. There is as much expectation of her coming to court, that so people may come to see her, as if it were the Queen of Sheba, but I lost my labor, for she did not come this night. So, meeting Mr. Brisbend, he took me up to my Lady Jemima's chamber, who is let blood today. And so there we sat and talked an hour, I think, very merry and one odd thing or other, and so away, and I took up my wife at her tailor, whose wife is brought to bed, and my wife must be godmother. And so with much ado got a coach to carry us home, it being late, and so to my chamber, having little left to do at my office. My eyes being a little sore by reason of my reading a small printed book the other day after it was dark, and so to supper and to bed. It comes in my head to set down that there have been 2 fires in the city, as I am told for certain, and it is so, within this week. 12th. Up and when ready, and to my office to do a little business, and coming homeward again, saw my door and hatch open, left so by Luce, our cookmaid, which so vexed me, that I did give her a kick in our entry, and offered a blow at her, and was seen doing so by Sir W. Penn's footboy, which did vex me to the heart, because I know he will be telling their family of it. Though I did put on presently a very pleasant face to the boy, and spoke kindly to him, as one without passion, so as it may be he might not think I was angry, but yet I was troubled at it. So away by water to Whitehall, and there did our usual business before the Duke of York. But it fell out that, discoursing of matters of money, it rose to a mighty heat, very high words arising between Sir G. Carteret and W. Coventry, the former in his passion saying that the other should have helped things if they were so bad. And the other answered, so he would, and things should have been better had he been treasurer of the navy. I was mightily troubled at this heat, and it will breed ill blood, I fear. But things are in that bad condition that I do daily expect when we shall all fly in one another's faces, when we shall be reduced, every one to answer for himself. We broke up, and I soon after to Sir G. Carteret's chamber, where I find the poor man telling his lady privately, and she weeping. I went into them, and did seem, as indeed I was, troubled for this, and did give the best advice I could, which, I think, did please them. And they do apprehend me their friend, as indeed I am, for I do take the vice-chamberlain for a most honest man. He did assure me that he was not. All expenses and things paid. Clear in estate L15000 better than he was when the king come in, and that the king and Lord Chancellor did know that he was worth, with the debt the king owed him, L50000, I think, he said, when the king come into England. I did pacify all I could, and then away by water home, there to write letters and things for the dispatch of Balti away this day to sea. And after dinner he did go, I having given him much good counsel. And I have great hopes that he will make good use of it, and be a good man, for I find him willing to take pains and very sober. He being gone, I close at my office all the afternoon getting off of hand my papers, which by the late holidays and my laziness were grown too many upon my hands, to my great trouble, and therefore at it as late as my eyes would give me leave, and then by water down to Redriff, meaning to meet my wife, who is gone with Mercer, Barker, and the boy, it being most sweet weather to walk, and I did meet with them, and walked back, and then by the time we got home it was dark. And we stayed singing in the garden till supper was ready, and there with great pleasure. But I tried my girls Mercer and Barker singly one after another, a single song, at dead low ebb, etc., and I do clearly find that as to manner of singing the latter do much the better, the other thinking herself as I do myself above taking pains for a manner of singing, contenting ourselves with the judgment and goodness of ear. So to supper, and then parted and to bed. 13th, up and to the office, where we sat all the morning, and strange how the false fellow commissioner. Pet was eager to have had Carcass's business brought on today, that he might give my Lord Brunker, who hates him, I am sure, and hath spoke as much against him to the king in my hearing as any man. A cast of his office in pleading for his man Carcass, but I did prevent its being brought on today, and so broke up, and I home to dinner, and after dinner with a little singing with some pleasure alone with my poor wife, and then to the office, where sat all the afternoon till late at night. And then home to supper and to bed, my eyes troubling me still after candlelight, which troubles me, wrote to my father, who, I am glad to hear, is at some ease again, and I long to have him in town, that I may see what can be done for him here. For I would fain do all I can that I may have him live, and take pleasure in my doing well in the world. This afternoon come Mrs. Lowther to me to the office, and their G did toker says mammals and did baser them and sue baka, which she took fort willingly. 14th, Lord's Day, up, and to read a little in my new history of Turkey, and so with my wife to church, and then home, where is little Mitchell and my pretty Betty and also Mercer, and very merry. A good dinner of roast beef. After dinner, I away to take water at the Tower, and thence to Westminster, where Mrs. Martin was not at home. So to Whitehall, and there walked up and down, and among other things visited Sir G. Carteret, and much talk with him, who is discontented, as he hath reason, to see how things are like to come all to naught. And it is very much that this resolution of having of country admirals should not come to his ears till I told him the other day, so that I doubt who manages things. From him to Margaret's church, and there spied Martin, and home with her. But fell out to see her expensefulness, having bought turkey work, chairs, and see by and by away home, and there took out my wife, and the 2 Mercers, and 2 of our maids, Barker and Jane, and over the water to the Jamaica house, where I never was before, and there the girls did run for wagers over the bowling green. And there, with much pleasure, spent little and so home, and they home, and I to read with satisfaction in my book of Turkey, and so to bed. 15th, lay long in bed, and by called up by Sir H. Comely, who tells me that my Lord Middleton is for certain chosen governor of Tangier, a man of moderate understanding, not covetous, but a soldier of fortune, and poor. Here comes Mr. Sanchy with an impertinent business to me of a ticket, which I put off. But by and by comes Dr. Child by appointment, and sat with me all the morning making me bases and inward parts to several songs that I desired of him, to my great content. Then dined, and then abroad by coach, and I set him down at Hatton Garden, and I to the King's house by chance, where a new play, so full as I never saw it, I forced to stand all the while close to the very door till I took cold, and many people went away for want of room. The King and Queen and Duke of York and Duchess there, and all the court and Sir W. Coventry. The play called The Change of Crowns, a play of Ned Howard S., the best that ever I saw at that house, being a great play and serious. Only Lacy did act the country gentleman come up to court, who do abuse the court with all the imaginable wit and plainness about selling of places and doing everything for money. The play took very much. Thence I to my new bookseller S., and there bought Hooker's Polity, the new edition, and Dugdale's History of the Inns of Court, of which there was but a few saved out of the fire, and Playford's new catch-book, that hath a great many new fooleries in it. Then home, a little at the office, and then to supper and to bed, mightily pleased with the new play. 16th. Up and to the office, where sat all the morning, at noon home to dinner, and thence in haste to carry my wife to see the new play I saw yesterday, she not knowing it. But there, contrary to expectation, find The Silent Woman. However, in and there Nip come into the pit. I took her by me, and here we met with Mrs. Horsley, the pretty woman and acquaintance of Mercer S., whose house is burnt. Nip tells me the king was so angry at the liberty taken by Lacy's, part to abuse him to his face, that he commanded they should act no more, till Moon went and got leave for them to act again, but not this play. The king mighty angry, and it was bitter indeed, but very true and witty. I never was more taken with a play than I am with this Silent Woman, as old as it is, and as often as I have seen it. There is more wit in it than goes to 10 new plays. Thence with my wife and Nip to Mrs. Pierce S., and saw her closet again, and liked her picture. Thence took them all to the Cake House, in Southampton Market-place, where Pierce told us the story how, in good earnest, is offended with the Duke of Richmond's marrying, and Mrs. Stewart sending the king his jewels again. As she tells it, it is the noblest romance and example of a brave lady that ever I read in my life. Pretty to hear them talk of yesterday's play, and I durst not own to my wife to have seen it. Thence home and to W. Batten S., where we have made a bargain for the ending of some of the trouble about some of our prizes for L. 1400. So home to look on my new books that I have lately bought, and then to supper and to bed. 17th. Up, and with the two Sir Williams by coach to the Duke of York, who is come to St. James's, the first time we have attended him there this year. In our way, in Tower Street, we saw Disborough walking on foot, who is now no more a prisoner, and looks well, and just as he used to do heretofore. When we come to the Duke of York's, I was spoke to by Mr. Brunker on behalf of Carcass. Thence by coach to Sir G. Carteret S. in London, there to pass some accounts of his, and at it till dinner, and then to work again a little, and then go away, and my wife being sent for by me to the New Exchange, I took her up, and there to the King's Playhouse, at the door met with W. Joyce in the street, who come to our coach side, but we in haste took no notice of him, for which I was sorry afterwards, though I love not the fellow, yet for his wife's sake, and saw a piece of Rollo. A play I like not much, but much good acting in it, the house very empty. So away home, and I a little to the office, and then to Sir Robert Viner S., and so back, and find my wife gone down by water to take a little air, and I to my chamber, and there spent the night in reading my new book, Origen's Juridicials, which pleases me. So to supper and to bed. 18th. Up and to read more in the Origins, and then to the office, where the news is strong that not only the Dutch cannot set out a fleet this year, but that the French will not, and that he hath given the answer to the Dutch ambassador, saying that he is for the King of England, S., having an honorable peace, which, if true, is the best news we have had a good while. At the office all the morning, and they're pleased with the little pretty dipped forward woman I have wished for long, and she hath occasion given her to come again to me. After office I to the Change a little, and then home and to dinner, and then by coach with my wife to the Duke of York's house, and there saw The Wits, a play I formerly loved, and is now corrected and enlarged. But though I like the acting, yet I like not much in the play now. The Duke of York and W. Coventry gone to Portsmouth, makes me thus to go to plays. So home, and to the office a little, and then home, where I find Goodgroom, and he and I did sing several things over, and tried 2 or 3 grace parts in Playford's new book, my wife pleasing me in singing her part of the things she knew, which is a comfort to my very heart. So he being gone, we to supper and to bed. 19th. Up and to the office all the morning, doing a great deal of business. At noon to dinner betimes, and then my wife and I by coach to the Duke's house, calling at Lovett's, where I find my Lady Castlemaine's picture not yet done, which has lain so many months there, which vexes me, but I mean not to trouble them more after this is done. So to the playhouse, not much company come, which I impute to the heat of the weather, it being very hot. Here we saw Macbeth. See November 5th, 1664. Downes wrote, "The tragedy of Macbeth, altered by Sir William Davenant, being dressed in all its finery, as new clothes, new scenes, machines as flyings for the witches, with all the singing and dancing in it. The first composed by Mr. Locke, the other by Mr. Channel and Mr. Joseph Praist. It being all excellently performed, being in the nature of an opera, it recompensed double the expense, it proves still a lasting play. Which though I have seen it often, yet is it one of the best plays for a stage, and variety of dancing and musique, that ever I saw. So being very much pleased, thence home by coach with young Goodhare and his own sister, who offered us to go in their coach. A good-natured youth I believe he is, but I fear will mind his pleasures too much. She is pretty and a modest, brown girl. Set us down, so my wife and I into the garden, a fine moonshine evening, and they're talking, and among other things she tells me that she finds by W. Hewer that my people do observe my minding my pleasure more than usual, which I confess, and am ashamed of, and so from this day take upon me to leave it till Whitsunday. While we were sitting in the garden comes Mrs. Turner to advise about her son, the captain, when I did give her the best advice I could, to look out for some land employment for him, a peace being at hand, when few ships will be employed and very many, and these old captains, to be provided for. Then to other talk, and among the rest about Sir W. Penn's being to buy Wanstead House of Sir Robert Brooks, but has put him off again, and left him the other day to pay for a dinner at a tavern, which she says our parishioner, Mrs. Hallworthy, talks of, and I dare be hanged if ever he could mean to buy that great house, that knows not how to furnish one that is not the 10th part so big. Thence I to my chamber to write a little, and then to bed, having got a mighty cold in my right ear and side of my throat, and in much trouble with it almost all the night. 20th, up with much pain in my ear and palate, to the office out of humour all the morning. At noon dined, and with my wife to the King's house, but there found the bill torn down and no play acted, and so being in the humour to see one, went to the Duke of York's house, and there saw the Wits again, which likes me better than it did the other day, having much wit in it. Here met with Mr. Rolt, who tells me the reason of no play today at the King's house. That Lacy had been committed to the Porter's Lodge for his acting his part in the late new play, and that being thence released he come to the King's house, there met with Ned Howard, the poet of the play, who congratulated his release. Upon which Lacy cursed him, as that it was the fault of his nonsensical play that was the cause of his ill usage. Mr. Howard did give him some reply, to which Lacy him, that he was more a fool than a poet, upon which Howard did give him a blow on the face with his glove, on which Lacy, having a cane in his hand, did give him a blow over the pate. Here Rolt and others that discoursed of it in the pit this afternoon did wonder that Howard did not run him through, he being too mean a fellow to fight with. But Howard did not do anything but complain to the king of it. So the whole house is silenced, and the gentry seem to rejoice much at it, the house being become too insolent. Here were many fine ladies this afternoon at this house as I have at any time seen, and so after the play home and there wrote to my father, and then to walk in the garden with my wife, resolving by the grace of God to see no more plays till Whitsuntide, I having now seen a play every day this week, till I have neglected my business, and that I am ashamed of, being found so much absent. The Duke of York and Sir W. Coventry having been out of town at Portsmouth, did the more embolden me thereto. So home, and having brought home with me from Fenchurch Street 100 of sparrowgrass, a form once so commonly used for asparagus that it has found its way into dictionaries, cost 18d. We had them and a little bit of salmon, which my wife had a mind to, cost 3s. So to supper, and my pain being somewhat better in my throat, we to bed. 21st, Lord's Day. Up, and John, a hackney coachman whom of late I have much used, as being formerly Sir W. Penn's coachman, coming to me by my direction to see whether I would use him today or no, I took him to our back gate to look upon the ground which is to be let there, where I have a mind to buy enough to build a coach house and stable. For I have had it much in my thoughts lately that it is not too much for me now, in degree or cost, to keep a coach, but contrarily, that I am almost ashamed to be seen in a hackney. And therefore, if I can have the conveniency, I will secure the ground at least till peace comes, that I do receive encouragement to keep a coach, or else that I may part with the ground again. The place I like very well, being close to my own house, and so resolved to go about it, and so home and with my wife to church, and then to dinner Mercer with us, with design to go to Hackney to church in the afternoon. So after dinner she and I sung Seu Moro, which is one of the best pieces of musique to my thinking that ever I did hear in my life. Then took coach and to Hackney church, where very full, and found much difficulty to get pews, I offering the sexton money, and he could not help me. So my wife and Mercer ventured into a pew, and I into another. A knight and his lady very civil to me when they come, and the like to my wife in hers, being Sir G. Viner and his lady rich in jewels, but most in beauty almost the finest woman that ever I saw. That which we went chiefly to see was the young ladies of the schools. Hackney was long famous for its boarding schools, whereof there is great store, very pretty, and also the organ, which is handsome and tunes the psalm and plays with the people, which is mighty pretty, and makes me mighty earnest to have a pair at our church, I having almost a mind to give them a pair, if they would settle a maintenance on them for it. I am mightily taken with them. So church done, we to coach and away to Kingsland and Islington, and there eat and drank at the old house, and so back, it raining a little, which is mighty welcome, it having not rained in many weeks, so that they say it makes the fields just now mighty sweet. So with great pleasure home by night. Set down Mercer and I to my chamber, and there read a great deal in Reichout's turkey book with great pleasure, and so eat and to bed. My sore throat still troubling me, but not so much. This night I do come to full resolution of diligence for a good while, and I hope God will give me the grace and wisdom to perform it. 22nd. Up pretty betimes, my throat better, and so dressed me, and to Whitehall to see Sir W. Coventry, returned from Portsmouth, whom I am almost ashamed to see for fear he should have been told how often I have been at plays, but it is better to see him at first than afterward. So walked to the Old Swan and drank at Mitchell's, and then to Whitehall and over the park to St. James's to W. Coventry, where well received and good discourse. He seems to be sure of a peace, that the King of France do not intend to set out a fleet, for that he do design Flanders. Our ambassadors set out this week. Thence I over the park to Sir G. Carteret, and after him by coach to the Lord Chancellor's house, the first time I have been therein, and it is very noble, and brave pictures of the ancient and present nobility never saw better. Thence with him to London, mighty merry in the way. Thence home, and find the boy out of the house and office, and by comes in and hath been to Mercer S. I did pay his coat for him. Then to my chamber my wife comes home with linen she hath been buying of. I then to dinner, and then down the river to Greenwich, and the watermen would go no further. So I turned them off, giving them nothing, and walked to Woolwich. There did some business, and met with Captain Cock and back with him. He tells me our peace is agreed on. We are not to assist the Spaniard against the French for this year, and no restitution, and we are likely to lose Polruan. Among the state papers is a document dated July 8, 1667, in which we read, "At Breda, the business is so far advanced that the English have relinquished their pretensions to the ships Henry Bonaventure and Good Hope. The matter sticks only at Polruan. The states have resolved not to part with it, though the English should have a right to it." Calendar, 1667, p. 278. I know not whether this be true or no, but I am for peace on any terms. He tells me how the king was vexed the other day for having no paper laid him at the council table, as was usual, and Sir Richard Browne did tell his majesty he would call the person whose work it was to provide it, who being come, did tell his majesty that he was but a poor man, and was out L400 or L500 for it, which was as much as he is worth, and that he cannot provide it any longer without money, having not received a penny since the king's coming in. So the king spoke to my Lord Chamberlain, and many such mementos the king do nowadays meet withal, enough to make an ingenuous man mad. I to Deptford, and there scolded with a master for his ship, S not being gone, and so home to the office and did business till my eyes are sore again, and so home to sing, and then to bed, my eyes failing me mightily. 23rd, St. George's Day. The feast being kept at Whitehall, out of design, as it is thought, to make the best countenance we can to the Swedes' ambassadors, before their leaving us to go to the treaty abroad to show some jollity. We sat at the office all the morning. Word is brought me that young Mitchell is come to call my wife to his wife's labor, and she went, and I at the office full of expectation what to hear from poor Betty Mitchell. This morning much to do with Sir W. Warren, all whose applications now are to Lord Brunker, and I am against him now, not professedly, but apparently in discourse and will be. At noon home to dinner, where alone, and after dinner to my musique papers, and by comes in my wife, who gives me the good news that the midwife and she alone have delivered poor Betty of a pretty girl, which I am mighty glad of, and she in good condition, my wife as well as I mightily pleased with it. Then to the office to do things towards the post, and then my wife and I set down at her mother S, and I up and down to do business, but did little. And so to Mrs. Martin's, and there did hazer what I would con her, and then called my wife and to little Mitchell's, where we saw the little child, which I like mightily, being I allow very pretty, and asked her how she did, being mighty glad of her doing well, and so home to the office, and then to my chamber, and so to bed. 24th, up, and with W. Penn to St. James's, and there the Duke of York was preparing to go to some further ceremonies about the Garter, that he could give us no audience. Thence to Westminster Hall, the first day of the term, and there joyed Mrs. Mitchell, who is mightily pleased with my wife's work yesterday, and so away to my barber's about my periwig, and then to the Exchange, there to meet Fenn about some money to be borrowed of the office of the ordnance to answer a great pinch. So home to dinner, and in the afternoon met by agreement, being put on it by Harry Brunker's frighting us into a dispatch of Carcass's business. Brunker, T. Harvey, J. Minns, W. Batten, and I, Sir W. Penn keeping out of the way still, were a great many high words from Brunker, and as many from me and others to him, and to better purpose, for I think we have fortified ourselves to overthrow his man Carcass, and to do no honor to him. We rose with little done but great heat, not to be reconciled I doubt, and I care not, for I will be on the right side, and that shall keep me. Thence by coach to Sir John Duncombe's, lodging in the Pell-Mell in order to the money spoken of in the morning, and there a while sat and discoursed. And I find him that he is a very proper man for business, being very resolute and proud and industrious. He told me what reformation they had made in the office of the ordnance, taking away Legg's fees. William Legg, eldest son of Edward Legg, sometime vice-president of Munster, born 1609. He served under Maurice of Nassau and Gustavus Adolphus, and held the rank of colonel in the royalist army. He closely attached himself to Prince Rupert, and was an active agent in effecting the reconciliation between that prince and his uncle Charles I. Colonel Legg distinguished himself in several actions, and was wounded and taken prisoner at the Battle of Worcester. It was said that he would have been executed if his wife had not contrived his escape from Coventry jail in her own clothes. He was groom of the bedchamber to Charles I, and also to Charles Roman II. He held the offices of Master of the Armories and Lieutenant General of the Ordnance. He refused honors, a knighthood from Charles I, and an earldom from Charles Roman II. But his eldest son George was created Baron Dartmouth in 1682. He died October 13th, at his house in the Minories, and was buried in. And have got an order that no treasurer after him shall ever sit at the board, and it is a good one, that no master of the ordnance here shall ever sell a place. He tells me they have not paid any increase of price for anything during this war, but in most have paid less, and at this day have greater stores than they know where to lay, if there should be peace, and than ever was any time this war. That they pay every man in course, and have notice of the disposal of every farthing. Every man that they owe money to has his share of every sum they receive. Never borrowed all this war, but L30000 by the King's express command, but do usually stay till their assignments become payable in their own course, which is the whole mystery, that they have had assignments for a fifth part of whatever was assigned to the Navy. They have power of putting out and in of all officers, are going upon a building that will cost them L12000, that they out of their stock of tallies have been forced to help the treasurer of the Navy at this great pinch. Then to talk of news, that he thinks the want of money hath undone the king, for the Parliament will never give the king more money without calling all people to account, nor, as he believes, will ever make war again, but they will manage it themselves. Unless, which I proposed, he would visibly become a sever inspector into his own business and accounts, and that would gain upon the Parliament yet. Which he confesses and confirms as the only lift to set him upon his legs, but says that it is not in his nature ever to do. He says that he believes but 4 men, such as he could name, would do the business of both offices, his and ours, and if ever the war were to be again it should be so, he believes. He told me to my face that I was a very good clerk, and did understand the business and do it very well, and that he would never desire a better. He do believe that the Parliament, if ever they meet, will offer some alterations to the king, and will turn some of us out, and I protest I think he is in the right that either they or the king will be advised to some regulations, and therefore I ought to beware, as it is easy for me to keep myself up if I will. He thinks that much of our misfortune hath been for want of an active Lord Treasurer, and that such a man as Sir W. Coventry would do the business thoroughly. This talk being over, comes his boy and tells us W. Coventry is come in, and so he and I to him, and they're told the difficulty of getting this money, and they did play hard upon Sir G. Carteret as a man moped and stunned, not knowing which way to turn himself. Sir W. Coventry cried that he was disheartened, and I do think that there is much in it, but Sir J. Duncombe do charge him with mighty neglect in the pursuing of his business, and that he do not look after it himself, but leaves it to Fen, so that I do perceive that they are resolved to scheme at bringing the business into a better way of execution, and I think it needs, that is the truth of it. So I away to Sir G. Carteret's lodgings about this money, and contrary to expectation I find he hath prevailed with leg on his own bond to lend him L2000, which I am glad of, but, poor man, he little sees what observations people do make upon his management, and he is not a man fit to be told what one hears. Thence by water at 10 at night from Westminster Bridge, having kissed little Frank, and so to the Old Swan, and walked home by moonshine, and there to my chamber a while, and supper and to bed. 25th. Received a writ from the Exchequer this morning of distrain for L70,000, which troubled me, though it be but matter of form. To the office, where sat all the morning. At noon, my wife being to unthanks christening, I to Sir W. Batten, S. to dinner, where merry, and the rather because we are like to come to some good end in another of our prizes. Thence by coach to my Lord Treasurer's, and there being come too soon to the New Exchange, but did nothing and back again, and there found my Lord Brunker and T. Harvey, and walked in a room very merrily discoursing. By and by comes my Lord Ashley and tells us my Lord Treasurer is ill and cannot speak with us now. Thence away, Sir W. Penn and I and Mr. Lewes, who come hither after us, and Mr. Godden in the last man's coach. Set me down by the Poultry, and I to Sir Robert Viner S., and there had my account stated and took it home to review. So home to the office, and there late writing out something, having been a little at Sir W. Batten, S. to talk, and they're vexed to see them give order for hogs further abroad, and so home and to bed. 26th. Up and by coach with Sir W. Batten and W. Penn to Whitehall, and there saw the Duke of Albemarle, who is not well and do grow crazy. Thence I to St. James's, to meet Sir G. Carteret, and did, and Lord Berkeley, to get them, as we would have done the Duke of Albemarle, to the meeting of the Lords of Appeal in the business of one of our prizes. With them to the meeting of the Guinea Company, and there stayed, and went with Lord Berkeley. While I was waiting for him in the matted gallery, a young man was most finely working in Indian in key the great picture of the King and Queen sitting, Charles I and Henrietta Maria, by Van Dyck, and did it very finely. Thence to Westminster Hall to hear our cause, but did not come before them today, so went down and walked below in the hall, and there met with Ned Pickering, who tells me the ill news of his nephew Gilbert, who is turned a very rogue, and then I took a turn with Mr. Evelyn, with whom I walked 2 hours, till almost 1 of the clock, talking of the badness of the government, where nothing but wickedness and wicked men and women command the king. That it is not in his nature to gainsay anything that relates to his pleasures, that much of it arises from the sickliness of our ministers of state, who cannot be about him as the idle companions are, and therefore he gives way to the young rogues. And then, from the negligence of the clergy, that a bishop shall never be seen about him, as the King of France hath always. That the king would fain have some of the same gang to be Lord Treasurer, which would be yet worse. For now some delays are put to the getting gifts of the king, as that whore my Lady Byron. Eleanor, daughter of Robert Needham, Viscount Kilmurray, and widow of Peter Warburton, became in 1644 the second wife of John Byron, first Lord Byron. Died 1663 B. Who had been, as he called it, the king's 17th whore abroad, did not leave him till she had got him to give her an order for 4,000 worth of plate to be made for her. But by delays, thanks be to God, she died before she had it. He tells me mighty stories of the King of France, how great a prince he is. He hath made a code to shorten the law. He hath put out all the ancient commanders of castles that were become hereditary. He hath made all the friars subject to the bishops, which before were only subject to Rome, and so were hardly the king's subjects, and that none shall become religia, but at such an age, which he thinks will in a few years ruin the Pope and bring France into a patriarchate. He confirmed to me the business of the want of paper at the council table the other day, which I have observed. Woolley being to have found it, and did, being called, tell the king to his face the reason of it. And Mr. Evelyn tells me several of the menial servants of the court lacking bread, that have not received a farthing wages since the king's coming in. He tells me the king of France hath his mistresses, but laughs at the foolery of our king, that makes his bastards princes. Louis made his own bastards dukes and princes, and legitimatized them as much as he could, connecting them also by marriage with the real blood royalty, and loses his revenue upon them, and makes his mistresses his masters, and the king of France did never grant Lavalier. Louise Francois de la Baume le Blanc de la Vallière had 4 children by Louis Roman XIV, of whom only 2 survived Marie Anne Bourbon, called Mademoiselle de Blois, born in 1666, afterwards married to the Prince de Conti, and the Comte de Vermandois, born in that year, the very year in which Evelyn was giving this account to Pepys. The Duchy of Vauger and 2 baronies were created in favor of La Vallière, and her daughter, who, in the deed of creation, was legitimatized and styled Princess B. Anything to bestow on others, and gives a little subsistence, but no more, to his bastards. He told me the whole story of Mrs. Stuart's going away from court, he knowing her well, and believes her, up to her leaving the court, to be as virtuous as any woman in the world, and told me, from a lord that she told it to but yesterday with her own mouth, and a sober man, that when the Duke of Richmond did make love to her, she did ask the king, and he did the like also, and that the king did not deny it, and told this lord that she was come to that pass, as to resolve to have married any gentleman of 1,500 a year that would have had her in honor. For it was come to that pass, that she could not longer continue at court without prostituting herself to the king. Even at a much later time, Mrs. Godolphin well resolved not to talk foolishly to men, more especially the king. Be sure never to talk to the king. Life, by Evelyn. These expressions speak volumes as to Charles's character be, whom she had so long kept off, though he had liberty more than any other had, or he ought to have, as to dalliance. Evelyn evidently believed the Duchess of Richmond to be innocent, and his testimony, coupled with her own declaration, ought to weigh down all the scandal which Pepys reports from other sources be. She told this lord that she had reflected upon the occasion, she had given the world to think her a bad woman, and that she had no way but to marry and leave the court, rather in this way of discontent than otherwise, that the world might see that she sought not anything but her honor, and that she will never come to live at court more than when she comes to town to come to kiss the queen her mistress's hand. And hopes, though she hath little reason to hope, she can please her lord so as to reclaim him, that they may yet live comfortably in the country on his estate. She told this lord that all the jewels she ever had given her at court, or any other presents, more than the king's allowance of 700 per annum out of the privy purse for her clothes, were, at her first coming the king did give her a necklace of pearl of about 1100, and afterwards, about 7 months since, when the king had hopes to have obtained some courtesy of her, the king did give her some jewels, I have forgot what, and I think a pair of pendants. The Duke of York, being once her valentine, did give her a jewel of about 800, and my Lord Manville her valentine this year, a ring of about 300. And the King of France would have had her mother, who, he says, is one of the most cunning women in the world, to have let her stay in France, saying that he loved her not as a mistress, but as one that he could marry as well as any lady in France. And that, if she might stay, for the honor of his court he would take care she should not repent. But her mother, by command of the Queen Mother, thought rather to bring her into England, and the King of France did give her a jewel, so that Mr. Evelyn believes she may be worth in jewels about L 6,000, and that is all that she hath in the world, and a worthy woman, and in this hath done as great an act of honor as ever was done by woman. That now the Countess Castlemaine do carry all before her, and among other arguments to prove Mrs. Stuart to have been honest to the last, he says that the king's keeping in still with my Lady Castlemaine do show it, for he never was known to keep two mistresses in his life, and would never have kept to her had he prevailed anything with Mrs. Stuart. She is gone yesterday with her lord to Cobham. He did tell me of the ridiculous humor of our king and knights of the garter the other day, who, whereas heretofore their robes were only to be worn during their ceremonies and service, these, as proud of their coats, did wear them all day till night, and then rode into the park with them on. Nay, and he tells me he did see my Lord Oxford and the Duke of Monmouth in a hackney coach with two footmen in the park, with their robes on, which is a most scandalous thing, so as all gravity may be said to be lost among us. By and by we discoursed of Sir Thomas Clifford, whom I took for a very rich and learned man, and of the great family of that name. He tells me he is only a man of about 70 pounds a year, of little learning more than the law of a justice of peace, which he knows well. A parson's son, got to be burgess in a little borough in the west, and here fell into the acquaintance of my Lord Arlington, whose creature he is, and never from him, a man of virtue, and comely, and good parts enough, and hath come into his place with a great grace, though with a great skip over the heads of a great many, as Chichley and Duncombe, and some lords that did expect it. By the way, he tells me that of all the great men of England there is none that endeavours more to raise those that he takes into favour than my Lord Arlington, and that, on that score, he is much more to be made one's patron than my Lord Chancellor, who never did, nor never will do, anything but for money. After having this long discourse we parted, about 1 of the clock, and so away by water home, calling upon Mitchell, whose wife and girl are pretty well, and I home to dinner, and after dinner with Sir W. Batten to Whitehall, there to attend the Duke of York before council, where we all met at his closet and did the little business we had. And here he did tell us how the King of France is intent upon his design against Flanders, and hath drawn up a remonstrance of the cause of the war, and appointed the 20th of the next month for his rendezvous, and himself to prepare for the campaign the 30th, so that this, we are in hopes, will keep him in employment. Turenne is to be his general. Here was Carcass's business unexpectedly moved by him, but what was done therein appears in my account of his case in writing by itself. Certain news of the Dutch being abroad on our coast with 24 great ships. This done Sir W. Batten and I back again to London, and in the way met my Lady Newcastle going with her coaches and footmen all in velvet. Herself, whom I never saw before, as I have heard her often described, for all the town talk is nowadays of her extravagancies, with her velvet cap, her hair about her ears, many black patches because of pimples about her mouth, naked-necked, without anything about it, and a black justaucorps. She seemed to me a very comely woman, but I hope to see more of her on May Day. My mind is mightily of late upon a coach. At home, to the office, where late spending all the evening upon entering in longhand our late passages with Carcass for memory's sake, and so home in great pain in my back by the uneasiness of Sir W. Batten's coach driving hard this afternoon over the stones to prevent coming too late. So at night to supper in great pain, and to bed, where lay in great pain, not able to turn myself all night. 27th, up with much pain, and to the office where all the morning. At noon home to dinner, W. Hewer with us. This noon I got in some coals at 23's. Per chaldron, a good hearing, I thank God having not been put to buy a coal all this dear time, that during this war poor people have been forced to give 45's, and 50's, and L3. In the afternoon, my wife and people busy these late days, and will be for some time, making of shirts and smocks to the office, where late, and then home after letters. And so to supper and to bed, with much pleasure of mind, after having dispatched business. This afternoon I spent some time walking with Mr. Moore, in the garden, among other things discoursing of my Lord Sandwich's family, which he tells me is in a very bad condition, for want of money and management, my lord's charging them with bills, and nobody, nor anything provided to answer them. He did discourse of his hopes of being supplied with L1900 against a present bill from me, but I took no notice of it, nor will do it. It seems Mr. Shepley doubts his accounts are ill kept, and everything else in the family out of order, which I am grieved to hear of. 28th Lord's Day. Lay long, my pain in my back being still great, though not so great as it was. However, up and to church, where a lazy sermon, and then home and to dinner, my wife and I alone and Barker. After dinner, by water the day being mighty pleasant, and the tide serving finely, I up, reading in Boyle's Book of Colours, as high as Barn Elms, and there took one turn alone, and then back to Putney Church, where I saw the girls of the schools, few of which pretty. And there I come into a pew, and met with little James Pierce, which I was much pleased at, the little rogue being very glad to see me. His master, reader to the church. Here was a good sermon and much company, but I sleepy, and a little out of order, for my hat falling down through a hole underneath the pulpit, which, however, after sermon, by a stick. And the help of the clerk, I got up again, and then walked out of the church with the boy, and then left him, promising him to get him a play another time. And so by water, the tide being with me again, down to Dipt Ford, and there I walked down the yard, Shish and Cox with me, and discoursed about cleaning of the wet dock, and heard, which I had before, how when the dock was made, a ship of near 500 tons was there found. A ship supposed of Queen Elizabeth's time, and well wrought with a great deal of stone shot in her, of 18 inches diameter, which was shot then in use. And afterwards meeting with Captain Perriman and Mr. Castle at Halfway Tree, they tell me of stone shot of 36 inches diameter, which they shot out of mortar pieces. Thence walked to Halfway Tree, and there stopped and talked with Mr. Castle and Captain Perriman, and so to redrift and took boat again, and so home, and there to write down my journal, and so to supper and to read, and so to bed, mightily pleased with my reading of Boyle's Book of Colours today, only troubled that some part of it, indeed the greatest part, I am not able to understand for want of study. My wife this night troubled at my leaving her alone so much, and keeping her within doors, which indeed I do not well nor wisely in. 29th. Up, being visited very early by Creed newly come from Hinchingbrook, who went thither without my knowledge, and I believe only to save his being taxed by the poll bill. I did give him no very good countenance nor welcome, but took occasion to go forth and walked, he with me, to St. Dunstan's, and thence I to Sir W. Coventry's, where A. Goodwell with him, and I think he pretty kind, but that the nature of our present condition affords not matter for either of us to be pleased with anything. We discoursed of Carcass, whose lord, he tells me, do make complaints that his clerk should be singled out, and my Lord Berkeley do take his part. So he advises we would sum up all we have against him, and lay it before the Duke of York. He condemned my Lord Brunker. Thence to Sir G. Carteret, and there talked a little while about office business, and thence by coach home, in several places paying my debts in order to my evening my accounts this month, and thence by and by to Whitehall again to Sir G. Carteret to dinner, where very good company and discourse, and I think it my part to keep in there now more than ordinary because of the probability of my lord's coming soon home. Our commissioners for the treaty set out this morning, betimes down the river. Here I hear that the Duke of Cambridge, the Duke of York's son, is very sick, and my Lord Treasurer very bad of the stone, and hath been so some days. After dinner Sir G. Carteret and I alone in his closet, an hour or more talking of my Lord's sandwiches coming home, which, the peace being likely to be made here, he expects, both for my Lord's sake and his own, whose interest he wants, it will be best for him to be at home, where he will be well received by the king. He is sure of his service well accepted, though the business of Spain do fall by this peace. He tells me my Lord Arlington hath done like a gentleman by him in all things. He says, if my lord were here, he were the fittest man to be Lord Treasurer of any man in England, and he thinks it might be compassed, for he confesses that the king's matters do suffer through the inability of this man, who is likely to die, and he will propound him to the king. It will remove him from his place at sea, and the king will have a good place to bestow. He says to me that he could wish, when my lord comes, that he would think fit to forbear playing as a thing below him, and which will lessen him, as it do my Lord St. Albans, in the king's esteem. And as a great secret tells me that he hath made a match for my Lord Hinchingbroke to a daughter of my Lord Burlington's, where there is a great alliance, L10000 portion, a civil family, and relation to my Lord Chancellor, whose son hath married one of the daughters. And that my Lord Chancellor do take it with very great kindness, so that he do hold himself obliged by it. My Lord Sandwich hath referred it to my Lord Crewe, Sir G. Carteret, and Mr. Montagu, to end it. My Lord Hinchingbroke and the lady know nothing yet of it. It will, I think, be very happy. Very glad of this discourse, I away mightily pleased with the confidence I have in this family, and so away, took up my wife, who was at her mother, and so home, where I settled to my chamber about my accounts, both tangier and private, and up at it till 12 at night, with good success, when news is brought me that there is a great fire in Southwark. So we up to the Leads, and then I and the boy down to the end of our lane, and there saw it seeming pretty great, but nothing to the fire of London, that it made me think little of it. We could at that distance see an engine play, that is, the water go out, it being moonlight. By and by it begun to slacken, and then I home and to bed. 30th, up, and Mr. Madden come to speak with me, whom my people not knowing have made to wait long without doors, which vexed me. Then comes Sir John Winter to discourse with me about the Forest of Dean, and then about my Lord Treasurer, and asking me whether, as he had heard, I had not been cut for the stone. I took him to my closet, and there showed it to him, of which he took the dimensions and had some discourse of it, and I believe will show my Lord Treasurer it. Thence to the office, where we sat all the morning, but little to do, and then to the Change, where for certain I hear, and the news book declares, a peace between France and Portugal. Met here with Mr. Pierce, and he tells me the Duke of Cambridge is very ill and full of spots about his body, that Dr. Frazier knows not what to think of it. Then home and to dinner, and then to the office, where all the afternoon we met about Sir W. Warren's business and accounts, wherein I do rather oppose than forward him, but not in declared terms, for I will not be at enmity with him, but I will not have him find any friendship so good as mine. By and by rose and by water to Whitehall, and then called my wife at unthanks. So home and to my chamber to my accounts, and finished them to my heart's wishes and admiration, they being grown very intricate, being let alone for 2 months. But I brought them together all naturally, within a few shillings, but to my sorrow the poll money I paid this month and morning have made me L80 a worse man than at my last balance, so that I am worth now but L6700, which is yet an infinite mercy to me, for which God make me thankful. So late to supper, with a glad heart for the evening of my accounts so well, and so to bed. May 1667. May 1st. Up, it being a fine day, and after doing a little business in my chamber, I left my wife to go abroad with W. Hewer and his mother in a hackney coach incognito to the park, while I abroad to the excise office first, and there met the cofferer and Sir Stephen Fox about our money matters there, wherein we agreed, and so to discourse of my Lord Treasurer, who is a little better than he was of the stone, having rested a little this night. I there did acquaint them of my knowledge of that disease, which I believe will be told my Lord Treasurer. Thence to Westminster, in the way meeting many milkmaids with their garlands upon their pails, dancing with a fiddler before them. On the 1st of May, milkmaids used to borrow silver cups, tankards, and to hang them round their milk pills, with the addition of flowers and ribbons, which they carried upon their heads, accompanied by a bagpipe or fiddle, and went from door to door, dancing before the houses of their customers, in order to obtain a small gratuity from each of them. In London 30 years ago, when pretty milkmaids went about, it was a goodly sight to see their May Day pageant all drawn out. Such scenes and sounds once blessed my eyes and charmed my ears, but all have vanished. On May Day now no garlands go, for milkmaids and their dance are banished. Hone's Everyday Book, Volume I, pp. 569-570. And saw pretty Nellie standing at her lodgings, door in Drury Lane in her smock sleeves and bodice, looking upon one. She seemed a mighty pretty creature. To the hall and there walked a while, it being term. I thence home to the Rose, and then had Doll Lane venir para me, to my Lord Crewe's, where I found them at dinner, and among others, Mrs. Bocket, which I have not seen a long time, and 2 little dirty children, and she as idle a prating and impertinent woman as ever she was. After dinner, my lord took me alone and walked with me, giving me an account of the meeting of the commissioners for accounts, whereof he is one. How some of the gentlemen, Garraway, Littleton, and others, did scruple at their first coming there, being called thither to act, as members of Parliament, which they could not do by any authority but that of Parliament, and therefore desired the king's direction in it, which was sent for by my Lord Bridgewater, who brought answer, very short, that the king expected they should obey his commission. Then they went on, and observed a power to be given them of administering and framing an oath, which they thought they could not do by any power but act of Parliament. And the whole commission did think fit to have the judge's opinion in it. And so, drawing up their scruples in writing, they all attended the king, who told them he would send to the judges to be answered, and did so. Who have, my lord tells me, met 3 times about it, not knowing what answer to give to it. And they have met this week, doing nothing, but expecting the solution of the judges in this point. My lord tells me he do believe this commission will do more hurt than good. It may undo some accounts, if these men shall think fit, but it can never clear an account, for he must come into the exchequer for all this. Besides, it is a kind of inquisition that hath seldom ever been granted in England, and he believes it will never, besides, give any satisfaction to the people or Parliament, but be looked upon as a forced, packed business of the king, especially if these Parliament men that are of it shall not concur with them, which he doubts they will not, and therefore wishes much that the king would lay hold of this fit occasion, and let the commission fall. Then to talk of my Lord Sandwich, whom my Lord Crewe hath a great desire might get to be Lord Treasurer if the present Lord should die, as it is believed he will, in a little time, and thinks he can have no competitor but my Lord Arlington, who, it is given out, desires it. But my lord thinks it is not so, for that the being secretary do keep him a greater interest with the king than the other would do at least, do believe, that if my lord would surrender him his wardrobe place, it would be a temptation to Arlington to assist my lord in getting the treasurers. I did object to my lord that it would be no place of content, nor safety, nor honor for my lord, the state being so indigent as it is, and the so irregular, and those about him, that my lord must be forced to part with anything to answer his warrants. And that therefore, I do believe the king had rather have a man that may be one of his vicious cabal, than a sober man that will mind the public, that so they may sit at cards and dispose of the revenue of the kingdom. This my lord was moved at, and said he did not indeed know how to answer it, and bid me think of it, and so said he himself would also do. He do mightily cry out of the bad management of our moneys, the king having had so much given him. And yet, when the Parliament do find that the king should have L900,000 in his purse by the best account of issues they have yet seen, yet we should report in the navy a debt due from the king of L900,000, which, I did confess, I doubted was true in the first, and knew to be true in the last, and did believe that there was some great miscarriages in it. Which he owned to believe also, saying that at this rate it is not in the power of the kingdom to make a war, nor answer the king's wants. Thence away to the king's playhouse, by agreement met Sir W. Penn, and saw Love in a Maze but a sorry play, only Lacey's clown's part, which he did most admirably indeed, and I am glad to find the rogue at liberty again. Here was but little, and that ordinary company. We sat at the upper bench next the boxes, and I find it do pretty well, and have the advantage of seeing and hearing the great people, which may be pleasant when there is good store. Now was only Prince Rupert and my Lord Lauderdale, and my lord, the naming of whom puts me in mind of my seeing, at Sir Robert Viner's, 2 or 3 great silver flagons, made with inscriptions as gifts of the king to such and such persons of quality as did stay in town the late great plague, for the keeping things in order in the town, which is a handsome thing. But here was neither heart, knell, nor nip. Therefore, the play was not likely to please me. Then Sir W. Penn and I in his coach, Tyburn way into the park, where a horrid dust and number of coaches, without pleasure or order. That which we and almost all went for was to see my Lady Newcastle, which we could not, she being followed and crowded upon by coaches all the way she went, that nobody could come near her. Only I could see she was in a large black coach, adorned with silver instead of gold, and so white curtains, and everything black and white, and herself in her cap, but other parts I could not make. But that which I did see, and wonder at with reason, was to find Peg Pen in a new coach, with only her husband's pretty sister with her, both patched and very fine, and in much the finest coach in the park, and I think that ever I did see one or other, for neatness and richness in gold, and everything that is noble. My Lady Castlemaine, the King, my Lord St. Albans, nor Mr. German, have so neat a coach that ever I saw, and Lord. To have them have this, and nothing else that is correspondent, is to me one of the most ridiculous sights that ever I did see, though her present dress was well enough. But to live in the condition they do at home, and be abroad in this coach, astonishes me. When we had spent half an hour in the park, we went out again, weary of the dust, and despairing of seeing my Lady Newcastle, and so back the same way, and to St. James's, thinking to have met my Lady Newcastle before she got home. But we staying by the way to drink, she got home a little before us. So we lost our labors, and then home. Where we find the 2 young ladies come home, and their patches off, I suppose Sir W. Penn do not allow of them in his sight, and going out of town tonight, though late, to Walthamstow. So to talk a little at Sir W. Batten's, and then home to supper, where I find Mrs. Hewer and her son, who have been abroad with my wife in the park, and so after supper to read, and then to bed. Sir W. Penn did give me an account this afternoon of his design of buying Sir Robert Brooke's fine house at Wanstead, which I so wondered at, and did give him reasons against it, which he allowed of, and told me that he did intend to pull down the house and build a less, and that he should get L1500 by the old house, and I know not what fooleries. But I will never believe he ever intended to buy it, for my part, though he troubled Mr. Gauden to go and look upon it, and advise him in it. Second, to the office where all the morning. At noon home to dinner, and then abroad to my Lord Treasurer's, who continues so ill as not to be troubled with business. So Mr. Gauden and I to my Lord Ashley's and spoke with him, and then straight home, and there I did much business at the office, and then to my own chamber and did the like there, to my great content, but to the pain of my eyes, and then to supper and to bed, having a song with my wife with great pleasure, she doing it well. Third, up and with Sir J. Minns, W. Batten, and W. Penn in the last man's coach to St. James's, and thence up to the Duke of York's chamber, which, as it is now fretted at the top, and the chimney-piece made handsome, is one of the noblest and best proportioned rooms that ever, I think, I saw in my life, and when ready, into his closet and did our business, where, among other things, we had a proposition of Mr. Pierce's, for being continued in pay, or something done for him, in reward of his pains as chirurgeon general. Forasmuch as Troutbeck, that was never a doctor before, hath got L200 a year settled on him for nothing, but that one voyage with the Duke of Albemarle. The Duke of York and the whole company did show most particular kindness to Mr. Pierce, every body moving for him, and the Duke himself most, that he is likely to be a very great man, I believe. Here also we had another mention of Carcass's business, and we directed to bring in a report of our opinion of his case, which vexes us that such a rogue shall make us so much trouble. Thence I presently to the excise office, and there met the cofferer and Stephen Fox by agreement, and agreed upon a method for our future payments, and then we 3 to my Lord Treasurer, who continues still very ill. I had taken my stone with me on purpose, and Sir Philip Warwick carried it in to him to see, but was not in a condition to talk with me about it, poor man. So I with them to Westminster by coach. The cofferer telling us odd stories, how he was dealt with by the men of the church at Westminster in taking a lease of them at the king's coming in, and particularly the devilish covetousness of Dr. Busby. Sir Stephen Fox in discourse told him how he is selling some land he hath, which yields him not above 3%. If so much, and turning it into money, which he can put out at 10%. And as times go, if they be like to continue, it is the best way for me to keep money going so, for aught I see. I to Westminster Hall, and there took a turn with my old acquaintance Mr. Petchel, whose red nose makes me ashamed to be seen with him, though otherwise a good-natured man. So away, I not finding of Mr. Moore, with whom I should have met and spoke about a letter, I this day received from him from my Lord Hinchingbroke, wherein he desires me to help him to L 1900 to pay a bill of exchange of his father's, which troubles me much. But I will find some way, if I can do it, but not to bring myself in bonds or disbursements for it, whatever comes of it. So home to dinner, where my wife hath sew-law upon her and is very ill with them, and so forced to go to bed, and I sat by her a good while. Then down to my chamber and made an end of Reichout's History of the Turks, which is a very good book. Then to the office and did some business, and then my wife being pretty well by coach to little Mitchell S., and there saw my poor Betty and her little child, which slept so soundly we could hardly wake it in an hour's time without hurting it, and they tell me what I did not know, that a child as this do will hunt and hunt up and down with its mouth if you touch the cheek of it with your finger's end for a nipple, and fit its mouth for sucking, but this hath not sucked yet, she having no nipples. Here sat a while, and then my wife and I, it being a most curious clear evening after some rain today, took a most excellent tour by coach to Bow, and there drank and back again, and so a little at the office, and home to read a little, and to supper and bed mightily refreshed with this evening's tour, but troubled that it hath hindered my doing some business which I would have done at the office. This day the news is come that the fleet of the Dutch of about 20 ships, which come upon our coasts upon design to have intercepted our colliers, but by good luck failed, is gone to the Frith of 4th. See 5th of this month, and there lies, perhaps to trouble the Scotch privateers, which have galled them of late very much, it may be more than all our last year's fleet. 4th, up and to the office, where sat all the morning, among other things a great conflict I had with Sir W. Warren, he bringing a letter to the board, flatly in words charging them with their delays in passing his accounts, which have been with them these 2 years, part of which I said was not true, and the other undecent. The whole board was concerned to take notice of it, as well as myself, but none of them had the honor to do it, but suffered me to do it alone, only Sir W. Batten, who did what he did out of common spite to him. So I writ in the margin of the letter, returned as untrue, and, by consent of the board, did give it him again, and so parted. Home to dinner, and there came a woman whose husband I sent for, one Fisher, about the business of Perkins and Carcass, and I do think by her I shall find the business as bad as ever it was, and that we shall find Commissioner Pettirogue, using foul play on behalf of Carcass. After dinner to the office again, and there late all the afternoon, doing much business, and with great content home to supper and to bed. 5th, Lord's Day. Up, and going down to the water side, I met Sir John Robinson, and so with him by coach to Whitehall, still a vain, prating, boasting man as any I know, as if the whole city and kingdom had all its work done by him. He tells me he hath now got a street ordered to be continued, 40 feet broad, from Paul's through Cannon Street to the Tower, which will be very fine. He and others this day, where I was in the afternoon, do tell me of at least 6 or 8 fires within these few days, and continually stirs of fires, and real fires there have been, in one place or other, almost ever since the late great fire, as if there was a fate sent people for fire. I walked over the park to Sir W. Coventry's, among other things to tell him what I hear of people being forced to sell their bills before September for 35 and 40%. Loss, and what is worst, that there are some courtiers that have made a knot to buy them, in hopes of some ways to get money of the king to pay them, which Sir W. Coventry is amazed at, and says we are a people made up for destruction, and will do what he can to prevent all this by getting the king to provide wherewith to pay them. We talked of Tangier, of which he is ashamed, also that it should put the king to this charge for no good in the world, and now a man going over that is a good soldier, but a debauched man, which the place need not to have, and so used these words. That this place was to the king, as my Lord Carnarvon says of Wood, that it is an excrescence of the earth provided by God for the payment of debts. Thence away to Sir G. Carteret, whom I find taking physic. I stayed talking with him but a little, and so home to church, and heard a dull sermon, and most of the best women of our parish gone into the country, or at least not at church. So home, and find my boy not there, nor was at church, which vexed me, and when he come home I inquired, he tells me he went to see his mother. I send him back to her to send me some token that he was with her. So there come a man with him back of good fashion. He says he saw him with her, which pacified me, but I did soundly threaten him before him, and so to dinner, and then had a little scolding with my wife for not being fine enough to go to the christening today, which she excused by being ill, as she was indeed, and cried, but I was in an ill humor and ashamed, indeed, that she should not go dressed. However, friends by, and we went by water to Mitchell S., and there his little house full of his father and mothers and the kindred, hardly any else, and mighty merry in this innocent company, and Betty mighty pretty in bed, but her head aching, not very merry, but the company mighty merry, and I with them. And so the child was christened, my wife, his father, and her mother, the witnesses, and the child's name Elizabeth. So we had gloves and wine and wafers, very pretty, and talked and tattled, and so we away by water and up with the tide, she and I and Barker, as high as Barn Imes, it being a fine evening, and back again to pass the bridges at standing water between 9 and 10 at night, and then home and to supper, and then to bed with much pleasure. This day Sir W. Coventry tells me the Dutch fleet shot some shot, 400 or 500, into Burnt Island in the Frith, but without any hurt, and so are gone. 6th, up and angry with my maids for letting in watermen, and I know not who, anybody that they are acquainted with, into my kitchen to talk and prate with them, which I will not endure. Then out and by coach to my Lord Treasurer's, who continues still very ill, then to Sir P.H. Warwick's house, and there did a little business about my Tangier tallies, and so to Westminster Hall, and there to the Exchequer to consult about some way of getting our poor creditors of the Navy, who served in their goods before the late session of Parliament, paid out of the 11 months' tax, which seems to relate only for goods to be then served in. And I think I have found out a way to bring them into the act, which, if it do, I shall think a good service done. Thence by coach home with Captain Cock, in our way talking of my Lord Brunker and his lady, who are mighty angry with us all of the office, about Carcass's business, but especially with me, and in great confidence he bids me have a care of him, for he hath said that he would wound me with the person where my greatest interest is. I suppose he means Sir W. Coventry, and therefore I will beware of him, and am glad, though vexed to hear it. So home to dinner, where Creed come, whom I vexed devilishly with telling him a wise man and good friend of his and mine, did say that he lately went into the country to Hinchingbroke, and at his coming to town again hath shifted his lodgings, only to avoid paying to the poll bill, which is so true that he blushed, and could not in words deny it, but the fellow did think to have not had it discovered. He is so devilish a subtle false rogue, that I am really weary and afeard of his company, and therefore after dinner left him in the house, and to my office, were busy all the afternoon dispatching much business, and in the evening to Sir R. Viner's to adjust accounts there. And so home, where some of our old Navy creditors come to me by my direction to consider of what I have invented for their help, as I have said in the morning, and like it mighty well, and so I to the office, where busy late. Then home to supper and sing with my wife, who do begin to give me real pleasure with her singing, and so to bed. 7th, up betimes and by coach to St. James's, but there find Sir W. Coventry gone out betimes this morning, on horseback, with the King and Duke of York to Putney Heath to run some horses, and so back again to the office, where some witnesses from Chatham which I sent for are come up, and do give shrewd testimonies against Carcass, which put my lord into a new flame, and he and I to high words, and so broke up. Then home to dinner, where W. Hewer dined with us, and he and I after dinner to discourse of Carcass's business, wherein I apparently now do manage it wholly against my Lord Brunker, Sir W. Penn, like a false rogue, shrinking out of the collar, Sir J. Minns, afoot, being easily led either way, and Sir W. Batten, a malicious fellow that is not able to defend anything, so that the whole odium must fall on me. Which I will therefore beware how I manage that I may not get enemies to no purpose. It vexes me to see with what a company I am mixed, but then it pleases me to see that I am reckoned the chief mover among them, as they do confess and esteem me in everything. Thence to the office, and did business, and then by coach to St. James's again, but W. Coventry not within, so I wrote something to him, and then straight back again and to Sir W. Batten S., and there talked with him and J. Minns, who are mighty hot in Carcass's business, but their judgments not to be trusted. However, I will go through with it, or otherwise we shall be all slaves to my Lord Brunker and his man's impudence. So to the office a little, and then home to supper and to bed, after hearing my wife sing, who is manifestly come to be more musical in her ear than ever I thought she could have been made, which rejoices me to the heart, for I take great delight now to hear her sing. 8th, up pretty betimes and out of doors, and in Fenchurch Street met Mr. Lovett going with a picture to me, but I could not stand to discourse or see it, but on to the next hackney coach, and so to Sir W. Coventry, where he and I alone a while discoursing of some businesses of the office, and then up to the Duke of York to his chamber with my fellow brethren who are come, and so did our usual weekly business, which was but little today. And I was glad that the business of Carcass was not mentioned, because our report was not ready. But I am resolved it shall against the next coming to the Duke of York. Here was discourse about a way of paying our old creditors which did please me, there being hopes of getting them comprehended within the 11 months' tax, and this did give occasion for Sir G. Carteret, S., and my going to Sir Robert Long to discourse it, who do agree that now the King's Council do say that they may be included in the Act, which do make me very glad, not so much for the sake of the poor men as for the King. For it would have been a ruin to him and his service not to have had a way to have paid the debt. There parted with Sir G. Carteret and into Westminster Hall, where I met with Sir H. Comely, and he and I to Sir P. H. Warwick, S. to speak a little about our Tangier business, but to little purpose, my Lord Treasurer being so ill that no business can be done. Thence with Sir H. Comely to find out creed from one lodging to another, which he hath changed so often that there is no finding him. But at last do come to his lodging that he is entering into this day, and do find his goods unlading at the door, by Scotland Yard, and there I set down Sir H. Comely, and I away to the Change, where spoke about several things, and then going home did meet Mr. Andrews our neighbor, and did speak with him to inquire about the ground behind our house, of which I have a mind to buy enough to make a stable and coach house. For I do see that my condition do require it, as well as that it is more charge to my purse to live as I do than to keep one, and therefore I am resolved before winter to have one, unless some extraordinary thing happens to hinder me. He promises me to look after it for me, and so I home to dinner, where I find my wife's flageolet master, and I am so pleased with her proceeding, though she hath lost time by not practicing, that I am resolved for the encouragement of the man to learn myself a little for a month or so. For I do foresee, if God send my wife and I to live, she will become very good company for me. He gone comes Lovett with my little print of my dear Lady Castlemaine varnished, and the frame prettily done like gold, which pleases me well. He dined with me, but by his discourse I do still see that he is a man of good wit but most strange experience, and acquaintance with all manner of subtleties and tricks, that I do think him not fit for me to keep any acquaintance with him, lest he some time or other show me a slippery trick. After dinner he gone, I to the office, where all the afternoon very busy, and so in the evening to Sir R. Viner's, thinking to finish my accounts there, but am prevented, and so back again home, and late at my office at business, and so home to supper and sing a little with my dear wife, and so to bed. 9th, up, and to the office, and at noon home to dinner, and then with my wife and Barker by coach, and left them at Charing Cross, and I to St. James, S., and there found Sir W. Coventry alone in his chamber, and sat and talked with him more than I have done a great while of several things of the navy, how our debts and wants do unfit us for doing anything. He tells me he hears stories of Commissioner Pett, of selling timber to the navy under other names, which I told him I believe is true, and did give him an instance. He told me also how his clerk Floyd he hath put away for his common idleness and ill company, and particularly that yesterday he was found not able to come and attend him, by being run into the arm in a squabble, though he pretends it was done in the streets by strangers, at 9 at night, by the Maypole in the Strand. Sir W. Coventry did write to me this morning to recommend him another, which I could find in my heart to do W. Hewer for his good, but do believe he will not part with me, nor have I any mind to let him go. I would my brother were fit for it, I would adventure him there. He insists upon an unmarried man, that can write well, and hath French enough to transcribe it only from a copy, and may write shorthand, if it may be. Thence with him to my Lord Chancellor at Clarendon House, to a committee for Tangier, where several things spoke of and proceeded on, and particularly sending commissioners thither before the new governor goes, which I think will signify as much good as anything else that hath been done about the place, which is none at all. I did again tell them the badness of their credit by the time their tallies took before they become payable, and their spending more than their fund. They seem well satisfied with what I said, and I am glad that I may be remembered that I do tell them the case plain. But it troubled me that I see them hot upon it, that the governor shall not be paymaster, which will force me either to the providing one there to do it, which I will never undertake, or leave the employment, which I had rather do. Mightily pleased with the nobleness of this house, and the brave furniture and pictures, which indeed is very noble, and, being broke up, I with Sir G. Carteret in his coach into Hyde Park, to discourse of things, and spent an hour in this manner with great pleasure, telling me all his concernments, and how he has gone through with the purchase for my Lady Jemima and her husband, how the treasury is like to come into the hands of a committee. But that, nor anything else, will do our business, unless the king himself will mind his business, and how his servants do execute their parts. He do fear an utter ruin in the state, and that in a little time, if the king do not mind his business soon, that the king is very kind to him, and to my Lord Sandwich, and that he doubts not but at his coming home, which he expects about Michaelmas, he will be very well received. But it is pretty strange how he began again the business of the intention of a marriage of my Lord Hinchingbroke to a daughter of my Lord Burlington's to my Lord Chancellor, which he now tells me as a great secret, when he told it me the last Sunday but one. But it may be the poor man hath forgot, and I do believe he do make it a secret, he telling me that he has not told it to any but myself, and this day to his daughter my Lady Jemima, who looks to lie down about 2 months hence. After all this discourse we turned back into Whitehall, where we parted, and I took up my wife at Unthank S, and so home, and in our street at the 3 Tons Tavern door, I find a great hubbub, and what was it but 2 brothers have fallen out, and one killed the other. And who should they be but the 2 Fieldings, one whereof, Basil, was page to my Lady Sandwich, and he hath killed the other, himself being very drunk, and so is sent to Newgate. I to the office, and did as much business as my eyes would let me, and so home to supper and to bed. 10th, up into the office, where a meeting about the victuallers, accounts all the morning, and at noon all of us to Kent S at the 3 Tons Tavern, and there dined well at Mr. Godden's charge. And there the constable of the parish did show us the picklocks and dice that were found in the dead man's pocket, and but 18d. In money, and a table book wherein were entered the names of several places where he was to go, and among others Kent's house, where he was to dine, and did dine yesterday. And after dinner went into the church, and there saw his corpse with the wound in his left breast, a sad spectacle, and a broad wound, which makes my hand now shake to write of it. His brother intending, it seems, to kill the coachman, who did not please him, this fellow stepped in, and took away his sword, who thereupon took out his knife, which was of the fashion, with a falchion blade, and a little cross at the hilt like a dagger, and with that stabbed him. So to the office again, very busy, and in the evening to Sir Robert Viner, S., and there took up all my notes and evened our balance to the 7th of this month, and saw it entered in their ledger, and took a receipt for the remainder of my money as the balance of an account then adjusted. Then to my Lord Treasurer's, but missed Sir P.H. Warwick, and so back again, and drove hard towards Clerkenwell. At Newcastle House, Clerkenwell Close, the Duke and Duchess lived in great state. The house was divided, and let in tenements in the 18th century. Thinking to have overtaken my Lady Newcastle, whom I saw before us in her coach, with 100 boys and girls running looking upon her, but I could not, and so she got home before I could come up to her. But I will get a time to see her. So to the office, and did more business, and then home and sang with pleasure with my wife, and to supper, and so to bed. 11th, up, and being called on by Mr. Commander, he and I out to the ground behind Sir W. Penn's, where I am resolved to take a lease of some of it for a stable and coach, and so to keep a coach, unless some change come before I can do it. For I do see it is a greater charge to me now in hackneys, and I am a little dishonored by going in them. We spoke with him that hath the letting it, and I do believe when I can tell how much it will be fit for me to have we shall go near to agree. So home, and there found my door open, which makes me very angry with Nell, and do think to put her away for it, though it do so go against me to part with a servant that it troubles me more than anything in the world. So to the office, where all the morning. At noon home to dinner, where Mr. Goodgroom and Creed and I have great hopes that my wife will come to sing to my mind. After dinner, my wife and Creed and I being entered a hackney coach to go to the other end of the town, we espied the Turner coming in her coach to see us, which we were surprised at, and so light, and took her and another young lady home, and there sat and talked with she being lately come out of the north after 2 or 3 years' absence. She is come to put out her sister and brothers to school at Putney. After a little talk, I over Tower Hill with them to a ladies they go to visit, and so away with my wife, whose being dressed this day in fair hair did make me so mad, that I spoke not one word to her in our going, though I was ready to burst with anger. So to Whitehall to the Committee of Tangier, where they were discoursing about laws for the civil government of the place, but so dull and so little to the purpose that I fell to slumber, when the fear of being seen by Sir W. Coventry did trouble me much afterwards, but I hope he did not. After that broke up. Creed and I into the park and walked, a most pleasant evening, and so took coach, and took up my wife, and in my way home discovered my trouble to my wife for her white locks. Randall Holmes says the ladies wore false locks set on wires, to make them stand at a distance from the head, and accompanies the information with the figure of a lady, with a pair of locks and curls which were in great fashion in 1670. Planch, S. Cyclopedia of Costume, Volume I, p. 248. Swearing by God, several times, which I pray God forgive me for, and bending my fist that I would not endure it. She, poor wretch. A new light is thrown upon this favorite expression of Pepys's when speaking of his wife by the following quotation from a Midland word book. Wretch, n, often used as an expression of endearment or sympathy. Old woman to young master, and 'ow is the missus today, door wretch? Of a boy going to school a considerable distance off, I met, I am with a bit o' bread in his bag, door wretch. A glossary of words and phrases used in S.E. Worcestershire, by Jessie Salisbury. Published by the English Dialect Society, 1894. Was surprised with it, and made me no answer all the way home. But there we parted, and I to the office late, and then home, and without supper to bed, vexed. 12th Lord's Day. Up and to my chamber to settle some accounts there, and by down comes my wife to me in her nightgown, and we begun calmly, that upon having money to lace her gown for second mourning, she would promise to wear white locks no more in my sight, which I, like a severe fool, thinking not enough, begun to accept against, and made her fly out to very high terms and cry, and in her heat told me of keeping company with Mrs. Nip, saying, that if I would promise never to see her more, of whom she hath more reason to suspect than I had heretofore of Pembleton, she would never wear white locks more. This vexed me, but I restrained myself from saying anything, but do think never to see this woman at least, to have her hear more, but by and by I did give her money to buy lace, and she promised to wear no more white locks while I lived, and so all very good friends as ever, and I to my business, and she to dress herself. Against noon we had a coach ready for us, and she and I to Whitehall, where I went to see whether Sir G. Carteret was at dinner or no, our design being to make a visit there, and I found them set down, which troubled me, for I would not then go up but back to the coach to my wife, and she and I homeward again, and in our way bethought ourselves of going alone, she and I, to go to a French house to dinner, and so inquired out Monsieur Robbins, my periwig maker, who keeps an ordinary. And in an ugly street in Covent Garden, did find him at the door, and so we in, and in a moment almost had the table covered, and clean glasses, and all in the French manner, and a mess of pottage first, and then a couple of pigeons a la Estève, and then a piece of beau à la mode, all exceeding well seasoned, and to our great liking. At least it would have been anywhere else but in this bad street, and in a periwig maker's house. But to see the pleasant and ready attendance that we had, and all things so desirous to please, and ingenious in the people, did take me mightily. Our dinner cost us 6s. And so my wife and I away to Islington, it being a fine day, and thence to Sir G. Whitmore's house, where we light and walked over the fields to Kingsland and back again. A walk, I think, I have not taken these 20 years, but puts me in mind of my boy's time, when I boarded at Kingsland, and used to shoot with my bow and arrows in these fields. A very pretty place it is, and little did any of my friends think I should come to walk in these fields in this condition, and state that I am. Then took coach again, and home through Shoreditch. And at home my wife finds Barker to have been abroad, and telling her so many lies about it that she struck her, and the wench said she would not stay with her. So I examined the wench and found her in so many lies myself that I was glad to be rid of her, and so resolved having her go away tomorrow. So my wife and W. Hewer and I to supper, and then he and I to my chamber to begin the draft of the report from this office to the Duke of York in the case of Mr. Carcass, which I sat up till midnight to do, and then to bed, believing it necessary to have it done, and to do it plainly, for it is not to be endured the trouble that this rascal hath put us to, and the disgrace he hath brought upon this office. 13th. Up, and when ready, to the office, my wife rising to send away Barker, according to our resolution last night, and she did do it with more clothes than have cost us L10 and 20s. In her purse, which I did for the respect I bear Mr. Falconbridge. Otherwise she had not deserved half of it, but I am the more willing to do it to be rid of one that made work and trouble in the house, and had not qualities of any honor or pleasure to me or my family. But what is a strange thing did always declare to her mistress, and others that she had rather be put to drudgery, and to wash the house than to live as she did like a gentlewoman. And there I and Gibson all the morning making an end of my report against Carcass, which I think will do our business, but it is a horrid shame such a rogue should give me and all of us this trouble. This morning comes Sir H. Comely to me for a tally or two, and tells me that he hears that we are by agreement to give the King of France Nova Scotia, which he do not like, but I do not know the importance of it. Nova Scotia and the adjoining countries were called by the French Acadie. Pepys is not the only official personage whose ignorance of Nova Scotia is on record. A story is current of a prime minister, Duke of Newcastle, who was surprised at hearing Cape Breton was an island. Egad, I'll go tell the king Cape Breton is an island. Of the same it is said, that when told Annapolis was in danger and ought to be defended. Oh, certainly Annapolis must be defended, where is Annapolis? B. Then abroad with my wife to my Lord Treasurer's, and she to her tailor, S. I find Sir Philip Warwick, who I perceive do give over my Lord Treasurer for a man of this world, his pain being grown great again upon him, and all the rest he hath is by narcotiques. And now Sir Philip Warwick do please himself, like a good man, to tell some of the good ejaculations of my Lord Treasurer concerning the little worth of this world, to buy it with so much pain, and other things fit for a dying man. So finding no business likely to be done here for Tangier, I having a warrant for tallies to be signed, I away to the New Exchange, and there stayed a little. And then to a looking-glass shop to consult about covering the wall in my closet over my chimney, which is darkish, with looking-glasses, and then to my wife's tailor, S., but find her not ready to go home, but got to buy things, and so I away home to look after my business and finish my report of Carcass, and then did get Sir W. Batten, Sir J. Minns, and W. Penn together, and read it over with all the many papers relating to the business, which they do wonder at, and the trouble I have taken about it, and like the report, so as that they do unanimously resolve to sign it, and stand by it. And after a great deal of discourse of the strange deportment of my Lord Brunker in this business, to withstand the whole board in behalf of such an impudent rogue as this is, I parted and home to my wife, and supped and talked with her. And then to bed, resolving to rise betimes tomorrow to write fair the report. 14th. Up by 5 o'clock, and when ready down to my chamber, and there with Mr. Fist, Sir W. Batten's clerk, who writes mighty well, writing over our report in Mr. Carcass's business, in which we continued till 9 o'clock, that the office met, and then to the office, where all the morning, and so at noon home to dinner, where Mr. Holliard come and eat with us, who among other things do give me good hopes that we shall give my father some ease as to his rupture when he comes to town, which I expect tomorrow. After dinner comes Fist, and he and I to our report again till 9 o'clock, and then by coach to my Lord Chancellor's, where I met Mr. Povey, expecting the coming of the rest of the commissioners for Tangier. Here I understand how the two dukes, both the only sons of the Duke of York, are sick even to danger, and that on Sunday last they were both so ill, as that the poor Duchess was in doubt which would die first. The Duke of Cambridge of some general disease, the other little Duke, whose title I know not, of the convulsion fits, of which he had 4 this morning. Fear that either of them might be dead, did make us think that it was the occasion that the Duke of York and others were not come to the meeting of the commission which was designed, and my Lord Chancellor did expect. And it was pretty to observe how, when my Lord sent down to St. James's to see why the Duke of York come not, and Mr. Povey, who went, returned, my Lord Chancellor did ask, not how the princes or the dukes do, as other people do, but how do the children. Which methought was mighty great, and like a great man and grandfather. I find every body mightily concerned for these children, as a matter wherein the state is much concerned that they should live. At last, it was found that the meeting did fail from no known occasion, at which my Lord Chancellor was angry, and did cry out against Creed that he should give him no notice. So Povey and I went forth, and stayed at the gate of the house by the street, and there stopped to talk about the business of the treasury of Tangier, which by the badness of our credit, and the resolution that the governor shall not be paymaster, will force me to provide one there to be my paymaster, which I will never do, but rather lose my place, for I will not venture my fortune to a fellow to be employed so far off, and in that wicked place. Thence home, and with fist presently to the finishing the writing fair of our report, and by to Sir W. Batten, S., and there he and I and J. Minns and W. Penn did read and sign it with great good liking, and so away to the office again to look over and correct it, and then home to supper and to bed, my mind being pretty well settled, having this report done, and so to supper and to bed. 15th. This morning my wife had some things brought home by a new woman of the New Exchange, one Mrs. Smith, which she would have me see for her fine hand, and indeed it is a fine hand, and the woman I have observed is a mighty pretty-looked woman. Up, and with Sir W. Batten and J. Minns to St. James's, and stopped at Temple Bar for Sir J. Minns to go into the Devil's Tavern to shit, he having drunk whey, and his belly rot. Being come, we up to the Duke of York's chamber, who, when ready, we to our usual business, and being very glad, we all that signed it, that is, Sir J. Minns, W. Batten, W. Penn, and myself, and then Sir G. Carteret and W. Coventry, Brunker, and T. Harvey, and the officers of the ordnance, Sir J. Duncombe, and Mr. Comely presented our report about Carcass, and did afterwards read it with that success that the Duke of York was for punishing him. Not only with turning him out of the office, but with what other punishment he could, which nobody did forward, and so he escaped, only with giving security to secure the king against double tickets of his and other things that he might have wronged the king or subject in before his dismission. Yet, Lord, to see how our silly Lord Brunker would have stood to have justified this rogue, though to the reproach of all us who have signed, which I shall never forget to have been a most malicious or a most silly act, and I do think it is as much the latter as the other, for none but a fool could have done as this silly lord hath done in this business. So the Duke of York did like our report, and ordered his being secured till he did give his security, which did fully content me, and will I hope vindicate the office. It happened that my Lord Arlington coming in by chance was at the hearing of all this, which I was not sorry for he did move or did second the Duke of York, that this roguery of his might be put in the news-book, that it might be made public to satisfy, for the wrong the credit of this office hath received by this rogue's occasion. So with utmost content I away with Sir G. Carteret to London, talking all the way. And he do tell me that the business of my Lord Hinchingbroke his marriage with my Lord Burlington's daughter is concluded on by all friends, and that my lady is now told of it, and do mightily please herself with it, which I am mighty glad of. So home, and there I find that my wife hath been at my desire at the inn knee, thinking that my father might be come up with the coach, but he is not come this week, poor man, but will be here the next. At noon to dinner, and then to Sir W. Batten, S., where I hear the news how our ambassadors were but ill received at Flushing, nor at Breda itself, there being only a house and no furniture provided for them, though it be said that they have as much as the French. Here we stayed talking a little, and then I to the office about my business, and thence to the office, where busy about my own papers of my office, and by comes the office full to examine Sir W. Warren's account, which I do appear mighty fierce in against him, and indeed am, for his accounts are so perplexed that I am sure he cannot but expect to get many a L1000 in it before it passes our hands, but I will not favor him, but save what I can to the king. At his accounts, wherein I very high against him, till late, and then we broke up with little done, and so broke up, and I to my office, where late doing of business, and then home to supper and to bed. News still that my Lord Treasurer is so ill as not to be any man of this world, and it is said that the treasury shall be managed by commission. I would to God Sir G. Carteret or my Lord Sandwich be in it, but the latter is the more fit for it. This day going to Whitehall, Sir W. Batten did tell me strange stories of Sir W. Penn, how he is already ashamed of the fine coach which his son-in-law and daughter have made. And indeed it is one of the most ridiculous things for people of their low, mean fashion to make such a coach that ever I saw. He tells me how his people come as they do to mine every day to borrow one thing or other, and that his lady hath been forced to sell some coals, in the late dear time, only to enable her to pay money that she hath borrowed of Griffin to defray her family expense, which is a strange story for a rogue that spends so much money on clothes and other occasions himself as he do. But that which is most strange, he tells me that Sir W. Penn do not give L 6,000, as is usually, with his daughter to him, and that Mr. Loder is come to use the tub, that is to bathe and sweat himself, and that his lady is come to use the tub too, which he takes to be that he hath, and hath given her the pox. But I hope it is not so, but, says Sir W. Batten, this is a fair jointure that he hath made her, meaning by that the costs the having of a bath. 16th. Up, and to the office, where we sat all the morning, and, among other things, comes in Mr. Carcass, and after many arguings against it, did offer security as was desired. But who should this be but Mr. Powell, that is one other of my Lord Brunker's clerks, and I hope good use will be made of it. But then he began to fall foul upon the injustice of the board, which when I heard I threatened him with being laid by the heels, which my Lord Brunker took up as a thing that I could not do upon the occasion he had given, but yet did own that it was ill said of him. I made not many words of it, but have let him see that I can say what I will without fear of him, and so we broke off, leaving the bond to be drawn by me, which I will do in the best manner I can. At noon, this being Holy Thursday, that is, Ascension Day, when the boys go on procession round the parish, we were to go to the 3 Tons Tavern to dine with the rest of the parish, where all the parish almost was, Sir Andrew Rickard and others, and of our house, J. Minns, W. Batten W. Penn, and myself, and Mr. Mills did sit uppermost at the table. Here we were informed that the report of our ambassadors being ill received in their way to Breda is not true, but that they are received with very great civility, which I am glad to hear. But that did vex me was that among all us there should come in Mr. Carcass to be a guest for his money 5s a piece as well as any of us. This did vex me, and I would have gone, and did go to my house, thinking to dine at home, but I was called away from them, and so we sat down, and to dinner. Among other things, Sir John Frederick and Sir R. Ford did talk of Paul's school, which, they tell me, must be taken away. And then I fear it will be long before another place, as they say is promised, is found. But they do say that the honor of their company is concerned in the doing of it, and that it is a thing that they are obliged to do. Thence home and to my office, where busy, anon at 7 at night I and my wife and Sir W. Penn in his coach to unthanks, my wife's tailor, for her to speak one word, and then we to my Lord Treasurer's, where I find the porter crying, and suspected it was that my lord is dead. And, poor lord, we did find that he was dead just now, and the crying of the fellow did so trouble me, that considering I was not likely to trouble him any more, nor have occasion to give any more anything, I did give him 3s. But it may be, poor man, he hath lost a considerable hope by the death of his lord, whose house will be no more frequented as before, and perhaps I may never come thither again about any business. There is a good man gone, and I pray God that the treasury may not be worse managed by the hand or hands it shall now be put into, though, for certain, the slowness, though he was of great integrity, of this man, and remissness, have gone as far to undo the nation, as anything else that hath happened. And yet, if I knew all the difficulties that he hath lain under, and his instrument Sir Philip Warwick, I might be brought to another mind. Thence we to Islington, to the old house, and there eat and drank, and then it being late and a pleasant evening, we home, and there to my chamber and to bed. It is remarkable that this afternoon Mr. Moore come to me, and there, among other things, did tell me how Mr. Moyer, the merchant, having procured an order from the King and Duke of York in council, with the consent of my Lord Chancellor, and by assistance of Lord Arlington, for the releasing out of prison his brother, Samuel Moyer, who was a great man in the late times in Haberdasher's Hall, and was engaged under hand and seal to give the man that obtained it so much in behalf of my Lord Chancellor. But it seems my Lady Duchess of Albemarle had before undertaken it for so much money, but hath not done it. The Duke of Albemarle did the next day send for this Moyer, to tell him, that notwithstanding this order of the king and council's being passed for release of his brother, yet, If he did not consider the pains of some friends of his, he would stop that order. This Moyer, being an honest, bold man, told him that he was engaged to the hand that had done the thing to give him a reward, and more he would not give, nor could own any kindness done by his grace's interest, and so parted. The next day Sir Edward Savage did take the said Moyer in tax about it, giving ill words of this Moyer and his brother, which he not being able to bear, told him he would give to the person that had engaged him what he promised, and not anything to any body else, and that both he and his brother were as honest men as himself or any man else, and so sent him going and bid him do his worst. It is one of the most extraordinary cases that ever I saw or understood, but it is true. This day Mr. Shepley is come to town and to see me, and he tells me my father is very well only for his pain, so that he is not able to stir, but is in great pain. I would to God that he were in town, that I might have what help can be got for him, for it troubles me to have him live in that condition of misery, if I can help it. 17th. Up and to the office, where all the morning upon some accounts of Mr. Gaudens, and at noon to the 3 Tuns to dinner with Lord Brunker, Sir J. Minns, W. Batten, W. Penn, and T. Harvey, were very merry, and my Lord Brunker in appearance as good friends as ever, though I know he has a hatred to me in heart. After dinner to my house, where Mr. Shepley dined, and we drank and talked together. He, poor man, hath had his arm broke the late frost, slipping in going over Huntingdon Bridge. He tells me that Jasper Trice and Lewes Phillips and Mr. Ashfield are gone from Brampton, and he thinks chiefly from the height of Sir J. Bernard's carriage, who carries all things before him there, which they cannot bear with, and so leave the town, and this is a great instance of the advantage a man of the law hath over all other people, which would make a man to study it a little. Shepley being gone, there come the flageolet master, who having had a bad bargain of teaching my wife by the year, she not practicing so much as she should do, I did think that the man did deserve some more consideration, and so will give him an opportunity of 20s. A month more, and he shall teach me, and this afternoon I begun, and I think it will be a few shillings well spent. Then to Sir R. Viner, S. with 600 pieces of gold to turn into silver, for the enabling me to answer Sir G. Carteret's L. 3000, which he now draws all out of my hand towards the paying for a purchase he hath made for his son and my Lady Jemima, in Northamptonshire, of Sir Samuel Luke in a good place, a good house, and near all her friends, which is a very happy thing. Thence to St. James's, and there spoke with Sir W. Coventry, and give him some account of some things, but had little discourse with him, there being company with him, and so directly home again, and then to my office, doing some business, and so to my house, and with my wife to practice on the flageolet a little, and with great pleasure I see she can readily hit her notes, but only want of practice makes her she cannot go through a whole tune readily. So to supper and to bed. 18th. Up and all the morning at the office, and then to dinner, and after dinner to the office to dictate some letters, and then with my wife to Sir W. Turner's to visit the. But she being abroad, we back again home, and then I to the office, finished my letters, and then to walk an hour in the garden talking with my wife, whose growth and musique do begin to please me mightily, and by home and there find our loose drunk, and when her mistress told her of it would be gone, and so put up some of her things and did go away of her accord, nobody pressing her to it. And the truth is, though she be the dirtiest, homeliest servant that ever I kept, yet I was sorry to have her go, partly through my love to my servants, and partly because she was a very drudging working wench, only she would be drunk. But that which did a little trouble me was that I did hear her tell her mistress that she would tell her master something before she was aware of her, that she would be sorry to have him know, but did it in such a silly, drunken manner, that though it troubled me a little, yet not knowing what to suspect she should know, and not knowing well whether she said it to her mistress or Jane, I did not much think of it. So she gone, we to supper and to bed, my study being made finely clean. 19th, Lord's Day. Up, and to my chamber to set some papers in order, and then to church, where my old acquaintance, that dull fellow Meryton, made a good sermon, and hath a strange knack of a grave, serious delivery, which is very agreeable. After church to Whitehall, and there find Sir G. Carteret just set down to dinner, and I dined with them, as I intended, and good company, the best people and family in the world, I think. Here was great talk of the good end that my Lord Treasurer made, closing his own eyes and setting his mouth, and bidding adieu with the greatest content and freedom in the world, and is said to die with the cleanest hands that ever any Lord Treasurer did. After dinner, Sir G. Carteret and I alone, and there, among other discourse, he did declare that he would be content to part with his place of Treasurer of the Navy upon good terms. I did propose my Lord Belasses as a man likely to buy it, which he listened to, and I did fully concur and promote his design of parting with it. For though I would have my father live, I would not have him die Treasurer of the Navy, because of the accounts which must be uncleared at his death, besides many other circumstances making it advisable for him to let it go. He tells me that he fears all will come to naught in the nation soon if the king do not mind his business, which he do not seem likely to do. He says that the treasury will be managed for a while by a commission, whereof he thinks my Lord Chancellor for the honor of it, and my Lord Ashley, and the 2 secretaries will be, and some others he knows not. I took leave of him, and directly by water home, and there to read the life of Mr. Hooker, which pleases me as much as anything I have read a great while, and by comes Mr. Howe to see us, and after him a little Mr. Shepley, and so we all to talk, and Mercer being there, we some of us to sing, and so to supper, a great deal of silly talk. Among other things, W. Howe told us how the barristers and students of Gray's Inn rose in rebellion against the benchers the other day, who outlawed them and a great deal of do. But now they are at peace again. They being gone, I to my book again, and made an end of Mr. Hooker's life, and so to bed. 20th, up betimes, and comes my flageolet master to set me a new tune, which I played presently, and shall in a month do as much as I desire at it. He being gone, I to several businesses in my chamber, and then by coach to the Commissioners of Excise, and so to Westminster Hall, and there spoke with several persons I had to do with. Here, among other news, I hear that the commissioners for the Treasury were named by the King yesterday, but who they are nobody could tell. But the persons are the Lord Chancellor, the 2 secretaries, Lord Ashley, and others say Sir W. Coventry and Sir John Duncombe, but all conclude the Duke of Albemarle. But reports do differ, but will be known in a day or 2. Having done my business, I then homeward and overtook Mr. Commander. So took him into a coach with me, and he and I into Lincoln's Inn Fields, there to look upon the coach houses to see what ground is necessary for coach house and horses. Because of that I am going about to do, and having satisfied myself in this, he and I to Mr. Hyde's to look upon the ground again behind our house, and concluded upon his going along with us tomorrow to see some stables, he thinking that we demand more than is necessary. So away home, and then I, it being a broken day and had power by my vows, did walk abroad, first through the Minories, the first time I have been over the hill to the postern gate, and seen the place, since the houses were pulled down about that side of the tower, since the fire, to find where my young mercer with my pretty little woman to his wife lives, who lived in Lombard Street, and I did espy them, but took no notice now of them, but may do hereafter. Thence down to the Old Swan, and there saw Betty Mitchell, whom I have not seen since her christening. But Lord, how pretty she is, and looks as well as ever I saw her, and her child, which I am fain to seem very fond of it, is pretty also, I think, and will be. Thence by water to Westminster Hall, and there walked a while talking at random with Sir W. Doyley, and so away to Mrs. Martin's lodging, who was gone before, expecting me, and there G. Hazer what G. Vellum come her and drank, and so by coach home. But I have forgot that I did in the morning go to the Swan, and there tumbling of la little Phil, son uncle did truver her cum sue neckcloth off, which I was ashamed of, but made no great matter of it, but let it pass with a laugh. And there spent the evening with my wife at our flageolets, and so to supper, and after a little reading to bed. My wife still troubled with her cold. I find it everywhere now to be a thing doubted whether we shall have peace or no, and the captain of one of our ships that went with the embassadors do say, that the seamen of Holland to his hearing did defy us, and called us English dogs, and cried out against peace, and that the great people there do oppose peace, though he says the common people do wish it. 21st, up into the office, where sat all the morning. At noon dined at home with my wife, and find a new girl, a good big girl come to us, got by Payne to be our girl, and his daughter Nell we make our cook. This wench's name is Mary, and seems a good likely maid. After dinner I with Mr. Commander and Mr. Hyde's brother to Lincoln's Inn Fields, and there viewed several coach houses, and satisfied ourselves now fully in it, and then there parted, leaving the rest to future discourse between us. Thence I home, but Lord, How it went against my heart to go away from the very door of the Duke's playhouse, and my Lady Castlemaine's coach, and many great coaches there, to see the siege of Rhodes. I was very near making a forfeit, but I did command myself, and so home to my office, and there did much business to my good content, much better than going to a play, and then home to my wife, who is not well with her cold, and sat and read a piece of Grand Cyrus in English by her, and then to my chamber and to supper, and so to bed. This morning the captain come from Holland did tell us at the board what I have said he reported yesterday. This evening after I come from the office, Mrs. Turner come to see my wife and me, and sit and talk with us. And so, my wife not being well and going to bed, Mrs. Turner and I sat up till 12 at night talking alone in my chamber, and most of our discourse was of our neighbors. As to my Lord Brunker, she says how Mrs. Griffin, our housekeeper's wife, hath it from his maid, that comes to her house often, that they are very poor. That the other day Mrs. Williams was fain to send a jewel to pawn. That their maid hath said herself that she hath got L50 since she come thither, and L17 by the payment of one bill. That they have a most lewd and nasty family here in the office. But Mrs. Turner do tell me that my lord hath put the king to infinite charge since his coming thither in alterations, and particularly that Mr. Harper at Deptford did himself tell her that my lord hath had of Foley, the ironmonger, L50 worth in locks and keys for his house, and that it is from the fineness of them, having some of L4 and L5 a lock, such as is in the Duke's closet, that he hath several of these. That he do keep many of her things from her of her own goods, and would have her bring a bill into the office for them. That Mrs. Griffin do say that he do not keep Mrs. Williams now for love, but need, he having another whore that he keeps in Covent Garden. That they do owe money everywhere almost for everything, even Mrs. Shipman for her butter and cheese about L3, and after many demands cannot get it. Mrs. Turner says she do believe their coming here is only out of a belief of getting purchase by it, and that their servants, which was wittily said of her touching his clerks, do act only as privateers, no purchase, no pay. And in my conscience she is in the right. Then we fell to talk of Sir W. Penn and his family and rise. She says that he was a pitiful when she first knew them, that his lady was one of the sourest, dirty women that ever she saw, that they took 2 chambers, one over another, for themselves and child, in Tower Hill. That for many years together they eat more meals at her house than at their own, did call brothers and sisters the husbands and wives. That her husband was godfather to one, and she godmother to another, this Margaret, of their children, by the same token that she was fain to write with her own hand a letter to Captain Twitty, to stand for a godfather for her. That she brought my lady, who then was a dirty slattern, with her stockings hanging about her heels, so that afterwards the people of the whole hill did say that Mrs. Turner had made Mrs. Penn a gentlewoman. First to the knowledge of my Lady Vane, Sir Henry's lady, and him to the knowledge of most of the great people that then he sought to. And that in short his rise hath been his giving of large bribes, wherein, and she agrees with my opinion and knowledge before therein, he is very profuse. This made him general. This got him out of the Tower when he was in, and hath brought him into what he is now, since the king's coming in. That long ago, indeed, he would drink the king's health privately with Mr. Turner. But that when he saw it fit to turn Roundhead, and was offered by Mr. Turner to drink the king's health, he answered, no. He was changed, and now, he that would make him drink the king's health, or any health but the Protector S and the State, S, or to that purpose, he would be the first man should sheath his sword in his guts. That at the king's coming in, he did send for her husband, and told him what a great man Sir W. Coventry was like to be, and that he having all the records in his hands of the navy, if he would transcribe what was of most present use of the practice of the navy, and give them him to give Sir W. Coventry from him, it would undoubtedly do his business of getting him a principal officer's place. That her husband was at L5 charge to get these presently writ. That Sir W. Penn did give them Sir W. Coventry as from himself, which did set him up with W. Coventry, and made him what he is, and never owned anything of Mr. Turner in them. By which he left him in the lurch, though he did promise the Duke of Albemarle to do all that was possible, and made no question of Mr. Turner, S being what he desired. And when afterwards, too, did propose to him the getting of the purveyor's place for him, he did tell Mr. Turner it was necessary to present Sir W. Coventry 100 pieces, which he did, and W. Coventry took 80 of them. So that he was W. Coventry's mere broker, as Sir W. Batten and my lady did once tell my Lady Duchess of Albemarle, in the case of Mr. Falconer, whom W. Penn made to give W. Coventry L200 for his place of clerk of the rope yard of Woolwich, and to settle L80 a year upon his daughter Peg, after the death of his wife, and a gold watch presently to his wife. Mrs. Turner do tell me that my lady and Peg have themselves owned to her that Sir W. Coventry and Sir W. Penn had private marks to write to one another by, that when they in appearance writ a fair letter in behalf of anybody, that they had a little mark to show they meant it only in show. These silly people did confess themselves of him. She says that their son, Mr. William Penn, did tell her that his father did observe the commanders did make their addresses to me and applications, but they should know that his father should be the chief of the office, and that she hath observed that Sir W. Penn never had a kindness to her son, since W. Penn told her son that he had applied himself to me, that his rise hath been by her and her husband's means, and that it is a most inconceivable thing how this man can have the face to use her and her family with the neglect that he do them. That he was in the late war a most devilish plunderer, and that got him his estate, which he hath in Ireland and nothing else, and that he hath always been a very liberal man in his bribes, that upon his coming into this part of the controller's business wherein he is, he did send for T. Wilson and told him how against his knowledge he was put in, and had so little wit as to say to him, "This will make the pot boil, will it not, Mr. Wilson? Will it not make the pot boil?" And do offer him to come in and do his business for him, and he would reward him. This Mr. Wilson did come and tell her presently, he having been their servant, and to this day is very faithful to them. That her husband's not being forward to make him a bill for rear admiral's pay, and general's pay both at the same time after he was first made general, did first give him occasion of keeping a distance from him, since which they have never been great friends, Penn having by degrees been continually growing higher and higher, till now that he do wholly slight them, and use them only as servants. Upon the whole, she told me stories enough to confirm me that he is the most false fellow that ever was born of woman, and that so she thinks and knows him to be. 22nd. Up and by water to Whitehall to Sir G. Carteret, who tells me now for certain how the commission for the Treasury is disposed of, viz. to Duke of Albemarle, Lord Ashley, Sir W. Coventry, Sir John Duncombe, and Sir Thomas Clifford. At which, he says, all the whole court is disturbed, it having been once concluded otherwise into the other hands formerly mentioned in yesterday's notes, but all of a sudden the king's choice was changed, and these are to be the men. The first of which is only for a puppet to give honor to the rest. He do presage that these men will make it their business to find faults in the management of the late Lord Treasurer, and in discouraging the bankers. But I am, whatever I in compliance do say to him, of another mind, and my heart is very glad of it, for I do expect they will do much good, and that it is the happiest thing that hath appeared to me for the good of the nation since the king come in. Thence to St. James's, and up to the Duke of York. And there in his chamber Sir W. Coventry did of himself take notice of this business of the Treasury, wherein he is in the commission, and desired that I would be thinking of anything fit for him to be acquainted with for the lessening of charge and bettering of our credit, and what our expense bath been since the king's coming home, which he believes will be one of the first things they shall inquire into. Which I promised him, and from time to time, which he desires, will give him an account of what I can think of worthy his knowledge. I am mighty glad of this opportunity of professing my joy to him in what choice the king hath made, and the hopes I have that it will save the kingdom from perishing, and how it do encourage me to take pains again, after my having through despair neglected it. Which he told me of himself that it was so with him, that he had given himself up to more ease than ever he expected, and that his opinion of matters was so bad, that there was no public employment in the kingdom should have been accepted by him, but this which the king hath now given him. And therein he is glad, in hopes of the service he may do therein, and in my conscience he will. So into the Duke of York's closet. And there, among other things, Sir W. Coventry did take notice of what he told me the other day, about a report of Commissioner Pett's dealing for timber in the Navy, and selling it to us in other names. And besides his own proof, did produce a paper I had given him this morning about it, in the case of Widow Murford and Moorcock, which was so handled, that the Duke of York grew very angry, and commanded us presently to fall into the examination of it, saying that he would not trust a man for his sake that lifts up the whites of his eyes. And it was declared that if he be found to have done so, he should be reckoned unfit to serve the navy, and I do believe he will be turned out. And it was, methought, a worthy saying of Sir W. Coventry to the Duke of York. Sir, says he, I do not make this complaint out of any disrespect to Commissioner Pett, but because I do love to do these things fairly and openly. Thence I to Westminster Hall with Sir G. Carteret to the Chequer Chamber to hear our cause of the Lindeboom prize there before the Lords of Appeal, where was Lord Ashley, Arlington, Berkeley, and Sir G. Carteret. But the latter three signified nothing, the former only either minding or understanding what was said. Here was good pleading of Sir Walter Walker's and worth hearing, but little done in our business. Thence by coach to the Red Lion, thinking to meet my father, but I come too soon, but my wife is gone out of town to meet him. I am in great pain, poor man, for him, lest he should come up in pain to town. So I stayed not but to the Change, and there stayed a little, where most of the news is that the Swedes are likely to fall out with the Dutch, which we wish, but how true I know not. Here I met my uncle White. The second day he hath been abroad, having been sick these 2 months even to death, but having never sent to me even in the greatest of his danger. I do think my aunt had no mind I should come, and so I never went to see him, but neither he took notice of it to me, nor I made any excuse for it to him, but passed 2 or 3 how-do-yous, and so parted and so home, and by comes my poor father, much better than I expected, being at ease by fits, according as his trust sits, and at another time in as much pain. I am mighty glad to see him come well to town. So to dinner, where Creed comes. After dinner my wife and father abroad, and Creed and I also by water, and parted at the Temple stairs, where I landed, and to the King's house, where I did give 18d. And saw the 2 last acts of the Goblins. A play I could not make anything of by these 2 acts, but here Nip spied me out of the tiring room, and come to the pit door, and I out to her and kissed her, she only coming to see me, being in a country dress, she and others having, it seemed, had a country dance in the play, but she no other part. So we parted, and I into the pit again till it was done. The house full, but I had no mind to be seen, but thence Tomy Cutler S., and 2 or 3 other places on small errands, and so home, where my father and wife come home, and pretty well my father, who to supper and betimes to bed at his country hours. I to Sir W. Batten, S., and there got some more part of my dividend of the prize money. So home and to set down in writing the state of the account, and then to supper, and my wife to her flageolet, wherein she did make out a tune so prettily of herself, that I was infinitely pleased beyond whatever I expected from her, and so to bed. This day coming from Westminster with W. Batten, we saw at Whitehall stairs a fisher boat, with a sturgeon that he had newly catched in the river, which I saw, but it was but a little one, but big enough to prevent my mistake of that for a colt, if ever I become mayor of Huntingdon. During a very high flood in the meadows between Huntingdon and Godmanchester, something was seen floating, which the Godmanchester people thought was a black pig, and the Huntingdon folk declared it was a sturgeon. When rescued from the waters, it proved to be a young donkey. This mistake led to the one party being styled Godmanchester black pigs, and the other Huntingdon sturgeons, terms not altogether forgotten at this day. Pepys's colt must be taken to be the colt of an Aspie. 23rd. Up and to the office where we sat all the morning. At noon home, and with my father dined, and poor man, he hath put off his travelling clothes today, and is mighty spruce, and I love to see him cheerful. After dinner I to my chamber, and my wife and I to talk, and by they tell Mrs. Daniel would speak with me, so I down to the parlor to her, and sat down together and talked about getting her husband a place. I do promise, and mean to do what kindness I can to her husband. After having been there hasty, G was ashamed to pour that my people pensate. Do it, or lest they might espy us through some trees, we parted and I to the office, and presently back home again, and there was asked by my wife, I know not whether simply or with design, how I come to look as I did. Car ego was in much chaleur et de body and of anime, which I put off with the heat of the season, and so to other business, but I had some fear hung upon me lest alcuno had city decuvert. So to the office, and then to Sir R. Viner, S. about some part of my accounts now going on with him, and then home and ended my letters, and then to supper and my chamber to settle many things there, and then to bed. This noon I was on the Change, where I to my astonishment hear, and it is in the Gazette, that Sir John Duncombe is sworn yesterday a privy councillor. This day I hear also that last night the Duke of Kendal, second son of the Duke of York, did die, and that the other, Duke of Cambridge, continues very ill still. This afternoon I had opportunity para jower with Mrs. Penn, tokendo her mammals and basando el, being sola in the casa of her pater, and she fort willing. 24th. Up and to the office, where by and by appointment we met upon Sir W. Warren's accounts, wherein I do appear in everything as much as I can his enemy, though not so far but upon good conditions from him I may return to be his friend, but I do think it necessary to do what I do at present. We broke off at noon without doing much, and then home, where my wife not well, but yet engaged by invitation to go with Sir W. Penn. I got her to go with him by coach to Islington to the old house, where his lady and Madam Lowther, with her exceeding fine coach and mean horses, and her mother-in-law, did meet us, and two of Mr. Lowther's brothers, and here dined upon nothing but pigeon pies, which was such a thing for him to invite all the company to, that I was ashamed of it. But after dinner was all our sport, when there come in a juggler, who, indeed, did show us so good tricks as I have never seen in my life, I think, of legerdemain, and such as my wife hath since seriously said that she would not believe but that he did them by the help of the devil. Here, after a bad dinner, and but ordinary company, saving that I discern good parts in one of the sons, who, methought, did take me up very prettily in one or two things that I said, and I was so sensible of it as to be a caution to me hereafter how I do venture to speak more than is necessary in any company, though, as I did now, I do think them incapable to censure me. We broke up they back to Walthamstow, and only my wife and I and Sir W. Penn to the King's Playhouse, and there saw the Maiden Queen, which, though I have often seen, yet pleases me infinitely, it being impossible, I think, ever to have the Queen's part, which is very good and passionate, and Florimell's part, which is the most comical that ever was made for woman, ever done better than they two are by young Marshall and Nellie. Home, where I spent the evening with my father and wife, and late at night some flageolet with my wife, and then to supper and to bed. 25th. Up and to the office where all the morning. At noon dined at home, and there come Mr. Pierce, the surgeon, and dined with me, telling me that the Duke of Cambridge continues very ill, so as they do despair of his living. So to the office again, where all the afternoon. About 4 o'clock comes Mrs. Pierce to see my wife, and I into them, and there find Pierce very fine, and in her own hair, which do become her, and so says my wife, 10 times better than lighter hair, her complexion being mighty good. With them talked a little, and was invited by her to come with my wife on Wednesday next in the evening, to be merry there, which we shall do. Then to the office again, where dispatched a great deal of business till late at night, to my great content, and then home and with my wife to our flageolets a little, and so to supper and to bed, after having my chamber a little wiped up. 26th, Lord's Day. Up sooner than usual on Sundays, and to walk, it being exceeding hot all night, so as this night I begun to leave off my waistcoat this year and this morning, and so to walk in the garden till toward church time, when my wife and I to church, where several strangers of good condition come to our pew, where the pew was full. At noon dined at home, where little Mitchell come and his wife, who continues mighty pretty. After dinner I by water alone to Westminster, where, not finding Mrs. Martin within, did go towards the parish church, and in the way did overtake her, who resolved to go into the church with her that she was going with Mrs. Hargrave, the little crooked woman, the vintner's wife of the dog, and then go out again, and so I to the church, and seeing her return did go out again myself, but met with Mr. Howlett, who, offering me a pew in the gallery. I had no excuse, but up with him I must go, and then much against my will stayed out the whole church in pain, while she expected me at home. But I did entertain myself with my perspective glass up and down the church, by which I had the great pleasure of seeing and gazing at a great many very fine women. And what with that, and sleeping, I passed away the time till sermon was done, and then to Mrs. Martin, and there stayed with her an hour or two. And there did what I would with her, and after been here so long I away to my boat, and up with it as far as Barn Elms, reading of Mr. Evelyn's late new book against solitude, in which I do not find much excess of good matter, though it be pretty for a by discourse. I walked the length of the elms, and with great pleasure saw some gallant ladies and people come with their bottles, and basket, and chairs, and form, to sup under the trees by the waterside, which was mighty pleasant. I to boat again and to my book, and having done that I took another book, Mr. Boyle, S. of Colours, and their read, where I laughed, finding many fine things worthy observation, and so landed at the Old Swan, and so home, where I find my poor father newly come out of an unexpected fit of his pain, that they feared he would have died. They had sent for me to Whitehall and all up and down, and for Mr. Holliard also, who did come, but W. Hewer being here did I think do the business in getting my father's bowel, that was fallen down, into his body again, and that which made me more sensible of it was that he this morning did show me the place where his bowel did use to fall down and swell, which did trouble me to see. But above all things the poor man's patience under it, and his good heart and humor, as soon as he was out of it, did so work upon me, that my heart was sad to think upon his condition, but do hope that a way will be found by a steel truss to relieve him. By and by to supper, all our discourse about Brampton, and my intentions to build there if I could be free of my engagement to my Uncle Thomas and his son, that they may not have what I have built, against my will, to them whether I will or no, in case of me and my brothers being without heirs male. Which is the true reason why I am against laying out money upon that place, together with my fear of some inconvenience by being so near Hinchingbroke. Being obliged to be a servant to that family, and subject to what expense they shall cost me, and to have all that I shall buy, or do, esteemed as got by the death of my uncle, when indeed what I have from him is not worth naming. After supper to read, and then to bed. 27th. Up, and there comes greeting my flageolet master, and I practiced with him. There come also Richardson, the bookbinder, with one of Ogilby's Bibles inquires for me to see and buy, it being Mr. Cade, S. my stationer, S. But it is like to be so big that I shall not use it, it being too great to stir up and down without much trouble, which I shall not like nor do intend it for. So by water to Whitehall, and there find Sir G. Carteret at home, and talked with him a while, and find that the new commissioners of the Treasury did meet this morning. So I to find out Sir W. Coventry, but missed, only I do hear that they have chosen Sir G. Downing for their secretary. And I think in my conscience they have done a great thing in it, for he is a business-active man, and values himself upon having of things do well under his hand, so that I am mightily pleased in their choice. Here I met Mr. Pierce, who tells me that he lately met Mr. Carcass, who do mightily inveigh against me, for that all that has been done against him he lays on me, and I think he is in the right and I do own it, only I find what I suspected, that he do report that Sir W. Batten and I, who never agreed before, do now, and since this business agree even more, which I did fear would be thought. And therefore will find occasion to undeceive the world in that particular, by promoting something shortly against W. Batt. So home, and there to sing with my wife before dinner, and then to dinner. And after dinner comes Carcass to speak with me, but I would not give him way to enlarge on anything, but he would have begun to have made a noise how I have undone him, and used all the wit I could in the drawing up of his report, wherein he told me I had taken a great deal of pains to undo him. To which I did not think fit to enter into any answer, but dismissed him, and so I again up to my chamber, vexed at the impudence of this rogue, but I think I shall be wary enough for him. So to my chamber, and there did some little business, and then abroad, and stopped at the Bear Garden stairs, there to see a prize fought. But the house so full there was no getting in there, so forced to go through an alehouse into the pit, where the bears are baited, and upon a stool did see them fight, which they did very furiously, a butcher and a waterman. The former had the better all along, till by and by the latter dropped his sword out of his hand, and the butcher, whether not seeing his sword dropped I know not, but did give him a cut over the wrist, so as he was disabled to fight any longer. But Lord! To see how in a minute the whole stage was full of watermen to revenge the foul play, and the butchers to defend their fellow, though most blamed him. And there they all fell to it to knocking down and cutting many on each side. It was pleasant to see, but that I stood in the pit, and feared that in the tumult I might get some hurt. At last the rabble broke up, and so I away to Whitehall and so to St. James's, but I found not Sir W. Coventry, so into the park and took a turn or two, it being a most sweet day, and so by water home, and with my father and wife walked in the garden, and then anon to supper and to bed. The Duke of Cambridge very ill still. 28th. Up, and by coach to St. James's, where I find Sir W. Coventry, and he desirous to have spoke with me. It was to read over a draft of a letter which he hath made for his brother commissioners and him to sign to us, demanding an account of the whole business of the navy accounts. And I perceive, by the way he goes about it, that they will do admirable things. He tells me they have chosen Sir G. Downing their secretary, who will be as fit a man as any in the world, and said, by the by, speaking of the bankers being fearful of Sir G. Downing's being secretary, he being their enemy, that they did not intend to be ruled by their secretary, but do the business themselves. My heart is glad to see so great hopes of good to the nation as will be by these men, and it do me good to see Sir W. Coventry so cheerful as he now is on the same score. Thence home, and there fell to seeing my office and closet there made soundly clean, and the windows cleaned. At which all the morning, and so at noon to dinner. After dinner my wife away down with Jane and W. Hewer to Woolwich, in order to a little air, and to lie there tonight, and so to gather maydew tomorrow morning. If we are to credit the following paragraph, extracted from the Morning Post of May 2nd, 1791, the virtues of maydew were then still held in some estimation. For it records that, on the day preceding, according to annual and superstitious custom, a number of persons went into the fields and bathed their faces with the dew on the grass, under the idea that it would render them beautiful. Hone's Everyday Book, Volume Roman II, p. 611. Aubrey speaks of maydew as a great dissolvent, Miscellanies, p. 183, b. which Mrs. Turner hath taught her as the only thing in the world to wash her face with, and I am contented with it. Presently comes Creed, and he and I by water to Foxhall, and there walked in spring garden. A great deal of company, and the weather and garden pleasant, that it is very pleasant and cheap going thither, for a man may go to spend what he will, or nothing, all is one. But to hear the nightingale and other birds, and hear fiddles, and there a harp, and hear a Jew's trump, and hear laughing, and there fine people walking, is mighty divertising. Among others there were 2 pretty women alone that walked a great while, which being discovered by some idle gentlemen, they would needs take them up. But to see the poor ladies how they were put to it to run from them, and they after them, and sometimes the ladies put themselves along with other company, then the other drew back. At last, the last did get off out of the house, and took boat and away. I was troubled to see them abused so, and could have found in my heart as little desire of fighting as I have, to have protected the ladies. So by water, set Creed down at Whitehall, and I to the Old Swan, and so home. My father gone to bed, and wife abroad at Woolwich, I to Sir W. Penn, where he and his lady and Peg and pretty Mrs. Lowther her sister-in-law at supper, where I sat and talked, and Sir W. Penn, half drunk, did talk like a fool and vex his wife, that I was half pleased and half vexed to see so much folly and rudeness from him, and so late home to bed. 29th. Up, and by coach to St. James's, where by and by up to the Duke of York, where, among other things, our Parson Mills having the offer of another benefice by Sir Robert Brooks, who was his pupil, he by my Lord Berkeley is made one of the Duke's chaplains, which qualifies him for 2 livings. But to see how slightly such things are done, the Duke of York only taking my Lord Berkeley's word upon saying, that we the officers of the navy do say he is a good man and minister of our parish, and the Duke of York admits him to kiss his hand, but speaks not one word to him. But so a warrant will be drawn from the Duke of York to qualify him, and there's an end of it. So we into the Duke's closet, where little to do, but complaint for want of money, and a motion of Sir W. Coventry. That we should all now bethink ourselves of lessening charge to the king, which he said was the only way he saw likely to put the king out of debt, and this puts me upon thinking to offer something presently myself to prevent its being done in a worse manner without me relating to the victualling business, which, as I may order it, I think may be done and save myself something. Thence home, and there settle to some accounts of mine in my chamber I all the morning till dinner. My wife comes home from Woolwich, but did not dine with me, going to dress herself against night, to go to Mrs. Pierce's to be merry, where we are to have Knepp and Harris and other good people. I at my accounts all the afternoon, being a little lost in them as to reckoning interest. Anon comes down my wife, dressed in her second mourning with her black moire waistcoat and short petticoat, laced with silver lace so basely that I could not endure to see her, and with lace lining which is too soon, so that I was horrid angry, and went out of doors to the office and there stayed, and would not go to our intended meeting, which vexed me to the blood, and my wife sent twice or thrice to me, to direct her any way to dress her, but to put on her cloth gown, which she would not venture. Which made me mad, and so in the evening to my chamber, vexed, and to my accounts, which I ended to my great content, and did make amends for the loss of our mirth this night, by getting this done, which otherwise I fear I should not have done a good while else. So to bed. 30th, up and to the office, where all the morning. At noon dined at home, being without any words friends with my wife, though last night I was very angry, and do think I did give her as much cause to be angry with me. After dinner I walked to Arundel House, the way very dusty, the day of meeting of the society being changed from Wednesday to Thursday, which I knew not before, because the Wednesday is a council day, and several of the council are of the society, and would come but for their attending the king at council, where I find much company, indeed very much company, in expectation of the Duchess of Newcastle, who had desired to be invited to the society, and was, after much debate, pro and con, it seems many being against it, and we do believe the town will be full of ballads of it. Anon comes the Duchess with her women attending her. Among others, the Farabosco too, of whom so much talk is that her lady would bid her show her face and kill the gallants. She is indeed black, and hath good black little eyes, but otherwise but a very ordinary woman I do think, but they say sings well. The Duchess hath been a good, comely woman, but her dress so antic, and her deportment so ordinary that I do not like her at all, nor did I hear her say anything that was worth hearing, but that she was full of admiration, all admiration. Several fine experiments were shown her of colors, lodestones, microscopes, and of liquors among others, of one that did, while she was there, turn a piece of roasted mutton into pure blood, which was very rare. Here was Mrs. Moore of Cambridge, whom I had not seen before, and I was glad to see her, as also a very pretty black boy that run up and down the room, somebody's child in Arundel House. After they had shown her many experiments, and she cried still she was full of admiration, she departed, being led out and in by several lords that were there. Among others Lord George Berkeley and Earl of Carlisle, and a very pretty young man, the Duke of Somerset. She gone, I by coach home, and there busy at my letters till night, and then with my wife in the evening singing with her in the garden with great pleasure, and so home to supper and to bed. 31st, up, and there came young Mrs. Daniel in the morning, as I expected, about business of her husband's. I took her into the office to discourse with her about getting some employment for him. By water to Whitehall to the Lords Commissioners of the Treasury, the first time I ever was there, and I think the second that they have met at the Treasury chamber there. Here I saw Duncombe look as big, and take as much state on him, as if he had been born a lord. I was in with him about Tangier, and at present received but little answer from them, they being in a cloud of business yet, but I doubt not but all will go well under them. Here I met with Sir H. Comely, who tells me that he is told this day by Secretary Morris that he believes we are, and shall be, only fooled by the French, and that the Dutch are very high and insolent, and do look upon us as come over only to beg a peace, which troubles me very much, and I do fear it is true. Thence to Sir G. Carteret at his lodgings, who, I perceive, is mightily displeased with this new treasury, and he hath reason, for it will eclipse him. And he tells me that my Lord Ashley says they understand nothing, and he says he believes the king do not intend they shall sit long. But I believe no such thing, but that the king will find such benefit by them as he will desire to have them continue, as we see he hath done, in the late new act that was so much decried about the king. But yet the king hath since permitted it, and found good by it. He says, and I believe, that a great many persons at court are angry at the rise of this Duncombe, whose father, he tells me, was a long parliamentman and a great committee man, and this fellow used to carry his papers to committees after him. He was a kind of an attorney. But for all this, I believe this man will be a great man, in spite of all. Thence I away to Holborn to Mr. Gauden, whom I met at Bernard's Inn Gate, and straight we together to the Navy Office, where we did all meet about some victualling business, and so home to dinner and to the office, where the weather so hot nowadays that I cannot but sleep before I do any business, and in the evening home, and there, to my unexpected satisfaction, did get my intricate accounts of interest. which have been of late much perplexed by mixing of some moneys of Sir G. Carteret, S with mine, evened and set right, and so late to supper, and with great quiet to bed, finding by the balance of my account that I am creditor L 6900, for which the Lord of Heaven be praised.